All right, what do you know, guys? It's been quite a while since we played, and today we're gonna do a free-to-play weekend day. Now, thank you, Jay. Thank you for screaming in my eardrums. I really appreciate it. So we've been playing this game since early beta, alpha, technical alpha, whatever, all the good shenanigans, right? And we remember when this game was on the Discord store, guys, and that's where we mainly played it. Now, we had some major drawback and some major issues on the game. However, now it is available on Steam. So I'm really curious to see how they will go about with this. So with that being said, today we're going to try and get some Last Year Chapter 1 After Dark. First time playing it entirely in general, guys, so bear with me here as we go over a few different things and steps that we are going to get here to approach. Now first, let's go to get the webcam on because that's just better that way, right? Now it's been a while since we played, guys. Bear with me with this. So it looks like as soon as you start, it looks like you get a couple options. You get to survive or kill. I don't know how this is really a thing. Can't even go to settings or anything right away. We have to, I guess, choose which side we want to play. So I don't know. How is that even a thing? I'll just pick one for now. Screw it, whatever. What's up, Solid? How's it going, bro? What's up? Jay, thank you so much, guys. And by the way, shout out to J13, aka 0Sacred41, guys. If it wasn't for Jay, I would have never known this game was free to play on the weekends. Jay has done a really great job checking out on Discord, checking their announcements. Now I am part of their Discord, but they do kind of spam the announcements, so I kind of muted their server, to be honest. I'm not trying to be mean about it, but thank you, Jay. I really appreciate the heads up, because now we're able to play this game and see what it's all about. So it looks like we got a few extra options here. So once we actually choose a side we want to play on, we do get the option to go to settings. It looks like we can do a party, host party. Inviting friends as a friend disables progression. Oh, okay. So the only way to really progress then is actually playing as Survivor, I guess, or unless I'm just kind of going solo. So they kind of removed the way Discord did it, like the whole party system, I guess, is different now, right? Is that what's going on here? Chilling, working hard? Hey, that's good, bro. That is really good, bro. It's good that you're chilling, and it's good that you're working. There's a lot of other people in this world that cannot say the same, so congratulations on that, and thank you for being a good, abiding citizen here in the world of America. Isn't that right, guys? All right, looks like announcements are working. Everything seems to be in good working order here, guys. And by the way, for those rocking that sub badge, I appreciate your guys' ongoing support, and thank you very much for all the things that you guys have done here for the stream. I do have some sad news. I think eventually this might be the final month of me streaming on Live Me. I don't know. We're gonna definitely take a look at it. Just there's no funds over there, so we're just gonna kind of cancel it out. If I do stream there, it won't be as often anymore like it was, okay? Not that it's gonna really bother most people, because there's not really much going on there anyway, so I think we'll be okay, in matter of fact. I know, right, Jade? I know, absolutely, bro. All right, first we're gonna go into settings. We're gonna go ahead and check out the we have audio. Is the music too loud for you guys? Is the music okay, or is it like too loud? Right, yeah, no, I know, bro, I know, but like, you know, we were making some diamonds, we were doing okay, so we were able to keep some of the things accumulating and going on. But to be honest with you, the way I go about going on there as well is just, it costs money here from the stream, and I don't want to keep putting in nothing that's putting back, you know what I'm saying? At least on Twitch, I got you guys, you know, we got cheers, we got subs, we have revenue coming in, guys, that help support the channel to keep the things moving and keep it afloat. But the places that are not, they gotta go, you know what I'm saying? I guess I could kind of like get more invested into like Patreon, but I think most of the time, most of you guys kind of like to stick to the platform and just keep it on here with things. All right, so we're on the settings. Music, I think I'm gonna bump down to like 60, right? That way it's not too loud. Sound effects, I love it to the max. Voice volume, that'll probably be people in game. Subtitles, keep it on. I don't know what all these are. It's push to talk. What the heck is push to talk anyway? So first of all, let's go to key bindings. Right, it's been a while since I played, guys. Bear with me here. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I let everybody know earlier that we actually did get a mouse and keyboard for the mobile gaming, guys. Now, it does work. I've tried it earlier. I was playing Forest earlier, and let me tell you, it's phenomenal. I love the fact that it works and it's flawless. However, I'm not able to get my phone to charge while the phone's picking up the mouse and keyboard, if that makes any sense. So now I need to figure out what it is that I need to do. I've never done this before, so bear with me. I know the items that were needed, but now I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make it charge and pick up the devices at the same time. I'm thinking maybe I need just a certain type of extension. I think the way I went about with it was probably not the right way, but it worked. However, my battery got consumed within the hour, guys. Live streaming on the phone and playing the game and using a mouse and keyboard drained my battery. Let me tell you right now, in less than an hour, my phone went from 100 to like 30%. Okay, that's pretty fast. But it makes sense, you know. So I went about with that. Just wanted to let you guys know about that. So it did work really well. I'm just having a part issue of how to get it to charge. That is my main concern at this very moment. So once I get that going, I think we'll be fine. Okay, so you know, the basic WASDs, blah 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 blah. But what is the push to talk? Goliath rush, middle mouse button, right mouse, that mouse, crouch, control. Oh, so we have 2 crouch buttons. Look at that. But you get to choose if you want to toggle or crouch or hold it. So you have to hold up control if you hold that one. Okay, weapons will be the number keys. Drop weapon. Your typical flashlight is Z. It's a weird button. Spawning, left control. Teleport is G. Next spectator, blah blah blah. Toggle chat, that's alright, push to talk will be left alt key. Not too bad. Okay, so first, now let's head into graphics. Okay, it looks like everything's on ultra, which is fine. I think we're gonna be okay. All right. I think we're gonna go ahead and just kind of keep it like this. And just so you guys know, not sponsored with these guys in any sort of way, but shout out to Marshmallow Rockstar, guys, for this great flavor. Actually, it tastes pretty good. If you guys never tried it before, you should definitely check it out. I know I'm not sponsored with Rockstar. I know they do not pay me to tell this to you guys, but consume responsibly. Okay, so I'm gonna keep it on 4K. We're gonna go ahead and keep the resolution scale up. Everything ultra, it's good. All right, let's go back to the main menu here. How the heck do we do this? What is all this new stuff? We have home. Oh, we are home. We have a shop. Okay, it looks like they added some in-game purchase items now. It seems like a lot of games with this asymmetrical deal tend to do this. Might get some lag spikes, right? Well, I remember I did have ultra and also very high, I guess, during the beta stage, because I guess ultra actually had like a bug. Was that thing, was it? I'm assuming it's fixed by now. And if it ain't fixed after they made us wait a whole freaking year to even release the game, and then now they want to charge you. So all this that people are buying, there better be some updates in this game, which it looks like they have. I've been looking at their change logs. It does look insane in terms of like updates, guys, which is really, really impressive. All right, so we have cards. Is that what we're doing here? Cards? The heck? It is pretty bad. All right, well, we'll try it. If it gives me issues, I'll bump it back down. I don't like that we can't cap FPS. I kind of wish that it would. All right, so so what the hell can we buy? We buy cards. That's it. And mystic ores. I guess you get like limited edition offers or something, so you can't really purchase anything. That don't make any sense. All right, so we have the locker room. Looks like we have some of the OGs from the original last year, the Nightmare. This right here makes me never want to go to school again. You don't want to check off the security guard because he'll not put you in cuffs, he'll put you in chains. You don't want to really tick off your gym teacher because, or not the gym teacher, the janitor. This guy doesn't use mops and buckets, he uses axes. Okay, he slashes his students who are very disobedient. And then the gym teacher, now not only does he look like he's on roids, but he really looks ticked off. And why is actually, he might not even be the gym teacher. He does look like he just came out of the penitentiary. Like, look at him, it looks like he just got out of prison. And then we have the new almighty Spider. Spider looks really well detailed compared to the other characters, to be honest with you. But because this is the Unreal Engine, I'm not doubting the graphics. This engine is by far the best engine for a lot of developers in terms of like with things they can do with it, because there's just so much there, you know. So There's no doubt about that. Because the spider is new. Yeah, I guess you're right. He does look a lot better. Wow, my Steam isn't working. No, cards are for cosmetics. Gotcha. Okay, guys. See, I like that. That's good. That's good. All right. So let's say we click a character. We hit customize, right? What do we have here? We have classic. That's what I'm wearing now. Oh, I see. Okay, so some of the outfits cost. That's cool. At least you can get like different. Now this is pretty sweet, I will admit. Now, can you earn these in game? Tokens are awarded for accomplishing goals in the world. Your tokens can unlock arcane abilities in the Arcanum. Stash. Your stash contains all the cards you've earned for escaping and killing. Oh, so you do earn them for in-game. Nice. You can trade cards for new skins in the lockers. Okay, so the game made a good plus there, guys. You can purchase skins with in-game currency, not just with cash. All right, that's a good goal, especially how this company played its consumers, guys. And we're talking did them dirty, okay? I get it on their end what was going on, but this was a smart move on their part. At least they're giving you the opportunity or the option to still obtain in-game items through in-game currency, which is a really big thumbs up in my opinion. Okay, so then we have the Mystic Ores. I'm assuming this is like IRL currency. Mystic Ore is used to unlock Mystic skins in the locker. Purchase Mystic Ores directly in the shop. Gotcha. All right, so when you purchase these ores, I'm assuming get straight with cash. Okay. Okay, well, that's cool. Wow. So they allow you to rock the Discord jacket, but didn't like, I'm surprised them and Discord are getting along because all the Discord users that had this game, they did them pretty dirty, and I'm one of them. So I was pretty upset about that they said that Discord users won't get a free copy of the game. We end up having to buy it, but I'm only playing it now, guys, because it's free to play weekends. Can't go wrong with that. And wow, Thrill of the Kill. Now I hope they have copyright for this. This is definitely Michael Jackson's Thriller outfit, which is cool. I'll give it that. And why is this character's toe sticking out? Do you guys see that? You guys can't even see my mouse cursor anyway. Yeah, the toe's right there. Okay. What's Sweet Tooth? Okay. I don't know. I was kind of getting like that Twisted Metal Sweet Tooth vibe for a second. What's Blood Hunter? Happiness can't be bought. Play matches to earn legendary scans. Okay, so probably got to achieve like big achievements or something. And this is probably like the Joker. Okay, that's pretty cool. Not bad. Yeah, that's really nice. It's really nice. How do I go back? All right, first we're gonna check out some of the skins, guys. Let's check out some of the skins before we actually start playing the game. All right, so we got the Slasher. Slasher's got his original OG outfit from last year to Nightmare. We got Full Metal Slasher. I don't know what's Full Metal about him, except he's wearing like sort of like a militia military outfit. Okay, Lockdown. What's Lockdown? Oh, now this is actually kind of cool. Forest Hills County Jail. Didn't they add a new forest map? I think I saw that being advertised. And then we have Discord. Look at that. Look at that Discord jacket. So Discord partners should at least get this if we don't have the game. I think that'd be a fair enough trade. Meltdown's pretty cool. It gives them like that radiated feeling, which it's all right. Oh, so I thought it was a new character, but I guess now it makes sense. It's just a skin. Bloodshed. All right, so we got... Oh, this is actually kind of cool. Is he wearing a mask or is his whole head... He's actually a dummy. You remind me of those Crash dummies, guys. Do you guys remember the Crash dummies? Wow, that's old school. All right, we got Outbreak. This one's not too bad. I do like the yellow, like hazardous suit. That's pretty cool. I'm digging it. And speaking of digging it, we got the Gravedigger. Now, this is like an old school Gravedigger outfit here. This is back in probably like... Oh, man, I couldn't even tell you. Let's just say early 1800s, maybe. I don't know. This is old school. Yeah, Crash Dummies, very old school. Right. Yo, that's how you know you're old, guys. I do apologize. For those of you that don't know what Crash Dummies are, you should check it out. I even think they made a cartoon, if I'm not mistaken. There was a cartoon for it. But there was a lot of advertisements and like Like when testing, they were just showed like they were called the crash dummies, and obviously they were crash dummies, but they made a really big deal about it. All right, so we got the Giant, rocking the OG outfit. We got the Chain Gang. Oh, look at this guy. He looks, oh, county jail. He's also from Forest Hill. So Forest Hill seems to be a big thing now in security guard. Wow, look at this guy. He almost looks kind of human now. Yeah, he is ripped. Man, this stuff is not cheap though, guys. All right, he also has the Discord too. Look at that. And that Discord symbol looks evil. Wow, I've never seen an evil Discord emoji. That's a first. But that is definitely interesting indeed. All right, we got Bear Hug. Oh, this game is fully controller compatible. Look at this. I think when I first played this game, it was controller I used. All right, that looks pretty cool. El Gigante. Oh, we got a wrestler, guys. I kind of figured this would be a thing. It's pretty obvious, but it's kind of cool though. And we have the Red Menace. Oh yeah, no, this guy looks psycho. He looks infernal, like look at his veins popping out with the like the lava magma inside his body. Solid but deadly. Wow, the Mr. Really? Okay, all right, that's pretty cool. All right, guys, and last but not least, we have the new Spider. What do we got? We got Classic. This is the first game I've seen you in, so there's nothing new about you with that. This one gives you the whole black vibe, I would assume. And then we have the Grab Shack. This one's actually not too bad. I like this one. It's very vibrant. You can see the spider. Widowmaker. So this is like the Black Widow, I'm guessing? Or it doesn't really look like a Black Widow. I don't see the hourglass. I love Bite. This looks more like a Black Widow than what the Widowmaker was. Ice Queen. Okay, I'm seeing the ice. All right, this is something you would see like in Skyrim or something. Drain the Swamp. All right, also got that radiated look going on, guys, which is kind of cool. Then we got the Infernal Combustion. Out of all of them, I think this is like my favorite one. And of course, it's a legendary, so I don't know how we go about unlocking those. All right, let's go back. I think we have to exit. Are you sure you want to exit? Is that going to quit the whole game, though? Oh, are you sure you want to exit? No, let's go to Survive. Well, I guess we know who the new character is. Let's head to Locker. Okay, so we got a couple of the OG characters. We still have Amber. We have Sam. We have Nick. We have Chad. Everybody loves Chad. We have Troy. Those were the original 5. And now we have Raj. Or Raj. Or Raj. Raj. I don't know. Okay, so even these characters get skins. They probably get... No, everybody has about the same amount of variety. All right, we're going to kind of just skip through these just so we can get a quick look at these outfits here real quick, guys. So a lot of them seem to be recolored. Now, this is actually really cool. I'm digging the Discord. These are really nice. Wow, this is actually a pretty cool skin. Seriously, what is it supposed to be, like The Incredibles? Okay. Wait, skins collected too. I have this one? Oh. Well, then I'm gonna equip that then. Oh, they got emotes too. Are you serious? Legendary you can get either by killing everyone as friend, fiend, or escaping as a survivor. Gotcha. Yeah, for those asking what game we're playing, guys, right now we're playing a game called Last Year. Okay, so we have Friends of Forever. Oh, we got the little Mario star. We got the mall rat. Now, come on, guys. We remember the days when people were mall rats, right? We got the spawn camper. Forest Hills again. Another Forest Hill thing. This one's one of the staff, so maybe she worked at one of the, like, maybe like at one of the park rangers or something. This Discord shirt seems a bit different. It's got the Wumpus Club. Wow, okay. And then Sweet Revenge. This outfit's pretty cool. Seems like the last one. Oh, she only gets one legendary outfit, I guess. Tiffany Tears Oopsie? Not gonna ask. And we can't go wrong without unicorns, guys, in a horror game. Alright, let's check out Nick. Nick, I know you probably got some cool things going on with you. Alright, so he's got his classic wearing his backpack and keeping his pens in handy, guys. He carries different colors, even has a highlighter, because you never know when he needs to highlight the situation. Alright, so we have Earl Grey Hots. Gives him like that, definitely gives him like that, You can't even get your PC to start. That's bad, bro. Basement Dweller. Okay, so technically it looks like this, but reskinned. That's kind of shady, but I guess it makes sense. Casual Fridays. All right. Let's see what your Discord is looking like. Okay. Rocking that polo Discord shirt. Probably giving Discord some ideas right now what to add to their merch shop. This one's kind of cool. It's got the little slash effects. Cheap Trick. Oh, wow. Very formal. Relish the moments. Okay, so relish the moment. I get it. Okay, I get it. Working like at a hot dog shop or something, and he's relishing the moment. Okay. That was a funny inside joke. Oh, Steam won't launch. Ouch, dude, that sucks, bro. All right, so we got Chad. All right, we got Blue Steel. Okay, we got Blue Steel. Let's see. We got the All-American. Get Lucky. Oh, the pun there? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's see. Right. Okay, so we also got the Get Lucky, which is Irish. By the way, Irish Day is coming up, guys. I've been noticing lately a lot of Irish things going on. And yes, I had a Shamrock milkshake earlier, by the way. Really good. All right, so we got the Discord jacket. We got the Fatal Attraction. Okay. Okay, look, you got the tattoos and everything. We got the Dusty Calls. It kind of gives me like that, this reminds me of like Grease or something, the movie Grease, for those of you that are old school and remember that. All right, so let's check out Troy real quick, guys. And thank you, Prince Betty. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, by the way. All right, so we got Troy. Troy, what do you got? You got the Dead Red. Okay. Rocking the black and red. Can't go wrong with that. Next Gen. This is pretty cool. Okay. I'm surprised they don't have any like Twitch or Mixer or anything like that going on. Xbox, Sony. Seems like right now their only sponsorship was still with Discord, but actually I like this jacket, yo. I don't know, would I wear that? I don't know, maybe not. But the style is not too bad if that's what you're into. All right, we got Revamp. This one's it's definitely vampire-ish like. Okay. I do like this one, the whole glowing thing. This is something you wear like at a rave party. All right, Raj, you're the new guy. So let's see what you got here for us. You got the East Pride. Okay, he's on a basketball team. Okay. We also got the pool party. Okay, he's ready to go swimming. We got the Taurus. Yeah, his detail definitely looks a lot more sophisticated than the other members, only because, again, he is one of the new ones. It's an interesting Discord shirt. Don't hate, appreciate. Okay. Med School? Oh. I'm assuming this is the skin everybody loves. Skeleton Crew. This was interesting too. Okay, so we saw the skins for the survivors. All right. What I'm gonna do for now, guys, J13's having issues joining the game with Steam problems currently. I'm just gonna do a couple hunter matches, guys, just to try it out. And I am definitely going to try the new spider. Now, what else do we have here? Inventory. What the heck is this? Adds HP after recovering from being decapitated. Unlock and buy. Hold on a second. Oh my god, these look crazy. Front and back speeds are the same. Kind of give you like that Medusa movement speeds and like Smite. So the updates broke your Steam. That's crazy, bro. It's like, it's smooth. You like that character? Yeah. Gives you the 60 vibes. I believe it. Definitely. Definitely. I think, yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I haven't done in a while, guys? I haven't posted, you know how like Discord has like the stream promotion rooms? I haven't posted in there in a long time. Never have, actually. So here's what I'm gonna do for the first time ever. Give me a sec. We're gonna need to make a post here, guys. I didn't even post on social or nothing, guys. This is my mistake. All right, so let me do this. All right, if you guys haven't already, you guys can definitely do the same. Just share the stream. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that really quick, guys. Just bear with me here. Probably just do it on here really quick. Hold on. I think it's last year game, right? Is that what their tag is? I think so. Last year After Dark. I think this is it right here. Right. I haven't even promoted myself. How bad is that, guys? Yes, fire it up, guys. Fire it up. Let's go. All right, I don't understand this new system. I kind of get it. Is this like Dead by Daylight? Is that what's going on? Do I have to purchase these? I see that they cost the tokens. I need tokens to get these, I guess. Yes, I do. I'm gonna go ahead and post that in there for you guys. Okay. I like the song though.
Here comes Shark Lord.
Uh-oh.
And guess who's with me? Hi, I'm Fred. How do you say hello to Fred?
Hi, Fred.
Well, hello, Trix.
Hi, Fred. Okay, so I should probably use some of my tokens. So this is probably.
Why do you keep saying it's Lumberjack?
Now Lumberjack's real hyper.
Not, I'm not hyper anymore.
Well, you're not hyper anymore. I hope not. You used to be very hyper.
It's Fredward. Daddy, someone said it's Fredward. No, it's Fred. Just Fred. Right, Daddy?
Yeah.
Just Fred.
Thank you, Prince Petty. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get that going right there. You know what else I need to do? Hold on. I think my computer's running pretty slow right now. What the heck is going on here?
J13 keeps saying it's Fredward.
Right. All right, let's go ahead and head on over here. Yeah, I need to stream more often. I've been slacking. It's been hard, guys. It's been hard for
Can
sure.
I try?
I haven't even played a game yet. Right now, I'm just looking at all the new things that they have on here.
How long have you been live?
It's been about 39 minutes. Pretty much. If you want to get technical about it, pretty much. About a half hour doing nothing. And a little more than a half hour. About a half hour and 10 extra additional minutes of nothing. But I went over every character now has look. Each character now has skins.
Ew!
Like you could change the way they look. Which is really cool.
Oh, now they added features for
And they
them.
added a tree now for like your character's customizations.
Oh, now they added skins for them. Hey, hold on. Go to the locker. Hey, go to locker.
Yeah, I think I'm about to change the schedule again.
Go to locker. Yeah, of course, now they add skins to them. Of course, now they add skins to them to make them more, to make their game more, like, you know, right, Daddy?
Yeah,
What's Ice Queen?
I think it explains itself.
Drain the swamp. What is that? What drain the swamp?
Those are legendary skins.
Inferno combustion.
Actually, I used to love playing these type of games. It's just, it's been a while.
Oh, Dad, I need to go to the other side.
I know, it's okay. I'm about to start playing.
Go to this
Did you knock everything down? Seriously? All right, go ahead. Do what you gotta do. I need my mouse.
I just want to look at the skin. Oh, I'd say.
Well, if you would have been here when I was looking through them, you'd be fine. You can always look at my archive and see what I was looking at.
Well, it changes his shirt.
Weapon skins? Well, that's good.
And security guard. Yeah. Really, Daddy?
Discord, yep. Well, remember, this game was on Discord first.
See the back of his.
That is the meanest Discord emoji I've ever seen throughout my whole
Bear
Discord
hug.
life.
Air hug.
Bear hug.
Oh, Giante.
Oh, Gigante! He's a wrestler. No, that's my favorite one. I like that one. Look at his eyes.
Silent but deadly.
Get it? Silent. Deadly. Slasher got some pretty cool skins.
Cool metal slasher. Let's just look at the cool ones, right?
You could, yeah.
Outbreak or Grave Digger. Daddy, my favorite one's Outbreak.
It was a network error.
My
What the hell?
favorite one's Outbreak.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Now, the last one, my favorite. Strangler.
Yeah, he's interesting.
Lone Wolf.
Oh, there's one I hear you're gonna like.
Daylight. Daylight.
He's got the best skins, I think.
Blacklight. Odd.
Mm-hmm.
Thrill of the Kill.
You know what that jacket is.
Sweet Tooth.
Look at that. You got candy all over his jacket.
Blood Hunter.
Did the stream go down, guys? Are we still up?
Daddy,
Yeah, we're still up.
Blood Hunter and jokes on.
Mm-hmm. That's the Joker. Look at him. Yeah, Thriller. Yeah, that's a...
Which one do you think I would have liked? Tell me.
I don't know. But they cost a lot of points. I gotta save up
No,
for
that
them.
you said there's one in here I really like.
Oh, Thriller to Kill.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
How'd you know?
Because it's Thriller night.
Daddy, I actually don't like that one.
No?
I like this one.
That one glows. I like that too.
And he has a tattoo. Look at that.
Wow. He almost looks kind of human. Like he's scratching his beard. He's like, hmm. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping they got copyright for that because Thrill the Kill, that's Michael Jackson's
shoot.
outfit, man. That's definitely that's woo.
Kill.
Oh yeah. All right, guys.
Kill. Daddy,
I know, right? Huh?
imagine they added a shark
Okay.
killer.
All right. All right, guys. Let's go back to the Arcanum real quick. We have stash. What do we do here? So we can only purchase certain things at a time, I see. Infernal Combustion. Unlock this node to get this rare skin. Oh. Think Pink. Unlock this node to get this rare skin. Wait, what? So what did I just grab? This one adds HP after recovering from being decapitated. Receive a portion of damage dealt to a fiend as HP. Front and back speeds are the same. Yo, that's pretty good. How far does this tree go though? Increase movement speed? Wow. How many can you buy? Hold on a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is new. Oh, okay. Oh, you can only 2 at a time. Oh, I see it equipped. Okay, that makes sense. I think I just wasted all my tokens. Oh, so they burned out once you use it once? Level 1 spell. Well, how do you level it up? So I bought... Okay, so I get some points back from burning them. Not much though. Well, I guess I got a bunch of movement speeds. Okay, but it makes sense. So these are burn cards. Okay, so this is kind of like how Titanfall did it, where once you use the cards, they burn. Okay, I get it now. All right, I got it. I think we're gonna be okay. All right, you know, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. All right, Jay, so you're still having issues. All right, let me check something here real quick. It is a lot of skills. No, they got a Michael Jackson skin. Yes, they do.
Invisible.
Yes, you are. All right, let's go. I'm gonna just do one match here real quick, Jay, until you get in. Oh, the emotes. Shoot, how do I back? How do I back out?
You didn't check the emotes?
I didn't check the emotes.
What is wrong with you?
Emotes. Where the heck are the emotes?
In locker. In the locker.
Oh.
Wait, Dad, let's go to weapons. Can we check the weapon skins? Customizers?
Wow, they did add a lot though.
Hot rod.
That's pretty cool.
Wait, have you checked these out yet?
No, not
Blue
these.
Spear? Discord. Think pink.
Nah, don't think B, think pink.
Too hot to handle.
Mm.
Pretty please. Oh, I like that one.
That looks tasty.
I like that one.
Well, that's kind of cool that these all have like upgradables. Can you stop at the chair, please?
Hot rod. London calling.
Wow, these weapons are pretty detailed though. That's pretty good.
Discord.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I like that.
You're about to buy the Discord thing.
Whoopsie daisy.
Safe space. Oh, I like that one.
You like that one?
The producer. And turned out.
Hold on, guys. Alright, guys. Sorry about that.
Daddy.
What?
So you have to play matches to get legendary skins?
Yeah, for the most part. Well, some of these are old. Look, he's 17, so he's been doing this for a while. See.
Yeah, J13's still in here.
Yes.
Yeah, look. Yeah, I like that skin.
Yeah, that skin's pretty cool. Jay, you should definitely check that out, bro.
Daddy, look at Cold Red real quick.
All right, we got Code Red.
And Bee's Knees.
I'm digging the bee's
Look,
knees.
Daddy,
Because you're gonna bee's knees and knees.
No, Daddy, look. Med Kid. Look what it says in front.
Wow.
Med Kid.
All right, so we got a bunch of things here. We're gonna just kind of skim through these, but these are kind of cool. I do like the customization. I am digging that. Discord's got their. Ooh, look at that.
Alright, Daddy, let's check the mechanic. Oh, you're about to buy this.
No.
The mechanic.
Makes sense. Handyman. American whiskey. Okay. Wow. Wow. Case closed.
Oh, I like that one.
That one's actually really cool. All right, let's check out the football helmet here real quick. All right.
Cool.
All right, so we got the hot rod. We got the douche steer. Oh, look at that.
Douche beer.
Douche steer. You got it. Look at
Beer.
Discord. Woo! Oh, beer.
Jungle Warfare. I like that one.
Yeah, this one's actually really cool.
Or Daredevil.
Can't go wrong with Daredevil. Definitely.
I like Jungle Warfare.
Yeah. Look at the Molotov, and of course it has a sock in it.
Hot Rod.
Oh, oh, the sock moves.
They made 2 rare moves now?
Wow, wow. Wow, I keep buying them by accident almost. All right.
Douche beer. Douche beer.
Since 1994.
Oh, Daddy, look at that! Dumpus juice.
Really, Jay?
Daddy,
Hmm?
look. Jumpus juice.
Wow.
Wumpus juice.
You know, for them rocking all this Discord stuff, why were they so hateful about giving Discord partners like
Happy
a copy
hour.
of the game? Like, wouldn't
Happy-
you want them to like promote it?
Poison control.
Ooh.
Let's look at it. Let's look at the front. Just look at the front.
Oh no, it looked like doo-doo to me. I thought it was like green
Dad,
doo-doo on the
let's
sock.
go back to Happy Hour. I want to see the front of Happy Hour. Ew, why is there blood in the sock? Oh my god!
Cause you gotta get some blood. Now I'm real curious to see if we're gonna have peanut butter jelly in a baseball bat. No, that'd be too. No, they're not gonna do that. The baseball bats.
No, Dad, imagine they just had peanut butter jelly. It said peanut butter jelly.
Mm-hmm. We got the
Discord.
Doge beer. Ooh, what Discord's gonna look like? Yeah, I'm not really digging that too much.
Power trip. Let's see it.
Looks okay. Ooh, pow! I like that.
Jinx!
Wow, right, Uncle Sam. Whoa!
I like
We need you. Point the finger.
I like power trip. Daddy, let's look at that one.
Stream loots? I don't know. Have I?
Let's look at that one. Smoke grenade?
They smoking it. Was this
Not
even
that
a
much.
thing? Bug off! Well, just different colors. Okay, fire bang.
The Big Bang.
Oh.
Word.
Oh, bump off. Wow.
One ball.
Lube up. Oh, WD-40. Can't go wrong with that. Street Tagger. Look at that.
I like that one.
Hell yeah. Oh, the shotgun.
Daddy!
What? All right, let's see. Hot Rod. Ooh.
Jungle Statics.
Wow, you can see inside. Look.
There's a bullet. Jungle Statics. Dad, keep it like that, so we can see him. Discord.
Mediocre-ish.
Day
Day
of
to
the
Dead.
I like that one.
Okay.
I like that one. Let's look at Clown Show. Of course, you
I like the
that one.
boom.
I like the.
Gives it like that toy gun
Yeah,
look.
I like the Day of the Dead. Pipe bomb? That was a thing. Is that gum? Daddy, that's gum.
Yeah, it is gum.
What, they had nothing better to use? They didn't have no glue sticks? Peanut butter jelly. There you go. There you go.
Please stop, you're shaking the desk. Hold on. You're moving my phone. So so dude, please, what the dang it, I don't remember. I think it's this one.
Really, Daddy?
CJ13 on here. Let's check you out, bro. Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah, I'll have to check this out, Jay. I'll check it out later. All right.
Hot rod.
So some of these are kind of like, oh, it's like the clone shave. Yeah, it makes sense. It's kind of like the barbershop like look to it.
Discord.
They're not removing that gum, are they?
Thermonuclear.
This was
I
kind of
like
cool.
that one.
This is cool.
Scar Nah, I like the other one. Right?
Oh, I hated this gun during the beta.
Shocker.
Oh gosh, what, the sporks on it? I never knew the sporks. Well, I guess it makes sense, right?
Hot rod. Alta Penzion. Discord.
Wow, look at Wumpus. It's like he has his hands out.
The lunch late.
What is that? Soupy Oopy? Soupy Doopy? Soupy Doopy. Wow.
Splatter shot. I like that one. Right?
Very bloody. Oh, I remember this. This was the weapon against these hunters.
Hot rod. Home improvement.
Wow.
Oh, Daddy,
Ooh.
stop! Discord. Master Blaster.
Nerd.
I like that
I like the color.
Ultra Violence.
It looks evil.
Really, Daddy? Rainbow?
So how do I see the
They go to home. They go to home.
thing is annoying. Yeah, Jay, how do I see the the emotes? It's in the character
I
thing?
told you it's in the character thing.
Oh.
I told you.
If they came at me like that, I'd be scared too.
Here.
I'm done. I'm done. I don't know if that's horrifying or funny.
Roar.
Spider roars because you're a grizzly bear. That's what spiders do nowadays. They roar.
Oh, taunt.
Wow. Oh, they're cool though.
Oh, it's funny.
Right. I'm gonna get this when I get the money. I'm gonna be like, hey guys, I'm the spider. You wanna run? That's pretty cool. That's
Then
interesting.
let's do the emote on the strangler. Right? What the heck?
Yeah, he did the finger.
Frustrated. Here.
What the? Whoa, hold up. What did I just see the Strangler do? He is not PG. No. Well, already stabbing you in the face with scissors, I can imagine.
What the?
I'm not gonna ask.
Hold on, let's see that again. Let's see that again. Alright, let's see it again.
Oh, at least you know the Strangler's flexible.
Dance? You used to do Michael Jackson 360?
I think so. See, now you know why I kept doing it by accident. Okay. That. Right. Alrighty then.
He was praising those scissors. Right?
That is a little creepy, I will admit. If you just stood in the alley and just go, no words needed. You better get the hell out of there.
Frustrated.
Okay, don't break your head now. Oh, I don't want to see you. I'm scared to even ask. Is his hair wet or something?
Thumbs down.
Wow.
Weapon.
That was kind of lame. But they don't cost that much though for the emotes.
Let's see the emotes on this guy. Threat.
What the? Yeah, he's mad. Oh, he's breaking the floor. He's real mad. He's like, come here.
Cheer.
Wow.
Weapon.
You don't have a weapon. He has arms. Wow.
Wow, he just went like this.
Undertaker throat slit, right? Wow. That's a way to taunt your enemies, though.
No, Daddy, go back. Go back to Strangler. Go back to his emotes. He's the funniest. Go back to dance. I mean, cheer. Daddy!
It goes together, right?
Daddy, he's the funniest. Right?
Yeah.
Let's go back to Spider.
Alright.
Weapons. I mean, emotes. I like that cheer.
I can't get over that cheer, though. That cheer, that's... Okay, alright, guys. Alright, it's literally been 1 hour.
What? 1 hour?
1 hour of looking at customizations and new things to the game. We have yet to play a match. Alright, we really need to get a match rolling up in here. Okay,
Daddy, senior prom?
Jay, did you get in yet or no? Because I could do Hunter later. We can get on some party matchmaking if you want. Did you get your game to work? Actually, we could try this. Hold on, let me go back. Survive. Oh, you're still updating, really?
Go.
I'm scared because I'm like, people are gonna be like pros at this game right now.
Ready.
Next map, undecided. We get to choose. Wow.
That one.
That's the spiders map.
Did I do Spider's map? The
Sawmill. Wait, hold on. Library, bell tower. Oh, they really just completely removed the original gem. I'll just do undecided. I'll let the game pick. Positioning queue. The chair, please. You're moving me and it's annoying. It just looks different. Yeah, well, I kind of figured that was the gem. I guess they made it more for the spider now. I always thought it was like the... Well, I guess all the hunters kind of blended with that map, to be honest. But they should have let both, like the spider gem and then the regular gem. I think the regular gem was pretty sweet. Why would they just completely remove it? I have no idea. Okay, looks like matchmaking sucks. Yeah. Alright, I don't got much to really equip right now. I'm just gonna wait. So there's no way to really see who's playing right now. That's what I'm picturing right now. There's no way to really tell. Now, since this game is on Steam, I'm guessing people should be playing it, right? Because I know Discord was a huge problem. Guess we just sit here and wait. It used to take a while before. See, they should have gave the pre-copies to the Discord partners. Positioning Q4. What? How'd I get bumped back?
16.
Wow. Wow. This is stupid.
14.
Well, I guess they do this intentionally for people playing hunters. Oh, we could? Oh yeah, we could check things while we're in the queue. That's cool. This kind of sucks though. I wish now I kind of feel like... Well, we get more anyway. So the burn cards are cool. I guess you only equip 2. I guess it makes sense, right? You don't want to be too overpowered. Yeah. No, I could imagine. Hunter's always bad though. Dead by Daylight, I never have a problem except for the mobile version, which now with cloud gaming the way it is nowadays, you don't even need mobile version anymore. I'm sorry guys, but the mobile market's gonna have to think of something now, because I guess a lot of people, they want to play the mobile edition of school. But for what when you can play the regular, right? All right. While this, you know what? I'm gonna remove my headphones wire because it's annoying. Wait, watch out. Throw this over there. Let me go grab something real quick, guys. Hold on.
Daddy. Really?
People joining?
Yeah!
Oh my god, they are joining my game and I have no idea how to play! I'm ready. Don't know the buttons. Let's go. Holy shit, ready.
Q chat.
Chatting. Wow, people talking this game. Alright, let's do this, guy. Oh, I get to see their backs. How many Chads are there? Can there be more than one Chad? Really?
Yep.
Wow.
So that way they confuse you so one Chad's hurt.
So people can't fight for characters no more. That's why they did that.
I'm the neighbor.
How did I know they're gonna pick Sawmill for you?
Huh?
How did I know they're gonna pick Sawmill?
I should probably do controller. I don't know if I remember how to play this on a mouse and keyboard. But it's okay. I'm going to do mouse and keyboard anyway because I had to learn it.
Waiting for other players.
No, I'm.
Oh.
No, I'm scared. This cutscene scares me.
It's running pretty smooth.
Spider!
Alright. I'm gonna blind him this time.
Spider, Slasher, and the Strangler. Slasher. Yeah.
Oh, you can only choose 3 hunters.
Yep.
Why does the spider look so mean?
Tell me where the blowtorch. It's gonna be the spider.
Jeez!
But I know how to counter the spider. Go over to it and punch it. Ah, I'm running! I wasted my flashlight.
Now you're blind.
I'm a shot. Help me now.
All right, 1 out. Oh, this spider's ridiculous. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. Oh, I thought baby spiders.
Enough.
So I don't get what's going on here.
5 more and I'll kill that spider.
Ooh.
There we go. Yo, this spider's crazy, bro.
Die!
Okay.
Hey, go guard
This map is weird, y'all.
I make chocolate. Oh, the spider! It's coming at me! I'm coming with my chocolate! Thank you! Reload it. Thank you!
There we go.
Someone get him.
Die! more gruesome.
So they're gonna try to go for revives. I'm not gonna let them. How do I do traps?
I already used my flashlight. Sorry. He's behind me!
Go for boys. Let's go.
Dang it, I heard him too.
You're just gonna stay stuck in that room, dude. I gotta run. I'm stuck in zone.
So my spiders kind of helped me out here, which is good. Okay. I think I see the other one.
Look at your babies.
There we go. Come on.
Frick, everyone's dying. E-Man!
All right, let's figure out what's going on here. I'm still.
It's fine, I'm running away now.
Yeah, I'm out.
Look at my spiders just hanging about.
I'm making a shot from front too.
Now let's get the job done.
Go get Captain over there.
Let's move.
I should go up there and do the wheel.
There we go.
I got you. The door's locked. I'm running away.
God, I'm halfway through my transition. The spider can get me.
No, not the spider.
Can you fuck off, you stupid freaking spider? You fuck off. Fuck off.
Yeah,
fuck
it's
off.
disgusting. E-Man found me.
Oh shit, man. Oh shit. Oh shit.
No, they took me down finally.
You shit, big spider. No, oh no, oh no. I'm in Brazilian food water. Help me.
Jeez, they show all that.
Yeah. All right, I forgot about the. I'm over here running around the map.
I'll do it. I'll spin it.
I'll have a chat. I can do that.
Yeah, survivors really got the advantage here.
Nick's healing me. I broke
You
it.
gotta go. Run.
Uh-oh, Nick's dead.
Run.
Nick, he actually died. This guy by the train died.
Oh no. Stay there.
Run away. Grab my shotgun. I have a shotgun. Grab it. Grab my shotgun.
Grab him.
We doing it, Chad?
I'm sneak attacking.
Grab him, Daddy.
Come get one of us.
Luckily, my spiders are still in the map.
Get the fuck off.
Yeah, you're dead, bud. You're done.
There we go.
God, did they make it more gruesome or something?
Guys, I'm still alive.
You
I got them all. Woo, that was a tough battle.
Guys, I'm still alive.
Jeez!
He's like
Woo! Woo!
God, you got all of them?
I got all of them.
What, they?
So the spider keeps spiders on the map? That is overpowered.
Daddy.
So you need the spider.
What the heck was I just saw you just grabbing people left and right.
Boy, me, 100% interest. You got a deal, Goy.
There we go.
Daddy, can I have your PC headphones?
So the match changes every time. Yo, that's something they've added with the new update. Gotcha. Total Massacre, I think they were new. Well, not only that, Jay, I'm pretty good at these games. Okay, so I had to remember left control to use the teleport mode. I gotta remember that. Because I think when I first started playing this, we did mouse or controller. Yeah, we're playing last year right now, guys. Thank you so much for coming in, everybody. All right, Jay, are you still trying to load in, bro? I did do it with a controller. I'm very used to it with the controller. It's gonna be different now with the mouse and keyboard, but I need to do it on here. 8 minutes. Wow, dude. 33. Ouch. I do like the spider though, but I think I kind of screwed up in terms of like. But this game is going to be on Xbox, I think, right? Or PlayStation? I forgot which one. I don't think they're going to do crossplay. I don't see the company doing that, really. I mean, because this is what their first game, I believe. I don't know what other games they make. I don't think I've seen them make other games. Boom, 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 dun, 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 dun. What's up, Loopy? How are you? Look at Jay. Really? What did you do, bro? Jay did something to my emo. Look, he added a heart to it or something. Look. Wow, broken heart and a tear.
Jay, Daddy, he messed up your emoji.
No, I didn't mess it up. He just edited them. They can edit the emotes, which is pretty cool. I like that. All right, so right now we're queue number 4 right now, guys. Wow, look at those. Got the little. I like that. These are actually great concept ideas, Jay. I'm not gonna lie. That last match had me at the edge of my seat. They kept coming back. I said, what the heck, man? I could have taken down the enemies, guys, but finally we figured it out. Finally, we did manage to figure it out, which is really nice. All right, so far we got Chad and we have Nick and another Chad. People love Chad. Chad is the way to be.
Daddy, look.
What?
Daddy, guess what? I'm playing this game called Tap Tap Titans, and look. I got the legendary sword, which is just me holding a sword.
Wow, look at that.
Look, Daddy. Look at.
No, that one was actually really good. I liked it a lot. Yes, I'm playing the game.
Look, Dad. I got the legendary sword. It's just me.
Okay.
It's just a sword holding a sword. Oh, it's 2 swords.
All right, let's ready up, guys. Let's ready up. Let's do this again. Okay, left control is to go into that mode. What other buttons do we have? Goliath Rush. Hold on. I have we have a middle mouse button. What is that for? The bell tower. I remember this map.
Bell tower?
Yeah, remember this one?
It's for the spider now. Look.
Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. How's it going? Pretty good, James. Or Loopy Llama. My bad. Why did I thought that was James? I'm completely misreading the letters here.
First, we're gonna need some blowtorches. We can use those to open up the sewer doors and make our way to the bell tower.
Oh, wait, bell tower.
We gotta get the doors open. We need to get some gears to get them moving again. After that,
It does. It really does.
top of the tower.
But maybe with the spider, we could change the way that works.
We get the blowtorch.
Strength, speed, stamina. Speed, stamina. Ah. Seriously? These guys are really blinding me, and they're really good. Come on.
You have no idea who you're messing with.
No! One down. Come on. Woo, spiders! That's right, come on. Get him down. Ooh. Yeah, the twin kills, absolutely. All right, let's get her out quick. Wow, the head thing's pretty cool. All right, let's check around the other areas, guys. Wow, my game just crashed. Wow. Wow, that's all I got to say there. So there better be no punishment for that, because this is entirely the company's fault, not mine. I was destroying them. Oh, that's so aggravating. It's all good. It happens. I know. You know, the thing is, too, is like computer screens, you look at letters. Sometimes like an L looks like an I, a J looks like a G. Not really, but you get what I'm saying. Like sometimes it's just not perfect. I do try the best I can to make sure I get your guys' name correctly. And I do apologize in advance, guys. And I'm sorry that the game crashed. I feel like, so it uninstalled and reinstalled your game. Interesting. I don't know why it crashed. GPU and CPU, I'm fine. Like, I don't know. Man, that's messed up. So what happens with them? Do they get the win? Yo, man, I'm gonna message these guys on their Discord right now. Like, yo, fix your game. Where's their channel at? Right here. Share. Do general chat. All right. So I'm trying out this game. It's free to play. This crashes very common. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happened, guys. Why do I always do that with my NGs? Crashes are very common. All right, I want to see what they respond to it. So I even put my specs on there. I put CPU 8700K, GPU GTX 1080 Ti, RAM 32 gigabytes at 32 megahertz dual channel. I want to get a quad channel RAM, but there's no need for all that extra RAM speeds for what? Like, it doesn't do anything. Jay, did you get it yet or no? Not yet. No way, right? My game is finally done. So all right, let's do Survivor. We'll try Survivor. I'm always into playing Hunter in these type of modes. But Survivors can be fun, especially with a party. You know what I'm saying? So right now I'm going to have somebody join me. We're going to go ahead and do that then. Okay, so hold on. Let me back out. I haven't played Survivor in a while, guys, so bear with me. So how are the survival attributes work? Oh, your cards work for both. Okay. So the cards are pretty universal. Gotcha. Okay. How do I invite you? I think I did it right. They only work for Survivor. No cards for Killer yet. Oh, okay. Wow. There's Jay. Look at Jay. Wow. I need to change characters though. I don't know what I want to play. It's this guy. Ugh. Very first match ever. Sorry. No, you're good. What am I doing here? I don't know what I want to play as.
Oh.
We already have we had nobody playing technician. Okay, we'll do technician then. Who am I? Am I really this guy? I don't want to be this guy. No! Yo, I'm getting good frames though. It may not look the same for you guys on the stream. You guys are only seeing at 30, but okay. All right, let's go. How do I do this? Oh, survivors can punch now? What? Oh man, this map I heard is this map was really bad.
You ain't got the chance to fucking win. I got the hot of the job. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yo, one of the survivors are taken out, guys. We gotta help these guys. Yo, why are they all dead already?
You're almost out. Get ready to hustle. I appreciate it. Now we go.
Wow. All right, let's try to go up with the rescues real quick, guys. I forgot about these.
Oh, not bad. I think I can build something. I will free you from this prison.
All right. Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go. Showtime.
Oh, it's so humid in there. These should come in handy.
Hang on, I'm gonna get you out.
Wow, how do I break out?
No.
Hurry up, no!
Thanks. Now let's get the job done.
This chap's hurt.
I'm going to. It's clear, guy. Let's do this.
How do I free him? Wow. Yo, none of us is doing the objective though, for real.
Jesus, you look horrendous.
Wow. Wow, that quick kill though. Yeah, we did terrible. Pretty much everything's hold up. Gotcha. Yeah, we got a pretty bad team. Oh well, not much I can do. I resurrected people, but can't do anything really. Oh, that's it. GG. Ooh. We get cards. Not much, but something. We got tokens. They're terrible. Yeah. It's okay. It's alright. Yeah, nobody posted anything under Discord yet. Oh well. I don't think nobody wants to comment on my comment. I want to change my character. I don't want to be this guy. What the hell? It'll be Nick. Alright. Let's... Oh yeah, I forgot I took the headphones off. Alright guys, we're gonna be doing the next round here in just a moment. All right, guys, we're getting ready for the next round. This time, bell tower. Hopefully we don't crash again. You guys know what time it is? Dandy, dandy, Twinkies. About to stuff our face in? No, not you. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go.
How dare you?
Boom, 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 boom. Is that another sponsor, right? Should be getting these sponsors, man. Making these people money.
First off, we're gonna need some blowtorches. We can use those to open up the sewer doors and make our way to the bell tower.
Oh.
We gotta get the doors open. We need to get some gears to get them moving again. After that, we'll still need to get to the top of the tower.
I have a feeling these will soon come in handy.
All right, what are we doing here, technician? We got nobody as a medic. We'll go medic. I don't like when nobody plays Rose, man. So they try to balance it out with the spider, I guess, for all the maps. Is that what's going on here? Spider just crawls through these two like nothing. I forgot how do I do the
Not a bad start.
Oh, R, okay. Come on, Jim, let's go, bro, let's go. All right, come on, Jim, let's go. Strangle at the objective.
Just making something useful.
I got you.
Really not much I can't do.
Watch out, friends. It's trapped right there. Any leads on a blowtorch?
Oh, the heels is reals. Oh, dude. I can't do anything. I'm a freaking medic. Oh, what just blew me up? My legs. What the? I lost my legs and arm. Wow. Yo, what just happened? Who blew me up? What? I think my own team just killed me, yo. Serpent, what's going on? How are you? I'm about to stuff this Twinkie in my face. What I'm about to do?
That's a fucking trap.
Ooh, you just said.
I always think they're so smart.
You just said the F word. Ooh.
Thanks. About time. Let's get out of here.
Oh, here comes the brute. Here comes the brute. I don't want to touch it. We're playing last year. I still liked the name last year, the Nightmare. I just felt like it had a better vibe to it.
Strong enough for a killer, but made by a woman.
Oh, look at her. She cocky.
For now, I guess.
Like that skin, though. That skin is pretty good. Right. Absolutely. How's the gaming section doing over here? Is it still not doing so well?
You are so lucky I'm here right now.
Yeah, I seen it.
Okay, let's get the hell out of here.
Dr. Nick and his healing hands are at your service.
All right, let's heal the teammates here, guys. All right, we gotta get these objectives done. We gotta stick together, yo. I forgot we could seal the doors as a technician.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, really, dude? Almost got me killed. This guy.
Hello, Rat. Can you show me the way out? If we could train the rats to work with us. A thought for another time. Physician, heal thy friend.
This guy almost got me killed with the door. You play Mortal Kombat X? I used to, not anymore. It's kind of old now. I love the Mortal Kombat. Just I don't play it that much anymore. I hate playing as a medic. Oh, dang it, he got me. I'm dead. Because playing as this guy is easy. We're all too split up, man. There's no teamwork here. Wow, holy macro. Yeah, they made this game gory now. Okay. It's empty, only about 6. Yeah, I believe it. Because they don't care about it. Building a city?
The Simpsons.
I don't want to play medic. I'm gonna go technician.
It's the Simpsons. Look what I got over here.
Oh wow.
Look what's right next to it.
Yeah.
Hey, kids!
Yeah. Oh, you love Mortal Kombat? Yeah. No, Mortal Kombats are great games. I'm a big fan, but like, I played more Mortal Kombat back in the day. No, not so much anymore. No. Get him, get him, get him, get him! Smack the giant! Oh! Oh, oh! Roger's down. He's dead. Ooh, just got lucky there.
Just as I thought. Our exit routes.
I'm trying to eat this Twinkie without touching it. These teammates are useless. Yeah. This is the bad thing. Usually games like these, you need a squad. But us two, we should be fine.
Daring escape.
We have that thing already. Come on.
Move. You know what I'm gonna do? How the hell do I barricade? Oh. Just get that barricade rolling in, guys. Let's get these ready in case the guy try to come in here. Just be careful running around, guys. At least we're in the tower area. He's gonna be inside. Shoot.
Gotta find that gear somewhere. Time to even you out.
Fucking monster! This is the worst day of my life. Can I at least get a message?
No, we're gonna have to stick together on this one because I forgot about these. Wow. Whatever, just kill me. I want this mode to be over with. She didn't even touch me, but okay. Yeah, I'm not really getting a great vibe on the survivor part of the game. I'm not. Before, I think it was much better, but I think you guys were saying survivors was easier. Try it again.
You think you were hugging an individual quick?
Yeah, it did. Survivor is easier if we didn't keep getting matched with new players. Yeah, well, probably because All right, how the hell? Where's my mouse? Jay, where'd you go? 1 out of 5. Oh, they do have it built in now. I'm surprised though. You think there'd be more players with it being on Steam now, which I guess there is, right? Because Survivors, it looks like we're getting matched pretty quick. Oh, your game crash. Dang, man. How do you have a game crash on the Unreal Engine? Like, what? No comment. So this is chapter 1, right? Chapter 2 is supposed to be coming out, so you think by now bugs would be done, right? I can understand like bugs with like new characters or new skins or new features, but like things that you've already had, why is this still issues? This game's what, a couple years ago? And then you ditched on your consumers for a year and now you're back and you're still having problems. I don't understand. I like the game. I like the atmosphere of the game. I think it's really well done. It's just optimization is a must. Crashes needs to go. Yeah. Oh well. You know what though? At least they made it. You know, it is what it is. At least they brought the game back. I'll give them credit for that. At least for that. You know? How long we been live, guys? All right, we're almost at 2 hours. So we probably got about 2 hours left. We'll see. We'll see how things play out. Let me see. Actually, I haven't set up these in a while. Hold on. I'm gonna have to set up these goes here real quick, guys, because we're waiting on this game really quick. So let me go ahead and get some preparations here while we're waiting. We're gonna wait for Jay to get in here, guys. Let's go ahead and try and invite Jay again. All right, so we're here now. So we're gonna go. I don't know why it does that. Like, why does it? Okay, where are we at here? Yeah, we're in the negatives. Hold on. Okay. All right, Jay, let me know when you're ready, bro. I'll wait for you. I'm not in a rush. So how easy are the points, you would say? That's not a current. What's our current amount right now? What do we have? Hold on, let me switch it up real quick. 10. All right, we're gonna reset this. What's today's date? Today is February 13th, right? All right, let's get that fixed real quick. Oh, duh, I did that completely backwards. Sorry, guys. There we go. That's much better now. Alright, we're just waiting on this round real quick. Hopefully we'll get a match soon. Jay, what happened? Where'd Jay go? Jay, let me know when you're back, bro. Okay. Okay, I think we're good, guys. I think we are good. Yeah, I gotta give me an adapter piece. I need to figure out why it's not... Did the stream just skip for you guys? I think it just skipped, didn't it?
Sound muted. See you soon. Microphone muted.
Did the game screwed up your PC? Jay, seems like you have a lot of issues with the you have that AMD graphics card, don't you? Dude, I don't know. I'm scared to even buy that card, bro. I've been reading online the bad things about it. Are you still in the game? Are you back in the game? I can't invite you, can I? Let me check on Steam. Oh yeah, you are back on. Hunter takes forever, man. It was screwed up before I got this. Oh, okay. Yeah, in terms of graphics cards, I think I'm gonna stick with the video. Oh yeah, we got a match. Look at that. Ooh. Jay, dude, I want to meet you on Discord, bro. Come on, we gotta get on Discord together. Where the hell is my Discord channel? Let's do this, bro. Let's do this. All right, we got a team. We got a team. How do we change our character? We could just do it here. Okay, gotcha. I'll just rock the default skin. No problem. It's now showing that my HDD is gone now. Wow. Yeah, hard disk drives, I notice, have a lot of issues on Windows 10. I'm having that problem too, like in terms of like files being fetched. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't want to go fully solid state. There is Jay. You didn't tell me this game comes with anxiety, bro.
Oh,
Oh my god. Nah, but you know what though? We just gotta stick together. That's all. We got this.
Yeah, if we just stay together ourselves and forget about the team,
because the other guys, if we all split up, we get screwed up. What are you gonna go with? Which class?
I'm gonna be the assault.
Assault? All right, I'm gonna be your medic then. Let's go. That way we have a combo.
That's the best way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yo, we got TTDV here. All right, guys, let's do this, guys. Let's go. Yo, so 5 survivors instead of 4. Like, this is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
They definitely improved in that aspect. Jay, where the hell are you? All right, come on, let's go. All right, looks like we're all sticking together. All right, teamwork makes the dream work. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, if we stick together,
I got you on the heels. Don't worry. Oh! Holy mackerel, the spider's right behind me. What the hell is the spider doing? Spider's weird. Creepy. Spider just staring at us like a creepy. What the?
why is he not attacking us?
I don't know. Maybe he's one of those friendly hunters. Might have a friendly hunter. I don't know. All right.
Somebody died already?
Yeah. Is this a bot? Oh. Oh my god!
Don't go.
Oh, whoops.
That will kill you.
It's okay, guys. I took one for the team. It's all good. Took one for the team. Wow. I'm gonna drag us into the streaming room so we don't get bothered. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think the game looks way better in terms of like everything. Like, oh man, their Discord is toxic, bro. I looked at some of those comments. I'm like, holy mackerel. But Dead by Daylight's the same way though. All these type of games are like a lot of toxic players. All right, am I spectating you? No, I'm not. Now I am. What's the spider doing, bro?
It's a friendly.
Spider's being weird. No, you know what? They're probably working on achievements.
Your friend Sam! I'll save
We
you!
have an achievement if we don't.
Much appreciated.
Skins that you can't die if you've already died. So yeah, that's doing that.
I'll patch you right up.
Maybe now I can make something good.
Yo, I noticed that the heals come back so much quicker now.
Oh, my dear God.
Somebody else will do an objectives.
Baby spiders. Oh, the spider blows up. What the hell? Oh, acid! Spider's OP, bro. Yo, this mech kit he regenerates so quick. Oh, but it goes down quick too, so I guess it makes sense.
Dr. Nick and his healing hands are at your service. Let me help you.
Okay, what's up, Thomas? How's it going, bro?
Oh no, really?
Aw, we all just connected?
Yep, the healer.
They dropped scrap too, so that's pretty cool. That's really cool. So, hold on a second. There we go. Oh gosh. Yo, the spiders keep coming? Oh my god, the minecarts actually roll through here and kill us? We're not enter, but we can't go all the way in there. Why? Oh, we can't upgrade our class anymore like we used to? Man, this game is so loud, bro. I gotta bump your volume up on Discord. Hold up.
What's a little blood? Let me help. Physician, heal thy friend.
It takes forever to heal somebody now.
I'll patch you right up.
We had a friendly killer
Right.
because you're supposed to get 3 escapes remotely dying to get that legendary skin, and almost died right after you.
Well, what else? What? Hold on, bro. I gotta bump your volume up. Like, you're so low. Hold on. And I know it's... I changed your volume. That's why. I talk now?
Is it better now?
Oh, hell yeah. Holy shit, I hear too much. Your decibels are really high.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
No, what happened? You died too?
I fell.
Oh, kind of like how I did.
Yep. Oh no, I'm getting ate by the spiders.
Oh, we can't climb those.
Oh, there you go, I'm back. Ow, that hurt. Yeah, well, I think you already scripted well, Brian.
These spiders do quite a bit of damage, though, to be honest.
Yeah, they do.
The new character on COD. I played COD for a little bit. I like that the new classes were added. About time.
We gotta do fuel too, what the heck? Leave me alone, spiders, no.
Yeah, so the healing doesn't do much like it used to.
Yeah, it does it.
And it goes down real quick.
They did a lot of nerfing on a lot of stuff.
What about the stun gun?
The stun gun is still OP.
Yeah, Thomas over here never adding us on Call of Duty, though. So mean.
I know, it's messed up.
Did you get your interview yet, bro? No. Yep. No, there's so many cadets now, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, we could check out the spider spawns. Oh. Nah, it's okay, bro.
Perfect. Get ready to watch.
Yeah,
I found this other server where a lot of the the old people that played on there went to. But they only do the 32 player thing.
Ooh.
I don't know. I know the 64 players is buggy and all, but honestly, I like the more players.
Yeah.
I don't. I know they, you know, a lot of these servers say more, better RP, 32 players, but I'm sorry, bro. Like, more players, the better. I don't like that you see the same faces, same people, same voices, and, you know, when something happens, everybody's curious because, you know, there's nothing else going on.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost punched the barrel, bro. I thought I was gonna blow up.
Oh, that would suck if that happened.
Oh my gosh.
See my bat?
Ooh, buy it. Yo, did I seriously swap out for this? Hey, you want a pipe bomb?
No. Those things are dangerous.
Yeah, they are. I don't know why I crafted for it, but why not?
It's like a suicide bomb. Oh, they're actually doing something. Hey, how about that?
Wait, what?
Our teammates are actually doing something. I've been doing all the
Yeah.
objectives so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Thomas. We try adding you, and wait, we can walk through this? What the hell? Okay.
Oh, wow, that's weird.
Yeah, is it supposed to be a solid object?
I think it's supposed to be, yeah. I jumped over it, but yeah. Oh,
You went through it too?
yeah. What the? Okay.
Yo, can the hunter talk? Can we hear the hunter or no?
They can talk, yeah, but
Please, man. Please.
Hurry, dog.
I don't think you can hear him though. But yeah,
Oh, the escape gate. We gotta hurry.
Up. You have to run.
why does he keep?
Oh my gosh. I killed him.
Yo, we gotta do the ejector, bro. We're about to lose. I'm not about to get sawed again. Because I didn't saw that coming. No, I'm just playing. That was a bad one.
Yeah,
Yo, GTFO, bro.
I know, I see it.
It's a video game. I saw it, man. It's expensive. $35, man.
Yeah, they had a lot of stuff good though. Uh-oh, what the?
Dr. Nick and his healing
He
hands are
glitched
at
through
your
the wall.
service.
Wow, we get a friendly spider and we screwed it up.
Yeah, we both died. What a fail.
Well, that one guy died first.
Almost.
Oh man, I want that legendary skin.
I can only get full points when I'm playing killer.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Playing Survivor sometimes, if you don't get a good team, it's useless.
But you know what?
That time, but
It's always been like that though on all these type of games.
yeah.
Yo, guess what, bro? Remember the video G-Force? Blizzard told them take the games off.
Wow.
Can you tell me how shady that is, bro? So that whole playing Modern Warfare on mobile now is not a thing.
Jeez, wow, that's messed up.
Yeah, well, at least not for the cloud part. I think you can still like remotely connect to your computer and do it, but it's not as good quality. Remember when I was playing the forest, bro? My graphics look crap. Every time I move, the forest look pixelated.
Yeah.
Tommy says stop being so cheap. I'm not cheap. I am cheap actually. I'm not gonna lie. But I have to be cheap.
What do you think of the update so far?
Of this game?
Yeah.
Okay, cosmetics, very nice.
Yeah. They,
I do, you know, coming from playing it before to now, I do like how they kind of revamped it. Like they kind of changed the menu, they changed the matchmaking. It gives it that asymmetrical experience, like vibe to it now. It looks like the other competitors, like Dead by Daylight, Identity V. Yeah, I'm eating these French fries right now because these are fresh with salt on them.
oh, nice.
You know what I do? I always say fries with no salt with a salt packet. They gotta be fresh, bro. They ain't fresh, I ain't freshin'. Oh, by the way, that Sonic movie, bro, if you can, you need to watch it.
Okay, I'll have to.
It was
Yeah.
no, it comes out tomorrow. I think I saw it on the I saw it on the 8th, I think.
My area here is we're like a week behind everything. So
Like when a new CD comes out, you gotta wait.
I'll probably get it on that one website before they even comes out on theaters.
Right.
I already seen that Bad Boys is already on that. That's like it'd be a good movie, that new Bad Boys.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it did look pretty good. Yeah, I did see Sonic Thomas. I'm telling Jay to go watch it. It's really good. I mean, if you're a Sonic fan, plus if you like Jim Carrey, which I do, I thought the movie was awesome. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I always like Sonic. I played every single one of the games, so. Well, all the Sega games when it was back on Sega, but not the new stuff.
Yeah, this new Sonic Adventures or whatever, I ain't digging it, dude.
Yeah, I watched a few of the people playing it, like, the Sonic card or whatever it was, that one looks kind of cool, but the rest of them are just,
Yeah.
The graphics are nice, but I don't want a 3D Sonic, I want the old school Sonic.
I know. Well, they made the Sonic 4. Yo, what's up with the matchmaking here? Should I back out? Oh.
I think it glitched.
Yeah, so they made Sonic the Hedgehog 4. It kind of looks like 2, kind of, but like more HD. But they made that a while ago.
Yeah, sometimes the matchmaking glitches.
Hmm.
Oh, we're gonna fix that, yeah, when? Okay, I don't recognize any of these names, so probably all new players again. Yeah.
Yep. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, at least the voice chat is better now because it's on Steam.
Yeah.
I gotta go wash my hands, man. I got salt on them. This is why I eat fries with a fork.
You can add your things to your thing, that all that stuff you bought. You can try those things, that'll make your character stronger.
Yeah. Well, I like that you can only equip 2, so that kind of balances out, I guess.
Yeah.
But the Hunter can't get none. That's crazy.
Yeah, the Hunter won't get any until the next season, in season 2, basically.
So first, we find some fuel. After
And
that,
then maybe
we
it'll be
open up the gate,
balanced,
and
kind
we're
of.
home free. We wheel the lift across the gym and climb to the rafters. Then we escape.
Okay, so nobody's going to assault. Okay, let's go assault. Oh, we got 2 assaults. Okay, we're both assault. We're gonna assault him. Do you like your fries assaulted?
Yeah, I really like. Wow, Jim, really? Oh man, I guess I'm growing onto you, huh? Wow, that was. Oh, whoa! What is this? This is a death trap.
Yeah, watch out for that. That's the spider death trap. Oh, we're all checking the toilets. Cool.
Yeah, I think one of us got to use the bathroom.
If we could train the rats to work with us.
It's a good place to hide, though.
Yeah, it's hard to hide in this game. We're going against the gym teacher, not Strangler.
Yep. He's going insane, too. Why is this person by himself?
I have no idea.
Wow, I'm low stamina, so I can't hit him. Okay, that's cool.
You should be.
Wow, I didn't know they added that.
What?
If you get low on stamina, you can't swing.
Yeah, that's always been a thing, though. No, I'm down. Wow.
Teammates just sitting there looking at you. Rescue me? Hello? No?
No way, man. Oh my god.
Together.
My teammate just stands beat up.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, and they They just sit there watching me.
Yeah, very cool.
This is a new team.
Okay. Any crafting materials here?
A few necessary components.
Alright, we're all together, Jim. We gotta stick together, bro. Come on. We're both the saw. Us together, we can knock the HP down. Another one, really? Jeez, we're all spawning here.
Just one
That
moment,
works.
friend.
Watch your back.
One moment.
Un momento.
Un momento. Okay, tú hablas español. Okay, I never knew that.
A little bit. Yeah, if you get one of those traps, yeah, those things are bad. The spider trap. He's killed another person. Wow.
Whoa, they spawned way over there. I don't want to set. Oh.
Oh, we still would fix that when you run into your teammate and like lags. I hate that.
Oh, that. Well, they changed the basement a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Thank you. Now you're back in my good books.
This mission's a little harder too,
This thing should
because
be
you got
on
a lot more to do.
Oh.
These should come in handy.
What the hell? Swing at what? What? Who? What?
Give me this.
No, Jim! How do you get him off of me? Jim!
Why can't I get him off of you? What?
Wow. I'm low on health. Do we have a medic? No, we don't have a medic. Shoot.
How did he spawn out when I was looking right at him? Come here. Come here.
Super Nick has arrived.
Come here. You. Come here.
Sorry.
Beat you up.
Mm-hmm.
This killer has tunnel vision.
Better.
Metal.
Just like Dad says. Always do your best.
Oh, you died. Hey.
Really looks painful. Just a book.
Wow, my mic was muted. Well, what's going on, Thomas? How you been, bro?
Well, come out here.
Mm-mm.
I'm trapped though.
Oh! Oh!
Worry about yourself, buddy. Don't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What is with this matchmaking, man?
I have no idea, bro. No idea.
Keep getting all the new players. There's no medics either, so nobody's held up, so you hit...
Well, imagine too. I just started, so that could be why.
No, actually, just random people. It's not like skill-based or nothing. Which is good, but we had no medics.
I knew you wouldn't leave me behind.
I'm trying to kill the killer, and we have nobody hit me, so I got like 20 health, and I'm trying to kill the killer.
Well, we do have one medic.
Yeah, they weren't doing anything, though. They weren't near us. Have you noticed that when you check some certain places too, like for scraps, it actually opens up now instead of just being...
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
Why would he just run right into that thing? Did you not see the trap on the ground?
Hang on, I'm gonna get you out.
Yeah, see how much more stuff that he actually added to... Wow, my game crashed.
Oh, he's after me because I'm weak.
See how it feels.
Wow, my game just crashed.
Seriously?
Yep. Fatal error crashed.
I swear, I'm gonna put you on the ground. Come on out. Let's go.
Again? This real life is literally
No, I got trapped. Oh, he's almost down. Can you get back in the match, or did they not add that yet?
See, bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, your prom queen.
I'll try.
That kid really came in handy.
You, right there.
Ooh, maybe I can.
Oh. Let's find out.
I'm dying. Can someone help?
Nope.
No?
Frazzled. A little help, medic?
I'm like barely alive right now. Medikit?
You didn't need any crashes or something like that. It should match.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Oh, what the? Oh, he got me. Well, this match's about to be over anyway, I think.
Don't worry, I can help.
That one, there's a good spot for that.
Yeah, that is, bro. That was, they changed events. They should randomly generate them. That way it's not always the same.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, it should be randomly. Instead of the same places, because people actually get to learn where they're at and they don't go there. But when you got new players, of course they don't know this stuff.
Right.
But this map, have you noticed how it's totally different than it was before?
Yeah, they added a lot of, like, objects now.
And they added the basement. You have to do more stuff in the basement before you actually get up to the gym.
Yeah, this guy's gonna be, he's gonna get captured soon. Man, that was good, man. All right, now I'm ready to play again. Sorry about that, bro. That whole match I was eating.
That's all right.
Oh, he's being pursued. Yeah, I'm getting used to it now, mouse and keyboard wise. I don't like that we got to use the G button. What was the G button again?
G. I know F is for...
Oh, G, I think is to put down the items.
Oh, yeah, G is to drop it.
Such a weird button. I guess, you know, I get a ground drop, you know, but...
Well, even Z, look at what was Z again?
Oh yeah, it doesn't even show you here because somebody joined, that's why. Yeah, Z is going to be... toggle flashlight? What the hell?
Like, wouldn't flashlight be like F? Then interact be E?
Yeah, but F...
E?
Yeah, that is true though. Why is everything F? So what the hell is E button for?
E button I don't think it's even used.
Well, we can...
E is, okay. Spell, okay. Q and E are spells.
So we get about 50 cards per match usually. Getting a bunch of tokens though. Alright, hold on, let me add you real quick, bro. We'll get used to it, we'll get used to it.
I don't think they give you enough of those arcade, you know, those new gems, the mystic ore. Enough that you can't actually buy anything with them.
Most games do that though, let's be honest. That's like a thing, you know, get you to spend that money.
They go in, but we're not going to give you enough to actually, because everything's like 700 or higher. But at least they give it to you though, which is cool. Some games won't even do that. They'll be like, no, you gotta earn that stuff.
Gotta earn it. Gotta earn it. Let me click that supply button.
And I think they said on the Discord ones when you unlock those, they're permanent, but everything.
Wait, what's permanent? What? Who? What?
So all you, the Discord skin, unlock any of those, permanent. Anything else after the new season, all your skins, everything.
Right. So wasn't Chapter 2 supposed to be coming out?
Yeah, they're working on it right now, but I'm not sure when it's gonna start. It's probably.
They still got to fix Chapter 1. Go, 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 go!
What? Yeah, they're gonna.
I mean, the game is what, $20, right? Average price, normal price. I mean, in a way, for a $20 game, it's not bad.
Yeah.
But you know what, though? Dead by Daylight was the same thing, and not that many. There wasn't that many problems with it. I do like these maps better though. Like, remember Identity V? We used to play that, and that was cool for, you know, obviously for being a mobile game. The maps were pretty sweet for being on mobile, but like Dead by Daylight, I like it because it's like more of a horror aspect to it. But this, it's like a variety. Like, it's not the, because Dead by Daylight, a lot of the maps look the same, like the cornfield, open. You know, I know they added some building.
I hate that one. I despise the cornfield one. Especially as killer, because people could just hide in that cornfield and you can't even see it. You just like disappear. Like, okay, where'd you go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go medic. I'm gonna go medic for you guys. Let's go.
Okay, we got one medic still.
Got a medic, man. We got a medic. I'm gonna med. Kid, what the hell are we doing? Let's get the hell out of here. F1 for help. What's F1?
This guy's trying to cross something already.
Oh, I can increase movement speed with E. Q for Moonwalker. Oh. No! Oh, in the saw though.
Somebody just got split down the middle.
Yeah, I saw that.
Split through the uprights. Why can't I hit this dude? What the?
Does the hunter get killed by it too?
What is the heck? Why can't I hit this dude?
Yeah, he's like the Matrix.
Like he's invisible and aiming right at it. What the? Kill this guy?
I gotta get you guys heals, man. My bad. Who's the assault here? You are, Jim? I got you, bro. Hold on.
I'll get you fixed.
Oh, I can heal you from way over here. I like that. How much health do you have? Hold on. I got one more time. Hold on. Oh, well, let me heal myself a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta get over there to help them, yeah. You and Chad, come on, guys.
Well.
Just disappear? Come on!
Oh, I'm over here sitting.
Here, come on. Okay, let's go do the objective now since you guys didn't do anything. Oh, life is soft.
No, I gotta get you guys heals. Where you at? Yeah, that salt thing's annoying. Oh! Okay, that's bad.
Chop my legs off. Yeah, this saw thing sucks. Well, I'm dead.
No! No wonder nobody likes this map.
Yeah, this map, It kind of favors the killer, honestly.
It does. It does. Bell Tower was that way for a while, and then people finally caught on to it, like the the whole system. I think with this being a newer map, though, it favors the hunter a little bit.
Yeah, with that.
Yeah. See, everybody went technician and assault.
Oh no. Finally. He's dead now. I got 10 health left, but he's dead. Why would you walk right into the trap?
Okay,
Wow.
have a torch.
What a dude.
Could I get a med check?
Yeah, could I get some meds? I'm
I'm
dying.
here. I'll
Oh,
get you
no.
out of there.
I got you, bro. I'm coming out now. Once I get out of here, I get you guys on the heels. Watch out behind you, spiders.
Wow.
Don't worry, Jim. I got you, bro. Let him throw you. But never mind. No wonder nobody likes this map. Holy mackerel.
Wow, lots of cut in half. Wow.
You don't look healthy.
He just threw you at the saw, bro.
Listen, Frank,
That was an epic kill. I like that.
You'll feel better in just a second.
This would favor the giant for sure. This matchup.
Shit. What? God damn it.
This map favors the giant and the strangler. Each one of them can throw you right into that saw.
I can open this. I've got +2 strength.
Ooh, come back. So I can die again.
So weird in there.
No time for thank yous. Let's get going.
You got full health?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's gonna need help.
Let me go.
Oh, I just saved him. Oh! Oh, I'm down. Oh, no. Goodbye. Hey, at least I got him from getting sawed.
Yeah? Okay, can I jump? I can't jump that? What the? Really? Saw. Oh no!
I'm gonna stay medic, bro, because somebody's got to heal the team. Oh, God. Oh, you're dead. Oh, damn. What the?
Top
If
left.
that wasn't a fatality or not, he did good.
Wow.
He a beast on that map, bro. He ain't playing. He wants his points.
Definitely.
But you know what, though? That map is very open, so that favors that guy, obviously.
Yeah, it definitely. You can just throw him anywhere and hit that saw, and yeah, that's. I don't like that map. If we can vote for maps, I'm not voting for that map.
All right, Thomas. Sounds good, bro. Sounds good, man. Thank you so much.
That map out the rotation.
Yeah. I just think they should have kept the original school map, though. I mean, I guess it is sort of original, but I guess
Added more
there was too many exploits on it, so it did needed an update.
Yeah, there was way too many exploits. But once you get into the gym, though, it's so much different. It's like the same gym, but you have to get to it first. That's the problem, is getting to the gym now, because you don't start in the gym like they used to.
Right.
You have to actually do all the tasks leading up to getting to the gym, so it makes it a little harder.
Dum, dum, dum.
Because before you used to just get the gas, fill up the gas thing, and then go and get out of there, but now you gotta actually get up to the gym.
Yeah.
It's a little more grindy for the survivors on the gym.
Yeah, but that was okay, because the gym was pretty quick, remember? People just got to the scissor lift so quick.
Yeah, the gym turned out pretty quick. I like this one. The tattoos all over his hands. His neck's tattooed up. But yeah, we need to start using our arcanum. Our spells.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I did use one.
Yeah, I used my speed one, but it didn't do me much good when I got thrown into saw. Ooh, that would be a good one. Increase the damage you could do on the fiend.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Escape without being killed. In the Infernal Combustion skin, you have to have the Dream Team. Escape with full teammate without any classmate deaths. We could have had that one of if that one of us would have died in that one match where we had a friendly killer.
Right.
Like, I know. What's that one? Let's do that one.
Navinoa isn't just for guys like this. Every driver deserves quality parts. Right?
It's weird.
Did you start the queue?
Hold on a second. I'm gonna try to get 2 people in here with us. Give me a sec. Hold on.
Okay. I know Bori had it, but he won't play it.
Yeah, he's more into like shooters.
But, yeah, he bought this game. I don't know why he did, but he did.
All right, give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, they open up the sheriff's department now on the server. So honestly, well, today there's not, but a couple days there's been more like
Did you see on Eclipse that they got this monster truck speedway thing going on?
yeah? What is that?
I don't know. It's something to do with the monster trucks. So I guess they're having everybody race monster trucks or something.
Oh.
It's a roleplay server for GTA.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think you were part of it too.
Really, I am?
I think that's the one we got whitelisted on. You had to get whitelisted.
Oh, the Eclipse thingy.
Yep. Yeah, they're having a monster truck speedway on the 16th, looks like. That'd be cool if you actually could drive monster trucks. That'd be awesome.
I like the music. The music kind of gives me like, man, speaking of that, bro, I think I need to, I've been saying this for the longest time, but I need to wipe these games off my drive already. I think I'm gonna, like the ones I haven't played or not even gonna consider playing, I'm just gonna remove them. I got some just sitting there and it's like, they're not even that big though. Some of them are only like 2 gigs, 3. That's not like that's gonna make much of a difference, but it still would be a help.
Yeah, 2 gigs is quite a bit when you need space.
Yeah.
And if you have multiple games that are around that same size, it will get you space back pretty fast.
Alright, give me a second. They're coming in now. Hopefully, maybe we'll get some teamwork once we get like a steady team, you know?
Yeah, that'd be nice, yeah.
Especially in Survivors, man. We need a squad.
Yeah, Survivors, if you play with randoms, it's...
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. We had some interesting encounters in the beta, I remember. The conversations that were held were just... Some of them were hilarious.
Yeah, they were. And now you just get toxic players.
Yeah, well, these kind of games are always toxic, to be honest with you. Like, even, Dead by Daylight, when I play on Xbox, you know what kind of DMs I get? Oh my gosh. Oh, you're a camper. You're a noob. Oh, you're a tryhard. Oh, why you do this? Why you do that? I'm like, well, dude, stop complaining and learn the game.
Yeah. And some of the characters you don't have to actually camp with either, because they got those abilities where you could like trap the area where you hook somebody onto, and you don't have to camp.
Yeah.
I actually played it the other day. I did pretty good.
Well, I'm kind of scared because if this server adds that new script where people rob banks and your money's in it, you lose like 5%. It's not a lot, but it adds up.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't become a thing.
What's funny though is why do they have where you could rob somebody's house but you can't store anything there? So what are you robbing?
No, you can buy a house and you could store your stuff. But I know what you mean. Like, I don't think you can steal the player stuff. I think it's just I think it's like just a universal script, like you steal cash. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I've ever responded to a house robbery. It's always been bank robberies or store robberies. That's about it. Unless the house robberies are not working. But I've never had a report. And then there's the drug system too. I like it too, because like if you deal drugs, it gives us an alert. But I don't think it's working properly, because I've responded to some and nobody was around. I'm like, what the? I think it's like maybe the AI is selling drugs. I don't know.
It could be.
Because some of the NPCs looked kind of funny. I'm like, well, you don't look too like you up to no good.
Yeah, some of them do.
Like one time I responded to a store robbery. I go in, I seen an NPC walk out. I'm like, huh? I go inside, there's no player. I'm like, did the local just rob the store?
It's possible. So, some of the glitches that they have in there, it's possible.
Yeah. Nah, but what I noticed the most though is I know a lot of times people are complaining about the cost not being around. A lot of them are just kind of like on their alternate accounts. I know them by their voice, you know, but I know like some of them will play medic, some of them will play as a criminal. I don't know. I don't play it that much to really be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I only have one character. That's all I have time for. I don't have time for like 2-3 characters.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have different views of the server rather than just playing one side. At least now you can do both. The criminals got the upper hand for sure. Bro, you can make $140,000 robbing a bank.
Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Now, yeah, you gotta get it clean and washed and all, but it's 140,000, bro. Really? Like, cops only get what, like 2,000 an hour or a salary every half hour or so. So you think you play a full hour, you make 4,000, but a guy robbed the bank 10 minutes, made 140K.
As long as they don't get caught.
You know.
They gotta be able to get away and not get caught.
And then now everybody in the city's getting chips, so now people are modifying their cars and bikes now. So like the thing's pretty useless. Hey, there's Buzzard. Yeah, go ahead and invite your friend.
It took him forever to join.
Yeah, I was trying to send invites. There were issues with it.
Ah. I like this character though. The skin is so awesome on this Chad. Why did you play your new skin person? One that you got for free.
Oh, but with him?
With the girl or which one you
Oh, well, yeah, because, wait, which one? Was it her? Sam? Or no, it was Amber. Yeah, but you got her, though, don't you? Oh, no, I'll play her, yeah. I used to like playing her. She gives me, like, that Daphne feel. Alright. Alright. So is that everybody? Are we good? I don't think they chat. It's all good, though. I'd rather play with the same people over and over.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
With this being a free weekend, I'm sure there's a lot of new players.
Yeah, that's why you're having what you're having right now. And I bet you the hunters are loving this weekend. Like, yeah, easy achievements. Bring it on.
We get free kills, woohoo!
Oh my gosh.
I'm basically a noob too because I haven't played this since it relaunched.
Yeah.
It got frustrating. The killer definitely got frustrating because every time I faced somebody, it was like a try-hard team that was always together, so you could not single them out.
Yeah. Well, I'm like, remember how I've been talking about the keyboard or the motherboard and CPU? I don't know, man. I might hold off. I want to do it, but I might want to hold off. I don't know. It's a lot of money. And I know, like, I was really looking at benchmarks, bro. Even with that new processor, I'm not really gaining that much. Except, yeah, I'm getting more PCI lanes and... But you know what I realized what my biggest problem was? Is my power supply, bro.
Mine, I know, is Windows 10.
Oh, don't get me started with Windows 10. Oh, this map again?
Because after restarting my PC, now my hard drive is not showing.
No, that's common. I've had that issue. There's a workaround for that. You have to rename it. Because sometimes when you restart Windows, it's still in the registry. You have to readjust it.
And that sucks because...
Oh wow, we got full medics. I like this. I'll go technician then. All right, guys. So let's do it.
Nice. First game of Survivor. Oh no, this is gonna be interesting.
It is. All right, let's stick together. We got this. I like that we can punch now. Not that it's that effective, but it's nice to have.
Yeah, I think it's like 10 damage or something per swing or something, but with the weapon it's more, but at least you could do it though, which helps defend yourself.
Well, I'm shooting a hunter. Hunter behind us. Yeah, I'm not going in there. Yo, spiders everywhere. What the hell? Yo, we gotta help a little weeb, guys. I'm gonna go in the bottom.
Fuck yeah, let's go!
We got it? I need to get these scraps, man. I keep slacking on the scraps. I need to scrap more. Scrappy. Scrappy power! Oh.
How you can't get him off the... That's weird.
No, keep him from teleporting. No, get him! No! Jim! Why do you do this to me?
Well, that sucks. You can't do any damage to him, but he's killing either, which sucks.
Well, that's all. That they added that in the beta.
Yeah.
Man, he stabbed me in my face. In my faces.
Oh, somebody else is dying. Oh no, I got gas.
I don't want to know that. That's TMI, bro. Just for this, I'm gonna spectate you, Jim. Come on. Hail that gas. Smell that gas.
Okay, let's go get you rescued. Oh no, spider. No stamina, I can't kill the spider.
Oh, there's a door by you, I think. Yep. That's me.
Rescue you. I think you're the only one that died so far.
Alright, I'm here. Let's go. Let's do this.
Let's get out of here. Working on
There we go.
Oh yeah, let's do this. How am I looking on scraps? 6? That's all I got. What the hell am I gonna do with that? Nothing. Oh, big spider.
Oh, he fell in the hole. Okay, that's cool.
Time to deal some
Haha.
justice. Shit, gas!
I'm up here to prevent the spider's gonna try to spawn.
It's gas!
One thing I like about this though, they actually could heal you while you're walking, which is cool. Pops out a whole bunch. Come here, spider. Come here. Leave my teammate alone.
Alright, see, it's a little better when we got a team.
Oh no.
No! No! Oh, spider's wrecking all of y'all.
Wow, okay, I just died to the acid. I went down there to try to help that guy out and died myself.
Ooh.
The spider just got ran over by the
Oh, I did?
train.
I saw that.
So I guess they can be killed by that. Okay, cool. At least that's fair to both of us.
Right.
Can they be killed by the saw?
Alright, we need to all stick together, heal each other up here.
Just making something useful.
How do you get the
There's
resources?
actually not much I can't do.
I need scraps, man.
I got him on fire. That hunter's on fire.
I know you're
Oh
there.
no, why did I do that for Al?
I'll find you. I'll take this.
Man, that train's scary. Oh, he's on me. Help me! No! No! No!
I tried.
Yeah, this is what I need.
Oh, dang it.
Come on, Jim, I'm spectating you, bro, to make it look bad.
I'm trying not to. Just don't die. Okay, so you're over there. Somebody wants to go with me? Okay, cool. That works. Sweet. Why is that not breaking? There you go.
God has your back. Let me use the network.
Oh, wow.
Here you go. You're the fuck up.
No. Wow.
Get out! What's going on?
Oh, Jim, you got him in a corner. No! Jim! No!
Man, he had this thing trapped out big time. Come on, stand up. He slit my throat. What a beauty. Wow, he had so many traps there. Holy cow.
Right. Who's that? Little Weeb and Lunatic. What Lunatic doing? He's hiding somewhere. What the hell? Oh, he was in the bathroom. Oh!
He had to go.
Right.
He was so scared he had to go.
You're almost out. Get ready to hustle.
I do like that you can hide in that.
Take it. To who, what?
I like that you can hide in the bathroom. Though. That's pretty
We're a
good.
team. Let's go get it.
See, there's not that many doors here to really like. Oh gosh.
You got gas.
I still can't get air.
Oh no, the Strangler's got one of them. Oh god. Yo.
Oh shit!
No! How long am I gonna be stuck for? I'm dead. Well, he's weak though.
Why has he got a purple outline for?
Huh?
He's got a purple outline though. That doesn't make sense.
Might be one of the burning cards. Why is my hand backwards? What the hell?
Oh man, really?
Oh, we still got 7 minutes, bro.
I got abandoned. Lunatic abandoned me. What is this guy doing anyway? Oh, he's going to get the objective. Wow, you abandoned me to go get the objective, so you're going to die by yourself. Okay. Oh, we lost this one. He's the last one left. He's rather do the objective than actually stay with his teammate. Yep, we're due.
I'm going to.
And what if they change that? I could choke you out now and you can't get free.
Don't do this. Please don't do this. It's not worth it.
You'll get ran over by the train, watch.
Break the cycle of violence, man. Just let me be.
The heck is that noise?
I don't know. It sounded weird, didn't it? Oh, that's game over. If it wasn't for that random guy, I think we could have had a chance, but that random guy was not very good.
It's okay. At least I think it went better than last round for sure.
Yeah, we lasted a little longer, but... Our problem was we went into that same room and to rescue you and we all died. I died.
Yeah, it's okay.
There were so many traps though. It was ridiculous. I tried to get rid of the traps and he spawned in.
It's okay, guys. We'll get next round. I like that it's... Yeah, but the random's better than nothing. It's 4 of us, so... But yeah...
If you would have stayed next to me...
We had 2 medics, though. I don't understand. It was weird. And again, we're coming across some really, like... Some really good hunters, too.
Yeah, he was pretty good, but if Lunatic would have left me and went for the objective, we could have actually lasted a little longer, but...
Right.
Because he abandoned me, then I got killed instantly, like, right after he abandoned me. You can't just run off by yourself.
Sawmill again?
Holy cow, what is with this voting? Everybody wants to play this map. Why can't the survivors vote for maps too?
Right, it's probably just because it's the new map. This is definitely a hunter's map. There's traps for the hunters.
That stupid saw.
And I had to admit though, first time playing as Spider, bro, I think I did pretty well. Good.
Yeah, you did. You dominated.
Man, all right, what do we have? I'm gonna go medic. I'd rather have more medics than anything, because then we can use shock troops and stuff. All right, let's go, guys. 2 medics. All right, who's the assault? Jay? Jay, you got 2 medics to heal you up, bro. Let's go.
Woohoo, hopefully they...
Come on, Buzzard. Leave no man behind. Oh, no. Buzzard.
Searching.
Buzzard. Oh, no, that little lag spike. Honestly, it's running pretty well, but I kind of feel like...
Scary.
I'm getting, what, 100 FPS? I wish, what setting affects FPS more? I gotta figure it out. Let me take a look real quick without dying. Oh, well, never mind. I got you, I got you. Get that strangler.
Double killer. Nice.
Oh, yeah, see, teamwork, bro. Double. He did.
That's what we did last time. We didn't have that last time too much.
No, he's on me. Help me, guys. Oh, God.
Why can't you get him to release no more? Why did they change that? That's stupid. Come here, you. Come here. Come here. Come here, little coward. Come here. Wow, I got blinded.
There we go, there we go. Okay.
How many hits does he take?
Right, well, a lot of us were just using, a lot of us were just using our regular hands.
What do you need? I can help. Let me grab this.
I hit him with the pipe like 35,000 times.
Shh.
The pipe does a lot more damage.
Let me help you.
Almost walked right into that saw. That was...
Yeah, we all almost did.
Need a hand? I've got 2. And a med.
There we go.
All right, let's get the heals in. Man, these medics come in handy, bro.
Here, I'm basically already a doctor.
This time we got some good teamwork. Okay.
Yeah. Careful, hunters nearby. Oh, giant! No!
Oh, man.
That's another one down. Shoot. Get away from that saw, man. I know, right? Right?
Dang, that sucked.
Oh, he's coming.
I was trying.
I'm gonna try to go for the revive for one of you guys. Where'd he go? He disappeared. Oh, he's over there. Good. Are you still trapped?
I've got you. Take a chill pill.
All right.
No.
Let's get these heals in, guys. Get these heals in.
Just a few more.
Oh, I don't have enough. No. I'm coming. No!
I used my spell to die.
Hey, who else is the
At least I got a couple more big hits into it, though.
Here, I got some meds.
Ooh wee. This area gets dangerous. We gotta be careful around here, guys. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, Thomas!
Just stay down. Come on.
He died?
Oh, the giant got ran over.
Wow, right.
He spawned in, got murdered instantly. Nice. This map is dangerous for everybody, so that's good. At least it's not one-sided.
Shit, that's him!
I thought they were. Did you say they rescued me? What happened? That's what happened.
What's that blue ring? Oh!
Run.
Oh! I got hit by the train. No.
Crazy.
That game is crazy. Yes, it is crazy. What the heck?
My train. Oh no.
Yeah. I tried to jump out for safety, bro. That train came right at the wrong time.
Oh man.
Big ouchies.
Camp in this area too.
Yeah, that spider got hops, bro.
He does. I seen him just sit there camping in my area too, trying to give respawn, and he just sit there camping me. He's trying to get him killed there. Keep him on the train tracks.
Just gotta bait him onto the train. Oh! Oh, he's gonna go down. What's with the purple on him? I don't get it.
It's one of his abilities that he has. I think it's like over your move or something like that.
Yeah, I'm getting sick of that map already.
I know.
Damn, I'm not liking this low score, man. What the hell?
It's very punishing if you don't. All your survivors don't get out and you don't get much.
Yeah.
I got 100 points for killing. 100 tokens for killing. Cool. If you get kills though, as Survivor T, you get more tokens, which everything. We gotta survive. We were doing so good too, and then that train area just destroyed us.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh!
That's like the worst part of the whole map.
We're better than randoms. I mean,
Yeah, at least we're not dying in the first minute.
what the hell is wrong with me? What?
What is what? What?
I have no idea.
Who does he talk to?
Who?
Somebody in the game was talking to one of us.
I didn't hear anybody.
Yeah, I heard somebody talking. It said something about what is with your picture or something like that. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just gonna vote a map because I don't want that stupid map.
I'm gonna go for the gym. Hopefully get the gym.
Hey, you got your gym, bro. Gym 13. No, I'm just playing.
This one's so much better if you get to the gym part.
Yeah, the basement's the deadliest.
Yeah,
But you're right.
Sucks. And I think out of all the maps, I think this one's more the survivor sided.
Well, this is the throwback too. You know what I'm saying?
Because I don't really care for the other two because there's so much objectives you got to do. The bell tower is the worst one, I think, for survivor.
Yeah.
That the new map. But of course, the new.
Oh yeah, bro. No.
Church.
What?
That's gonna be interesting.
Church is okay.
Because they're gonna add a church and then they're gonna add a priest, which is gonna be interesting because he's an elemental priest, so he uses like fireballs or something like that.
Fuel. After that, we open up the gate and we're home free. We wheel the
That's
lift
gonna be
across the gym and climb to the rafters. Then we escape.
You know, I'm gonna go scout this time. I'm tired of being assaulted and getting murdered all the time. The killer's close. Your eyes are rolled back of your head.
Really? I'm not even in the game yet.
Yeah, your character looks like your eyes are like rolled back. You know how the Undertaker does the eye roll?
Oh yeah. All right, let's go, guys. We got this. Go, 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 go. Yeah, this map. Oh, we start on this side though. Well, we have to come out this way anyway. Just
Yep.
get these spiders out of here. Forgot about these vents we can go through. It's been a while.
Yeah, this is all new areas like here.
It's so darker here now.
It is. Oh, spider.
Where'd it come from? Let's go downstairs.
He just came out of the ground. The killer's close. Oh, yeah.
Spider's almost down, almost down. No, maybe not. Spider got a lot of health. And he heals. Where the hell is everybody with the heals?
I don't know. Oh. Everybody's down.
Wow, how did he just vanished? Wow.
It's a known glitch.
Jim, we're in trouble, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna get validated on this one. Yeah, they need to fix the where he spawns out right in front of somebody looking right at him.
I'm gonna try to revive one.
I'm being held against my will.
I got two people out. Oh gosh.
What are you looking at, Rat?
I feel like I'm gonna pass
Watch out for that ambush spot there too.
Behind you. Man, the health, man. Mad HP. Oh, I'm out of the map. What the hell? Okay.
I just seen that on your stream. Wow.
Oh no. Right, Thomas got it. Thomas said keep your head up and your ass down. We got this. Come on.
killers around here.
All right, I'm gonna spectate one of you.
Is there a doctor in the house? Trap!
What the? Really? Really, dude? Really?
Yeah, each character has their own thing, Jim or Thomas. Oh, Spider brought him underground. Ooh.
No, that hurt. Why would you go back to it? Wow, yeah, we lost this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the ambush spots. He walked into it.
That's the ones with the yellow ring.
Yeah.
That was brutal, bro. I watched the whole thing, him getting sucked down. Looked pretty cool.
Yeah, the spider comes out, grabs you, and pulls you underneath. Yeah, that's cool. They still got the ambushes where the guy with the axe, he comes out of the skylight.
You're okay. I got you.
The spider's almost dead. We just gotta.
Yeah, we got
All right.
more hits on him.
Possible.
Just gotta gang him.
Gotta save stamina.
Yeah, that stamina meter sucked. They must have updated that because it wasn't that bad before. Now you get like 2 swings in and you're out of stamina.
Wait till they get a load of me. Dick won't know what hit.
It's okay, we're reviving each other.
Did you lose it?
All right, let's stick together, guys. I think so. Seriously, how the hell did you teleport out of that?
Yeah, they need to fix that. The most they've done to this game is still have a fix where he can spawn out when somebody's looking right at him.
Garbage picker now, I guess.
So many spiders! Holy crap!
Watch out for that trap.
How do you know where the trap is without the identifying it?
It's my character spots it.
No, I know, but I mean, without that, like, how would we spot it?
You don't?
Yeah, that's bad.
It is, because if you don't know where they're
Because the other hunters, you can tell, like, where their zones are.
Yeah, this one here don't tell you unless you have a scout telling you.
I'll take these.
You need to just walk right over top of it. Wow.
We need to take out these,
Oh my god.
spider. Oh, God.
Where'd he go? How does he keep spawning out? Yeah, he's exploiting this game somehow.
Yeah, when he heals, no medic. Oh, gosh.
Dickbag put a trap right there.
There's a oh, nope, Buzzer just went to the trap. Nope, no.
What the shit? Gas!
This dude's, I think he's exploited, this killer is exploiting it. There was 4 people looking at him and he spawned out. Come here, you. Come here. No.
Get back there!
Just when you
This guy maybe happen.
Time to even the odds. Putting down a turret. See what I do?
Oh, he's almost down. He's almost down. Wow.
Yeah, this dude doesn't back up.
Ooh. Wow. Well, we get back up anyway, right?
Yeah,
Spider's ridiculous, bro.
he is, but this dude's hacked. I'm pretty sure of that. Because we had 4 people just looking at him a few seconds ago.
Yeah, I think there's like a lag delay or something.
chill pill.
Come on, Jim. I got you, bro. All right, we gotta stick together, guys. Come on. All right, who's the medic? What are you? You're assault. All right, so you're gonna have more health.
We need fuel, and it's right over there.
I'm gonna make a baseball bat, so if I die, take it.
I had a shotgun, but then I died. So.
How do I drop this G? All right, come on, let's go. And he's a strangler. This is bad, Jay.
We still gotta get some fuel.
Somebody just got killed because they went by themselves.
Just a few more.
Careful, Jay.
Pay attention, please.
Can we get this started?
Actual help.
What happened to my baseball bat? I never crapped it? What the hell? He's gonna try to... Oh, gosh.
Hey, this low stamina is annoying.
Get the fuck away from me!
I think it made this game worse. Yeah, they made this game worse. That stamina thing is not good.
Getting you! 1 sec.
He's gonna get me.
You okay? Let's get the hell out of here!
Should I go scout again or assault?
What? No! Nice. What movie are you watching, Thomas? No.
Registering.
Yeah, it's I feel like there should be oh, there is ping. So you could see player ping. Okay. The hunter is the host, so obviously we can't see their ping. So this person's from overseas because we're all having 100+ ping.
There's some people complain about playing in Brazil. They have like 400 or 500 ping.
Wow.
Like, how could you play with that? Okay, yeah, I was just looking at you and you spawned out. Okay, that's...
Well, at least we're all here. The hunter is struggling, though. Let's see, what's...
I still think he's cheap, though.
Well, I am getting less frames because I'm playing in 3840p. So hold on, what if I go back to 1080? What do you think?
Should? Yeah, 1080 probably better.
Dude, 140 FPS. Hell yeah.
Hey, it's Raj. You can count on me.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this guy's hacking or what's going on, or this game's really glitched, because there's been several times he spawned out when you're looking right at him.
I changed some of my settings, bro. Hell yeah. Oh, now I got the FPS, bro. I'm ready now. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. Wow. Oh, hell yeah. Bro, honestly, bro, I do like the 4K because like my camera zooms out a bit better, but I need FPS, bro. For this game, I was able to hit the 100 better. That's the thing about PC games, bro. If you play at 60 FPS and everybody's at like 100 plus, you're at a disadvantage, bro.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Games
varies from like 70 to like sometimes around 100.
Yeah, mine's jumping everywhere. It goes from like 90, 80 even sometimes. Wow, it's going from 80 to like 140. That's a big. What the hell?
Mine does the same thing too.
Oh, the giant.
And now mine's at like a steady 95. Then it's dropped to 53. When this guy walked towards the giant, it went to 53. What is this person doing?
My mom taught me a couple things.
Do you remember who Buzzard was? Was that somebody I invited, or is that a random?
That might be a random. Little Weeb and Bizarre are the ones who...
Okay, so Buzzard is one of our guys then, okay.
Yeah.
He was being kind of weird, so I was wondering, what is he doing?
Yeah, above us? Oh, what the hell?
Let's get
Yeah, we
some
gotta
fuel,
go up to the
yeah?
top now.
That's supposed to be the plan.
Oh, come on, man. That's so stupid. Whoa, seriously? Oh, at least I weakened him a lot more. I got the bat too. No.
Fall away.
You can grab my bats on the ground.
There you go. Oh no, yeah, I'm by myself though.
No, there's somebody else here too. Hold on. It's you and Bizarre.
He's on the other side of the map. So yeah, I'm by myself on this side of the map. I'm dead now.
Yeah, they definitely added more gore for sure compared to the beta.
Yeah.
There wasn't no limbs and body parts coming off.
Being destroyed, yeah. They said they're going to change it up because everybody wanted more gore, so like, okay, we'll change it.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should go back to being a scout, because I like scout because you can spot but the weapons are better on scout too. Assault weapons suck.
They do suck. But assaults are needed though to take out the killers, because if not, bro, he's gonna come through the wall.
Almost there.
32 seconds, we lost.
Thanks. Oh, it's
Almost
so
started
humid
reading
in there.
something.
Well, you got it.
Lace up. We're out of here.
That's something they added too. That if all the players are dead, they will respawn like 3 at a time. Yeah, we lost this match.
Yeah, it's automatic GG. They added a gate here? What the hell?
Yep.
Yeah, they got tired of people exploiting.
You have to put the gas into this gas thing over here, and yeah, it's a lot more work on this map, but
I see. Well, now there's no run through it. You know what I'm saying? They blocked it.
yep. Because you have to go to the base, but you have to do all the missions or stuff down there. You gotta unlock the gate, go upstairs. Then you got another gate you have to unlock.
No more tokens.
Yeah, and I reported that guy too, because to me, he thought he was hacking. Just by the way he was spawning out all the time when everybody was looking at him.
Uh-oh. Gymnasium again?
Wow, fun.
Yeah.
At least it's not the same map that we've been playing.
So first,
Yeah, that's true. I'll take this over the
we open up the gate, and we're home free. Across the gym.
It is a different map, though. Technically, it's the same map, but it's a different map.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got. Who's going what?
I think I'm gonna go scan.
Oh. Okay. There's no doors downstairs except for upstairs. The turrets kind of help, but you can't upgrade the turrets anymore. They took that out.
Yep, everything's unupgradable because they changed that because we got these perks now that we can use.
Or at least we spawn. Oh, but they added more spawn points now for the gem, so that's cool. Well, no, we always spawn here. What the hell am I talking about?
Same spawning area. We're all trying to get out. We're all getting stuck in each other. I wish they would remove that. I hate that collision with people. I want to be able to walk through a person, not have to collide into them and get lagged.
There we go. Gather resources, man. Gather the resources. Let's go, go, go. You know what?
Do you lag when you run into somebody? Like a teammate?
Huh?
Do you kind of lag when you walk into somebody, like one of your teammates? Kind of makes you stutter.
Oh!
Oh, you down already? Dang.
You're the best.
Come here, you. Come here. Oh wow.
You should come and
Quit
handle
walking in front of me.
I'm gonna try to get supplies, bro, so we can stay ahead of the game. I'm coming down, I'm coming down. Oh shit, everybody's down.
Come on, you gotta fucking move right now.
Oh, this is a spider trap. Oh no!
Walk it off. You gotta move.
I'm dead.
Oh wow, we're done again.
Honestly, Thomas, I haven't checked Friday the 13th, bro. They discontinued that game. It's just open to be open. Did they add anything?
They've done some changes onto that, but I wonder what happened with the lawsuits because they're being sued for a while. Dang it. That acid. I get killed and he just died.
Is anyone there? I really need help.
We need another assault, man. I'm gonna go assault.
Stay back. I mean it. My friends aren't going to let you do this shit.
Oh, watch your spider traps right next to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, watch that spider trap.
Let's go.
Oh, spider's down anyway.
Yep, the spider's dead. I died and the spider got blown up right on top of me.
All right.
Go to a calm place. I'm working.
Don't do that. Kill the spiders first. You're gonna die if you don't.
Let's get as far away from here as possible.
Lace up. We're out of here. I can patch you up.
Oh, you know what it is? You can't hit past your teammate.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, so like if you guys are in the way, it actually blocks the attack.
A rat? Honestly, this is the last straw.
I guess they had to do that because people were like gathered up and it made it hard.
The thing I don't like is when you run into your teammate that like
Hunter's near us.
is there and it's super annoying.
No, come on. Damn it, I can't move. I need heals. Who's a medic? Oh, thank gosh. Weeb. He heals. Why is he healing himself?
Get off me! Dang it, I just wasted that.
My bat broke. Of course it broke.
Don't step on the trap.
Yeah, you get like 4 hits with the bat and it breaks, so yeah. I'm gonna open the gate wall there.
This is the worst day of my life. Can I at least
Got the killer distracted a little bit. Come on, open faster. Wow, this opening the gate is ridiculous.
Yeah, forget it. I'm gonna try to go for revives. We need the team. No, I gotta hurry up.
So lucky I'm here right now.
Run. Why can't I sprint? Oh no. Good time to get trapped.
Now let's get the job done. How's this room work anyway?
Thank you.
Updates on Friday the 13th.
What they have?
Every sorry idiot who ever
Even though the
underestimated.
game is being sued by the...
Oh, it's still being sued? Well, I know they said they were gonna stop content, but they said they were gonna update like server, whatever it was.
I heard they were still being sued, but I don't know if the lawsuit went through or they finished it or what happened, but last time I knew there was still... I don't know if they ever resolved it or not.
Get healed.
You know how lawsuits are, man, they take forever.
Yeah.
The odds. This place is crawling with rats.
Wow,
I need-
dude's lagging.
I need to get a helmet on. Oh gosh.
Somebody's got bad internet connection.
Wow, I couldn't even hit the hunter. Wow. He's almost down too. Yo, Star Master, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, how are you?
I got you. Don't let him hear us.
Come at me, bro.
I was watching Buzzard.
Best thing ever.
Yeah, he is lagging hardcore. I don't know how you can play this.
Heal up.
No,
There's a bunch of spiders in here, man.
Watch what I turn this shit into.
I can't move! What the hell? Woo! Wow, that was some lag, bro. Holy macaroni. I'm trying to rescue one of our teammates real quick. I'm trying to. Thomas told me to calm down. I'm trying, bro. Big time, bro. How about you? You doing pretty good? That's good. Thanks for coming in. I really appreciate you coming in here. Welcome to the channel.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Help!
Got the rock. Let me take it to the house.
This is totally what I needed.
I need a helmet, man. I need heals for sure.
No, he stole my shotgun.
Oh, I am so ready for action.
I felt the kills or something.
We're all too gapped out.
I'm a garbage picker now, I guess.
Dang it, man. All right, I want to get the gas, but I don't want to go alone, bro. All right, I'm gonna go get the gas, guys. I need help. I don't know if they can hear me in game. I don't even know why I'm chatting for. I know he's gonna come around this corner. Watch the wall to the left. Oh, the gas cell has disappeared. Really? Oh shoot! I almost ran into these.
Aw, miss. No. Leave me alone.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna go for the revive while you guys are there. Keep him busy. Where is he? Is he by you guys?
No, he spawned out.
Oh shoot.
I don't know where he went, but he spawned out.
Where is everyone? I'm in here.
Don't
Someone let me out.
Nice for you.
He might come after me. I don't know. Like, oh shoot.
That doesn't do any damage.
I'm gonna make a quick baseball bat.
Wow, I didn't know I was low health. Dang it. Should have stepped away.
I don't want to waste the baseball bat. I could change the weapon? Yeah, I could change it. Okay, cool. I don't want to waste it.
These should come in handy. I'm like barely alive right now.
Dude, I don't think the shotgun is that great.
It is. You just gotta aim it right. Shoot.
He's twice and it didn't seem like it did much damage to him. I think the taser's better actually.
Back off, creep!
What we need is somebody with a taser and 2 melee, or assaults just destroy him.
Wow, really? Well, come on, revive the other player. Damn, I wasted all my crafting, bro. Yeah, they... The thing is, you gotta put pressure on a hunter. Like, right now, we're playing on his ballpark.
How did he grab him when he was blinded? What the?
What's up, Chase?
Okay, whatever.
Right.
That just happened.
Oh, at least this game got mirrored reflections. But that's because it's Unreal Engine. There was no doubt about that. That's already built in.
Hey, it's Raj. You can count on me.
So amazing. Thank you.
No, I lost my items. No, but I keep my crafting, so that's good.
Give me a C+ in shop. Watch this.
Come on, Nick.
Clean house with this.
Probably not.
Come on.
A woman of many talents. Now watch me craft.
Oh yeah, and once they use a trap, that trap is no good no more, I think.
Oh, you mean for the hunters?
Yep.
Yeah, I noticed that, so that's good.
Well, you just waste that stun for nothing, guy.
He's almost down, he's almost down. Switch the damn weapon. What the hell? He's like looking at the broken bat like, it's broken, okay.
Yeah, they do that.
I hate that. A delay is real, man.
Yeah, that.
Alright.
I just shot him with the shotgun twice, and I'm sitting there staring at the shotgun, and we can't do anything. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just stand here.
Alright. Well, let's get the heck out of here, man.
Trap over there.
You gotta watch it.
A lot of vents here. Holy moly. Oh, that means he's nearby.
There.
I ain't seen him yet. My thingy turned green yet, so.
Good. We are almost there. Sneaky fucker's got a trap over there.
He's close, though.
Yeah, he's in that trap. I knew it. I saw it.
Oh, man.
I heard him, too. You could hear the spider.
That guy's gone. Okay, I picked up the crap, thank you.
Right.
So lucky I'm here right now.
No.
We gotta run.
I'm out of here.
I like that I can go here and just gather resources real quick.
I got out there too to use it. Like, I'm out.
Okay.
Alright, let me get...
Oh, what the? That was weird.
I'm like a total badass right now.
All right, Jay, we gotta get back there, help the team, bro. Ready?
Yep.
Lots more crafting out here anyway.
And he's close here. Oh, he's spawned in by them.
Yes! Get ready for ambush.
Oh, we're in trouble. 50 seconds? Dude, we can never make it out to the top.
Wait till they get a load of me. That dick won't know what hit.
Yeah, we're done for.
We're doomed.
Need you to back me up.
Oh, they... Wait, what the hell?
Yeah, we still got the gas and stuff to go. Yeah, we're... He jumps in another one. Wow.
No! Oh my god, why is this so hard?
This one's harder than it was before.
No, before it used to be easy. This map was like the map to play on. Now, there's no speed rushing it.
Yeah, you can't speed rush that map. It's hard enough to get out of the basement. You can't even get out of the basement 3/4 of the time. If you do get out of the basement, it's almost a miracle.
Well, that was the thing. Before somebody can get the gas, hurry up, run upstairs, start filling the scissor lift. And then I guess people were probably getting upset with that.
Yeah, because all it took was 2 gas cans to the scissor lift and then move the scissor lift to the end and leave. That's what now you have to get out of the basement first.
Right.
Find the gas, open the gate, which to open the gate takes forever. It's like almost a minute worth of cranking that gate to open it up.
Man, they're hiring more cadets now, bro. I'm looking now. A lot of new names. You're probably gonna have to reapply. How long has it been?
4 days.
Oh, it's not that bad. I think after a week though, it gets expired.
Yeah,
You can just do it on your own time though. Like when I'm not around, just go in there, just get the interview. At least just get in, and then we can play it sometime.
I was going to do it that one day, and then my character started stressing out, and I couldn't get. I did everything.
Gym again. It's like always the same maps over and over.
And I couldn't do the stress, so I can't talk to somebody with.
So first, we
Yeah, you gotta drink iced tea.
After that, we open up the gate.
I drank like
we're home free.
6
We wheel the lift
glasses of
across
iced tea
the
and it
gym.
didn't do nothing.
You must have been super stressed. You got your red meter at the bottom. Once it goes down to like 30% of your stress, the shaking screen goes away.
Yeah, I was completely stressed out. Maxed. Okay, what do we need? Okay, assault.
All right, let's do this, bro.
We gotta get at least one win.
Yeah.
One win because that guy gave us the win, but we can't find another nice hunter.
I know, that was a good game, man.
And then we screwed it up in the first like 30 seconds. Somebody died. That just sucked.
Turret down! He won't know what
Every
hit
time
him!
we had a friendly survivor or killer, then we.
Right, too bad Borean around. We could have finished Borderlands too, man.
I know.
This might help.
Actually, that game, well, no, I don't think it's on mobile. I won't be able to chat. I'm going to work on it, though. I know there's, like, adapters I can buy, like splitters. So I'll be able to chat with you guys. Plus, I'll be able to charge my phone. I just got to know which exact one, bro. There's so many different kinds. He's got a lot of health.
Or buy a cheap iPhone.
Yeah, see, I'm not a fan of iPhone, though. Like, even the watch I had, I sold it, bro, like less than 48 hours. I'm not a fan of Apple. But when I said I had an Apple Watch for sale, people were blowing me up.
Dang.
Jeez. They're like, yo, how much? And people were gonna buy it, but I found a good buyer, bro. Top bidder, get it first.
Yeah, I saw a meme about the apple. Little piece of the apple cut out. It came out to the side and it was Samsung. The logo for Samsung. Because you know how Samsung is that like oblong shape, the oval shape.
Yeah.
It was like the piece of the apple that came out of there. So they're trying to say that Samsung came from Apple.
On a second.
I doubt that.
Yo, stand back.
Well, this one guy, he's pretty good, this Gaster.
No, yeah?
Well, he just got launched around the map.
Yeah, he's done for. Yeah, spiders everywhere.
You could really craft right in the window. Thank you. I'm trying to get out of this room and he's crafting right in front of the door so I can't get out.
Oh no.
Turret down! He won't know what hit him!
Wait to stand with the thing.
He's almost down, he's almost down. Wow. I should have knocked him in the face.
Finally, jeez. That health is ridiculous.
Alright, I have the fuel. Let's go. Seriously? Oh, I need some first aid. Like now. I am so not okay right now.
I'm gonna fill this up real quick, but while he's respawning. Oh, you can actually see the gas being poured now. Nice.
Ooh. What's this thing?
We need fuel now. We need to keep our eyes open.
Oh, health. Nice. I needed health.
I need like actual help.
No! I'm dead.
I'm running.
I miss when we used to be able to upgrade a turret. The turret was like fire a little quicker.
Yeah, I hate that too. I wish they would bring that back. Looks like they changed one thing too, that you used to be able to rescue the person off the chain.
Yeah. No, now you gotta hit the hunter. You used to be able to just press F, I think.
Press and hold F and then it'll release the chain, but now it's... I hate that. That's since an update, so they changed that. It sucks because now you can just sit there and choke you out and you die. I know they're trying to make it fair for the killer, but that's just OP right there when you can't get free.
On my way in!
Thanks. It was so disgusting in there.
There you go. You good? Now run!
You're alive.
Yo, those old Nesquik containers. Remember we had to use a knife or a fork to open it? Okay, never mind. I'm done. Yo, I found condoms, bro.
Oh, wow. Whoa. A whole bunch of them, too.
Yeah. What the hell? Alright, bro. We need to take out these, like, gaps, bro. These spider traps. Let me go by you guys. I don't want to be alone out here. All right, we need another gas. Or who's? Oh, yeah, we got to hurry up and get this gas done.
Craft me a helmet. You know the second thing about a helmet now? If you're facing the strangler, he could like rip it off just with the chain.
Seriously?
Yeah, with one hit.
Wow. So they did balance the hunters, I guess, like in terms of like them not really needing the burning cards, I guess.
Fuel. We got this.
If you did the burning the card or use the cards, though, it makes the killer frustrated because he can't do nothing to you. Some of the cards, especially.
Get the fuel. We're almost there.
Okay, this is perfect.
No, not you.
Well, that was a failure.
Hold your breath.
We tried to take him out.
Oh, he's gonna get me. But I put the gas in.
I like how he grabs me when I'm behind
Learn
him.
something about pissing me off.
I was literally behind the guy and he grabbed me.
Yeah, well, at least we got the door open. We gotta get out of here quick. Let's get upstairs where it's safer. Basement is deadly, man.
I lost my helmet already. I was fast. These helmets are useless.
Yeah, they're not like they used to be.
They're pretty garbage now. See if there's any.
I'm
Yeah,
a
there's some
garbage picker now, I guess.
scraps here.
There's the fuel.
That's one thing that everybody complains about is the too much craft in the game.
True.
Which really there is.
Back off, creep!
Don't stand in front of that. Wow.
Well, how did he teleport in front of us?
He was totally just there. I swear to God.
Jazz got the fuel. Okay. If we get the fuel, keep going.
You're welcome in advance.
No.
Get the teammate here.
Finally.
I'm by myself.
Whoa!
We gotta run.
Wow. Well, he's almost down. He only needs one hit anyway. Go, 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 go. We're trying. Oh, man. No.
No.
So I think the spiders are around the map regardless.
They are. It's something they added to help the killer and help the survivor at the same time.
Yeah.
But really, it made the survivor like OP because they're getting all the scraps from the kill.
Yeah. Well, they only get one though, so it's not like it's super overpowered.
Yeah, but if you keep killing them, you get a lot more.
No. Damn.
I've had matches where I just spawned in and everybody had shotguns, dynamite, bombs, and everything. Like, wow.
Yeah, those pipe bombs are good, man, but they're deadly against the team too.
Unless you suicide bomb, and you don't actually die, which is dumb. Unless they fixed it, because last time, like run right up to the killer with the pipe bomb in your hand and just blow him up, and not.
Yeah.
which need to be fixed because that was ridiculous. It's like, if you suicide bomb somebody, don't you die?
Right?
Suicide bomber. I still like the Discord version a lot better.
Well, I only had that one crash, so I guess...
I've had 2 so far.
Well, we had one crash and then we had that one lag match almost, remember?
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I forgot to ready up. My bad.
We need to start using our spells.
Yeah, I used them a couple times, but let me see what I got left.
Ooh, I don't have enough though.
They're so expensive. I just gotta stack up first.
Yeah, they are. I just found on that if somebody's carrying the objective, gives everybody a health boost. We need that one. But it's 8,000. Like, nope, I can't afford that. I don't have 8,000. I have 4.
Oh, the chain map. Nobody wants Bell Tower. Nobody wants, what's the other one? Library.
Library, yeah.
Those are the ones hunters hate the most.
Yeah, the library is easy for Survivor.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play the library. That one's so much better.
We can vote on it. We'll do it next round.
The gymnasium one, no. I'm done with the gymnasium one. We can't even get out of the basement.
Man.
10 minutes? 10 minutes? We can't even get out of the basement? Okay, so what should we play?
Oh, we got bull medics, thank gosh.
Yeah.
Well, this map you don't really need technicians that much because like there's not really any doors to board up. I mean, the turret helps, but I'm gonna go assault.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go assault too.
All right, let's go. Well, at least we got double medics. 2 medics is always the way to go, but we gotta protect the medics, and the medics just gotta heal us up.
Okay, come on. Are you gonna actually join us? Random? You just like standing there still.
I'm a garbage picker now, I guess.
Oh no, really? No, go away, leave me alone. Leave me alone. What is this spider do? Is it just standing there?
I'll kick you up and down this place, asshole!
It hurts. Oh no.
Hey, bro! I love this thing! Here we go! Get the fuck up!
Oh, dude.
We took this. You said what?
I found a cricket bat.
Got that here!
Why is the audio glitched?
Hmm?
The audio for the people that we gotta rescue is like glitched for me.
Really? Sounds okay to me. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you gotta watch that voice mod stuff you use. I disable mine, bro. All that just caused conflict for me. Like, especially for streaming and stuff. And in games with like push to talk, it was nothing but problems.
Yeah, that could be what it is, because it's just that. The game's audio is not glitched, it's just the talking. Wow, I got one hit on that.
And stay down.
Okay, that cricket bat is no good.
One dead killer.
One hit
courtesy
is
of Aaron.
I can patch you up.
Wait, I have such an awesome idea. I'm making like a total badass right now?
Heal up.
Oh, fuck no, it's gas! I really don't feel good. Help, please? We gotta move!
Oh, so you can teleport after you're done with a finisher, I guess.
Yep.
I guess that makes sense because hunters were getting like game bang. Holy crap! Look at these spiders.
Yeah, that's why they did that for.
What do you need? Here you go. Heal the fuck up.
You okay? Come on! Finally!
Oh, we gotta try to stay alive, man.
I need to find some scraps. I got dead.
Garbage into something.
Oh, watch the chainsaw. We almost ran into it. Holy moly. Whoa! Right, Thomas? This is exactly what I'm saying, bro. Let's get the heck out of here. All right, we gotta get that revive, whoever's over there.
Let's do this. Sweet save by Chad, huh? Don't step on the trap.
Oh no, Slasher. Ooh, I almost died by the train.
You just died by the train.
Almost.
We pushed him into the train.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we pushed the killer into the train.
Wow.
We kept hitting him and he ran right into the train. That was funny.
Man, that respawn already?
Hey, that was fast. Wow, we're all down now. Wow, I actually died now.
I'll take these.
Oh no.
Hey, somebody, come help me up, please!
Finally. How's this shit work anyway? Got meds here. I can patch you up.
Wow, I'm dead. No. Oh man.
Wow. I got stuck on the crafting animation.
Oh no.
And everybody ran away and I died. Got my face melted off.
Thank you. Now you're back in my good book. You okay? Let's get the hell out of here. Totally what I needed.
Wow. Spider has one more hit. No. Oh, one person left. Oh boy, this is bad. And it's a medic, and it's low in health though, so hopefully it's a possibility. Oh, nope, game over. Jeez, can't get one win, bro. What the hell? Ugh.
Yeah, and everybody said that survivors were OP. What?
Usually they are. It's just team compensation. Like I think we just gotta get the power-ups together. Like somebody with a stun, somebody with a bat, somebody with the heals. The heals are just not there on point though.
Yeah, they aren't.
And the thing about games like these though is most people heal people that they know. Rather than, you know, like someone who's in, like you should the assault class should always be getting healed because they're the ones going head in.
Yep, they should be constantly healed, and everybody else is the last round. The other people should be actually staying like back in a way.
Yeah.
Oh, they left us. Wow. I got tired of losing too.
Right.
The bad thing is their teammates, when you're attacking or getting attacked, they just run off. They're like, oh yeah, we're not gonna help.
Well, the game's free to play, so I can't complain.
Yeah, for a weekend until Monday. At least they give you more time instead of just a weekend at all, man. You get 4 days, so. Oh no, not the gymnasium, really.
So first, we find some fuel. After that, we open up the gate and we're home free. We wheel the lift across the gym and climb to the rafters. Then we escape.
That's it. Get my bag of Funyuns, it's showtime. Hey, nobody want assault? What the hell?
Yeah, I'm gonna go medic this time.
Okay. All right, let's do this. All right, good luck, guys. All right, let's go.
Can't I jump over that thing?
This would come in handy. Yeah, I could make something.
I'm gonna follow you. Did that scare you?
No, you did. Oh, wait, Hunter's here. Careful. I'm going back through here. Careful, watch out.
Stick close to you.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go back downstairs.
Oh, well, they got all the...
Yeah, they grabbed everything, bro. I don't got much, the hell is that? Much... Watching a war movie? Oh, gosh. Strangler.
I got 3 so far.
Oh, he teleported. It's all good, it's all good.
Oh, wow, really?
Oh, I heard a shotgun already. Holy moly!
Ah, Kick on me, dang. Gotta kill myself. That hurt. What the heck is that? That got loud.
Yeah, it did.
That was random out of nowhere too. Wow, really?
I got you, Jim. I got you, bro. Wow.
That sexy does damage now and chokes you. I don't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a strangler. One of the weakest killers. Wow.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back to assault. Killing people is just too much. I was healing myself and...
Super Nick has arrived!
Got attacked from behind.
Mm-hmm.
Back already? Wow. You just died like 2 seconds ago. Oh no, really?
Wow.
Dang, this is exploiting.
I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah. I got you. Don't worry. Let's get the head of gas. Oh, I'll grab it. Go. Let's go, 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 go. Which way do we gotta go?
That was totally an exploit right there, man. That. I gotta get some crafting stuff. Why isn't it showing my screen? I don't even see where it's at.
This would come in handy. I have a feeling these will soon come in handy.
I'm pouring the gas in. Mm-hmm.
That's done, but we still need more. Oh my god!
Wow.
Totally just there! I swear to God!
Oh, there you go.
A
There you go.
rat?
The top, nice.
Honestly, this is the last straw.
We're supposed to find fuel, right?
Back off, creep!
Oh, he's coming behind me. Lock the door, whoever's
They didn't burn him alive. There you go.
That's how you do it, bro. That's how we do it. What just happened?
He rage quit.
Wow. Oh, okay.
He's like, I'm done.
Yay!
It sucks that we lost one player, so we only get 4 out of 5 instead of getting the full game.
Right.
Because the legendary skin's at the end.
I just got the Scream Queen.
Oh, lucky you! I didn't get nothing. I got garbage. We actually win a match if I get garbage.
Hmm.
We have a chance to get nothing. That's not fair. Yeah, if we would have had that DC, that one teammate, we would have had a legendary chance. I think I only got like 1 legendary. It was like a weapon skin. I think it was a weapon skin. Useless sucks.
Oh yeah.
Really cool. I'm like, dang it. I want the player skin, not a weapon skin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bad. Ooh, what are they? Bunions?
Bunions. It's my. I don't know why I love Funyuns. Like, what is it about Funyuns that's so good?
They're so fun.
Yeah.
I wish they were soft like they used to be though. I don't like them that they're crispy like they are now.
Yeah, that's true.
They used to be so much better when they were like softer.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like the cheese puffs, Cheeto puffs.
Yeah, the Cheetos are. It's funny, the cheese puffs are harder than the crunchy ones. It's how is that possible? You hear like when you bite into the
Oh look, bell tower.
Yay, we got something different.
And we've been forgetting the vote for the map, bro.
Yeah, we do. This one here, I'm not really fond of this map. Because this one here is the killer could just like throw you off the bell tower and you'll die instantly every time. And they do that a lot. They exploit that a lot.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't think that's an exploit. It's just the way it is. It's when you get up there, it's a danger.
Yep. They just use that to their advantage. Like, oh, I'm just gonna toss you out of here. I've had that happen so many times.
But honestly though, when that hunter had you, bro, I couldn't hit him like because he was blocking the doorway. You have to hit the hunter.
Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely like a little bit of an exploit, but not really. But he knew the advantage of how to do that.
We can use those to open up the sewer doors and make our way to the bell tower. Then we gotta get the doors open.
Body
we need to get some
basically.
gears to get them moving. After that, we'll still need to get to the top of the tower.
But then he still lost, so or he still rage quit. Okay.
Cranky.
Thanks for the info.
The who? What?
One of the players in the game was talking.
Bro, how come I don't hear them?
You probably have it shut off.
I do.
Yeah, you have to actually turn it on. It's in your settings.
That guy's name is that gay shit.
Oh, now I hear him.
Fuck yeah.
Check me out.
Before.
The hell?
Yeah, it's kind of the dumb. You actually have to turn it on in the settings now.
No, but no, it's been on. Yeah, I just heard it now when I went into settings. Like, just going into settings, I was able to hear people now.
Weird. Might have been glitched, maybe.
Yeah, I'm over here thinking like, damn, nobody's talking. Like,
yeah, I've been hearing people talking, and you're like, I'm not hearing nothing. I'm like, okay, I'm hearing it. You do, good for you.
I think I can build something.
Grab it.
I made something. I did it.
oh no! I told Jay stop picking on noobs.
Dude, run away.
Careful, Jay. Careful, bro. Checking the hit speed, bro.
Wow, in midair.
Wow.
Let me lend a hand.
Hey, no, leave me alone. I'm going in here. I'm gonna hide in here.
You like need to sit still for a second.
I'm in the camp.
Right. See, I'm healing. You see how I'm healing? That's how we're supposed to do it, bro.
That's what I was doing, but the guys kept running away every time I was healing. Like,
yeah, they run away. You just gotta be agile. But it's like the other players, man. When we had healers, they weren't really healing. Like, what the hell?
I know. They just like ran around and didn't do nothing.
Is there a doctor in the house?
Let me help. I'm going to med school.
That actually worked pretty good. I was hiding in the toilet while you guys attacked and killed the guy.
Med school, here I come.
Don't touch the trap.
Dude, he's here somewhere.
Why have we not found?
I hear him. Where's he at?
Look, trap. Get some first aid. Bust it
He's.
up.
I think he's up top.
Do you need help?
Why do you
I
spawn
got
up there
a
for?
kit.
Everybody's down here.
So this place is just full of shit.
Yeah, right.
Dr. Amber, to the rescue.
I do need some healing though.
Trap.
I got you, Jay. Give me a second. Hold on. Man, so many traps. What the hell?
Yeah, those are. This one here is the spider trap, I think.
Oh, so it captures trap even if you're not that hunter. See that? Okay. So now they don't know who you're playing as.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yes, but we know it's a
I'll
giant
patch you
because
up.
you heard
I'm kind
them.
of a pro.
Yeah, but remember before though, like if you picked you had to pick a hunter before the trap would be triggered.
Yep. Yeah, they changed that now, so you don't know who's hunter until you actually see him.
Need a hand? I've got two. And a vest.
So should we go? Oh, they got it already. Okay, cool.
Yay.
We already do that. I heard him earlier.
I'll help, but you need to sit still for a second.
I like that.
Oh!
For a second.
Got flash in front of him.
Wow. I missed that flash. Oh. He's after you though.
Careful, Jim. He's on you, bro.
Get him! Murder him! Oh no, don't get thrown. I'm trapped.
No.
Run away.
He's on us, bro. Run.
Where'd our teammate go?
He sounded close. They went down the other vent.
Fucker's got a trap
Oh.
over there.
He's not a smoke. He's not that guy anyway.
You're not worried about that trap. Yeah, I need some stuff too because I have 10.
I'm a garbage picker now, I guess.
Yeah. Kind of me.
What the hell is that? Oh, he's here. He's here, bro.
Seriously, you want to wear your own funeral?
Run! Run! Make it right. Go in this building. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
I'm running as fast as I can, but
I'm trying to keep him in view.
I'll just keep blinding him because he's.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Let me heal up the other guy real quick.
Yeah, I'm good on healing for a while.
All good, right? This could help.
I love I can heal through walls.
Really, dude? No. I'm still alive. What the heck? There we go. Fire the speed.
Holy mackerel.
Did you just rage quit our teammate?
I think so.
Wow. He killed the killer that he rage quit. Wow. He left the bat though. Thanks for the bat though.
time you die to gate, and then go to the rescue and get out of here.
I need some help though. I'm pretty bad.
Okay, actually, I'll go downstairs for the rescue. You guys stay up here. And once I get the door open, you can, someone's already done it.
Hold on, Jim, come here. What the hell?
To the rescue.
And I got the gate almost open.
Yeah, don't open it all the way. No, wait, yep, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I got it up to like 95% or something like that, so. How did that guy fall all the way down there though? What did he do, jump?
Alright, you can go ahead and open it.
And he's still the big guy, right? So he's not a freaking strangler.
Yep, he's the big guy. Oh, he's dead. The big guy got killed.
Oh, they changed this layout.
I'll kill you.
It's a lot harder now.
Oh, we made it. Oh my god, we finally beat it.
How did that one guy die though? He like disappeared on my screen.
We got it. Got the max reward.
Yay. I didn't get that though.
Oh, what the hell?
What the heck?
Don't tell me DC'd. Wow.
Did we
Oh,
get
no.
our stuff or did we not?
No, it still count.
I hope we got our stuff because I'll be mad.
Mm-hmm. It worked though, because I got 9,000 tokens now.
I got 7,000 and 8,000 cards. I still can't buy nothing though.
You try to quit right as a... Nah, I don't like that, them being a host thing. Is it dedicated servers or peer-to-peer?
Peer-to-peer.
Wow.
They want to get dedicated servers, but right now they want to get the game optimized and everything better first before they do dedicated servers.
Right. Mm.
In the player base, they want to get the player base a little bit up because, you know, dedicated servers can be expensive, so...
Yeah, not only that, but Steam, I think, has some kind of thing for dedicated servers. I think Valve has, like, their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
And since it is a Steam game, they should be doing that. I don't know why they're not.
Yeah, they should.
Even some of those low budget games are still running Steam dedicated servers. What's the problem? Right? Come on.
Maybe they don't know about that. I don't know.
Right. Not only that, but look at that Steam game I used to play, Contagion. That game has what, maybe 8 players in the whole world playing it. It still got dedicated servers, and that was a it was a $20 game, not expensive.
Gee, that's crazy.
And that was what, 6 years ago that game came out? 5-6 years ago?
Yeah.
Still got dedicated servers.
Well, even Friday the 13th has dedicated servers, don't they? Now.
Now, yeah, they waited until the game like died down.
And they're still, it's dead, but they're still got dedicated servers for a dead game, basically.
Right. I think only the PC version has dedicated. I think console doesn't.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. I don't play console much. I'd rather play the PC version.
Right.
But...
I just like the fact that games are starting to become cross-progressive, like you can play on different platforms.
Oh yeah.
I'm sick and tired of buying a game twice. Yeah, it's stupid.
If they do that on this, that'd be great. But if they don't, then this game's gonna die quick.
They're not gonna do it. Cause look what they did with Discord when it transferred over. They didn't want to give certain people keys. They're not gonna do it.
Yeah. We're supposed to still get our Discord stuff, but that's like the least of their worries right now. The content that we're supposed to get from buying them. We're supposed to get it still, so I don't know if you'll get it or not since you had it technically, but...
Right.
Which I think that's dumb too, because you still got the game. It was gifted to you. It's technically a gift.
Right.
Discord, but they still didn't give you the game. Like, how is that possible?
Well, they could trace the keys, and they knew which set of keys were from partners, and they didn't want to give it to the guys. So I'm like, wow, they would have had a bigger player base if they did that.
Oh yeah, definitely,
yeah, It would, you know, the promotion of the game would have been way more. A lot of people still don't know what game this is. Yeah.
That way you have streamers playing the game, so you actually have people that are going to stream the game so they get it out there so people can see, oh, what's this? What is this game?
Yeah.
Because in their first launch, there's a lot of people like coming into this course that were like, the game's out already? Like, yeah, it's been out for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no advertising about it.
Yeah, it's true. Very true.
And they're still not really advertising it. If you're not on the Discord, you don't know what's going on. And who wants to just join the Discord server just to find out about a game? I'm in there because I keep up to date on the game, even though I don't play it that much. Because right now it's still kind of broken, but hopefully they get this fixed, because it could be so much more fun if it was actually fixed right.
Right.
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna vote for... Let's do the library. I want 3 players? What?
Wow.
Oh yeah, I know they added that too. If there's only 3 people playing, you can still get a match.
Oh, good.
It's gonna suck though. Maybe somebody will join us during the match, I hope. Because we got 3 people, we're gonna have 1 assault.
Sure. Uh-huh. Wow.
Assault, I guess. This is gonna suck. Oh, we got another person. Okay, cool. We did get more.
Yeah, they joined him. All right, let's do it. Yeah, these...
They showed the names for me, but then they weren't there. That makes him get killed already. He's by himself. Oh, we lost somebody already.
Really? Already? What?
Yep, they got killed.
Oh, strangler on you, Jim. I got you on the heels, bro. I got you on the heels. Oh, I'm getting hit. Just get him, bro. Get him.
He's just like spinning in circles. What the hell? Wow.
Wow, I took the death bait, Jay. Don't let me die in vain. Wow, hit and run. Wow, it sounds like a lot of people I know.
No.
Yeah, at least one dude's focusing on the ejector, which is good.
Yeah, we all died, and we got one thing locked. I guess that's fine.
I know, Tom is right, bro. Oh God.
We got one objective down, and we died 3 times. Okay.
Finally. Thank you.
Oh, he's gonna let the spiders kill him. That is cheesy, man. That's cheap. Oh no, they quit attacking him. What the? Run away, dude. Run away.
What? My scared of you?
Don't run away, though. Oh. He's gonna come rescue me, okay.
Healing on the rooftop. Screw this.
Help me, dude. What the heck are you doing?
Careful, Jay. You're over there alone.
This random's not helping me at all. That's rude. Well, one guy was beside me, but he wasn't doing anything. He just kept running away like a little cow.
Oh, I tried to save him. That was a fail.
Wow. Suicide bomber. I got blew up.
Wow, the whole team.
And it didn't even kill him. What the heck? Wow. Okay, that's cool.
What I need.
That's why you need team communication. What a...
Oh, that shotgun though.
Yeah.
Oh, really? He just killed himself, really?
Wow.
He did that on purpose. He wants to switch characters.
Yeah, he was probably low in health. He's like, I'm done.
Let's do this.
That's a fast way to get your health back.
Yeah.
Health character, 'cause- so that's gonna be one of the things that's gonna be bad about this map. People are gonna do that.
Hey, that sucked.
If your killer's low on health, you just wanna kill.
So what are we up against?
I don't know.
I like that you can use the rooftops though.
Yeah.
I'm looking around. I don't see the hunter yet. They're probably watching the other rescuer.
I need to get some resources. I have nothing.
Yeah. I'm gonna build a shocker.
Oh, those are the best.
I dedicate this weapon to every sorry idiot
You shot him,
ever
I hit him.
underestimated.
He's by me. He's by me. Ready, ready, ready. That's it. I'm out.
This dude keeps teleporting.
I got you on heels, bro. No, that hurt.
How am I not hitting him? I'm looking right at him.
Come over here, Jim. Come over here. Oh, run away, run away. So I can heal you while you're moving. Keep moving, keep moving. That's the best way to do it, bro. That way we're on the move. We can't stand still. Or not in there. That's a height. That's a.
That's a trap area right there.
Oh! Dang it! I got stuck, man.
The stamina thing, I hate that.
I know.
No way. No way. Good luck. Oh, I'm on the tracks, no. You could have just let me die from the tracks, but nope.
I'll get you out.
I was on the tracks, you could have just let me die.
Uh-huh.
You killed me instead.
Didn't think I'd ever be free again.
My hand would have been like chopped right off because my hand was sticking to the train tracks.
Oh shit! Looks like you can't see.
Hey, what's going on, Queen? How are you? Yeah, I'm dead. Oh my god. We need to heal up real quick, Mr. Queen. Yeah, right. Yeah, we all missed you. How you been? Welcome back. Lots of train tracks here, guys.
Oh, someone's got amazing news.
What happened?
Queen said she has amazing news.
Oh yeah.
Did they change that? Cool, that's awesome. You can't hit the person while they're rescued now? What?
Yeah, I saw that. You saw me?
Yeah, I seen that.
That was pretty cool.
He's trying to hit you and he can't even hit you.
How much health do you have?
88.
88, I got you. Hold on. Alright.
That's good that they changed that, because that was annoying when you get...
It was.
Go up there and hit you and knock you off the thing and you couldn't do anything about it.
In the morning? Oh, well, that's really good. What's your what are your guys' plans looking like? Like, what's the what are you guys doing? Hopefully something very exciting. Let me help the teammate here, guys. Now we need to craft and sketch something here, guys. Oh, you gotta watch the capster, Queen. You had a lot of caps going on. All right, I'm here, bro. I'm here. I got the stun gun. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, I got the killer behind me. I'm screwed. Wow. Wow, he just like threw me clear across the map. Wow.
Seriously? Oh, I see. You might be able to get up, though.
Yeah, I'll get up. Come on, hurry. No! Really? Wow, that's...
No, Jay. Don't worry, bro. We're not gonna let you go down in vain. Speaking of that, we forgot about Dead Island.
Yeah, we did.
Man, right, let me heal this guy real quick.
Until I can figure out what's wrong with my hard drive, I can't install a game anymore, so... Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, is your drive, like, missing?
It's completely missing, yeah.
Yeah, you have to change the... You gotta change the drive letter. It's in your... I think it's in your group policy settings.
After this whole issue I had with Steam, with this game, I don't know if it's because of that or what happened, but after my game kind of... It, like, reinstalled my whole game.
Eat with noodles and wraps 100% waterfall. Aw.
I think something glitched out.
Well, that's good. I'm happy for you, Queen. You deserve it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really do deserve it, for sure. Wow.
Oh no. I just saw that.
Oh no, you weren't supposed to see that.
That was epic. I just switched over to you just in time. I was watching the other guy.
Man, I'm gonna try to craft me another one real quick. But I have work from the fire. Oh, that's good. Hey, at least you got it all figured out, though. You know what I'm saying? Perfect. Wow.
Dude, die already? No, he knocked us both out.
I mean, I was healing you, though. I'm dead. Yeah, I only need a one hit anyway. Run, Jay, run! No! No! Hmm.
Right off my head, that sucked.
One more thing, go ahead. What's going on? Hey, at least you got a good day going tomorrow. And you gonna get food too? Oh man, I love food. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
What was the command that we made?
Look at Torito time. If Trixzbot wants to work. Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was weird. Earlier I was doing all the commands and Trixzbot was doing nothing. Like, what the heck? I typed in the command and it just didn't do anything. Yeah, it's working. So you think
The what?
this game, you think because right now it's on sale for $13.99.
Yeah, I'll see. I spent already a lot of money, man. This month has been, and I gotta go out of town soon. Everything's expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still trying to get plates on this. It's still over $1,000 for it.
Wow.
Because we bought it in another state.
Mm-hmm.
We forgot to pay the taxes, so we're paying the taxes for two states.
Lift across the
Wow.
and climb to the rafters.
Because they screwed up and didn't put the taxes onto.
I could walk in the light, but only be seen in the dark. I look human, but I am not a man. Who am I? I walk in the light, but can only be seen in the dark. Like, what? Man, nobody wants to be medic every time. How you do the emotes?
You push T.
Oh, okay.
I gotta unlock some more. I only have one for every character.
Oh, I walk in the light, but can only see in the dark. I look human, but I'm not a man. So it's not a man. They look human, and they can only see in the dark. Yeah, we kind of did.
Oh, there's somebody here to rescue.
So, yeah, some. I need to heal up. All right, only see in the dark. It's if it's light out, he can't see. He can't see, but you said it's not a man. But it could be a boy or a male something. If it's light out, he can't see. A bat?
You okay?
But it looks human. A blind man? No. Not a bat. If it's light out, he can't see.
Holy shit, I'm a genius.
All right, so something I can see in the dark that looks human.
Get ready for crafting cat stuff.
No. Huh? I died like nothing. Nothing even happened. But people don't even like finishing their finishers now. They just do them and then disappear.
Maybe I can make something with this.
Might have glitched. No, dude, no, really?
Alright, bear with me on this one, Queen. Alright. I can walk in the light, but can only see in the dark.
Well, I'm screwed.
I can walk in the light, but only see in the dark.
Okay, that was weird.
A blind woman?
Last match, you
Wow.
rescued me while being attacked. This match, I get attacked, I get yanked off the door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that must have been glitched the last match.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He hit me one time and I was instantly yanked out the door. Well, that was cool, man. That was a good match.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we were kind of AFK part of the match, so.
Wow, look at this one. Okay, so right now we got... I can walk in the light, but can only see in the dark. I may look human. I'm not part of mankind, but I can read your mind and can make a deal. What am I?
Enderman.
Enderman? Eyes? Your brain? Huh. That's a good one. Uh-oh, watching that TV show. Okay.
Okay, we got a new boat now.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a more difficult one.
Sounds like
What do you think, Jay?
he could read your mind, so wouldn't that's not the Freddy Krueger.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah. It was not Freddy Krueger. I was thinking because he can kind of.
Okay, hold on. I can walk in the light, so they can walk in the light, but they only see in the dark. Like, you know, like something like a bat. A vampire? No, but vampires can't walk in the light, neither can bats. It looks human, though. This is what makes it difficult. So we have a human figure, but it's not part of mankind. Maybe it's some kind of animal that... Oh, no, not a gorilla, not an ape, not a... But I can read your mind.
A necromancer.
Your shadow? No? Yeah, I'll take a hint. That's a good one. I like that. I like these riddles. Put our minds to work. Damn, man, these are a big bag of Funyuns. I thought I'd be done by now. I think I'm gonna take a break on them. I've been stuffing my face a little too much. And I just had food. I don't want to overdo it, man. Calories, man. Calories.
Oh, it's almost a weekend.
Yeah, this weekend, man, I got so much to do. Three of us? Okay. I'm gonna vote live. Ooh, Discord? Boom.
Discord skin.
Ooh.
Everybody else is using the new skins.
Yeah, we're being cheap. We don't want to waste money.
I did get me one thing.
Oops. Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm. It's pretty cool and I like it. It was like the best one he had. The rest of them sucked. Did you see me?
No, you don't. Wow, really, Jim? Okay, look at you, bro. By the way, Queen said hi, Jim. All right, so hooves. Hubs or hooves? Sound like hooves because of the double O.
Hooves, yeah.
Hooves. Why is hooves sound familiar, but it's not ringing a bell in my head?
Hooves.
Wow.
I think it has hooves.
Show yourself, creep!
I'm trying to think, what would that be? A cow. Oh no! You can't pull me out there. Where'd he go?
Come on! Damn teammates in my way, move! Wow, hit him, oh!
Oh, I can't see. Oh, wow, why are you throwing smoke bomb for us? Right on top of us. Real smart.
No, he really wanted me, bro.
Yeah, he did.
Thirsty. Wow, hey, he got me the face paints. Hubs. Hooves.
Those kill animations, they're loud. What the?
Yeah, they're ridiculous. They're screaming in my ear. I could change my settings, really.
It just happens every once in a while. I don't know what the... It must be a glitch. They gotta fix that. That's...
Yeah. Well, Killer's always got the advantage of the fact that they're hosting this match.
Yeah, they do. But if you got somebody from overseas, you're gonna like... Ooh, I just hit his leg.
Okay, here we go, bro. Let's do this.
Yeah, we should have had that dude killed. That sucks.
Got the objective. We gotta get the hell out of here.
Oh, really? No!
Pipe bomb. That's gonna hurt.
Wow, he blew me up.
Yeah, I heard that.
Why do people use a pipe bomb?
I have no idea, dude.
It doesn't kill the killer, but it kills your teammates.
It does weaken the killer, though, a lot, but yeah, it doesn't kill.
If you suicide bomb him, you'll kill him, but you throw it at him, it doesn't do anything.
Right. Got the lock off.
I'm a garbage picker now, I guess.
Oh, stop with the gas bomb. Whoever keeps doing that needs to stop doing that.
Right. Wow, some of these spiders come out of nowhere, bro. There's no spawners here.
Yeah, this map is weird with the spiders. I don't know if he keeps using that gas, but that they need to stop using it because it keeps messing us up too. ping though? 176?
Oh yeah, the other player.
Yeah, that Linksy time or whatever. Wow. Wow, mine just jumped up to 128.
Getting you out of there. Yes. Ready for aim.
You gonna give me that poo? No! Hooves walks in the light, sees in the dark. The heck, man? Wow, look at this guy. He got skins for all his killers. You can tell he plays killers all day.
Oh man. I'm trying to help you, but oh wow, man.
No! I weakened him though. So they gave the killers armor now. Like, what the hell? All right, here we go. We got a new one. I can walk in the light. I can only see in the dark. I look like a man, but I'm not for mankind. I have hooves from a different kind of... But remember, I can read your mind. Do you want to make a deal underneath the moonlight?
Oh, dang. Wow. 3 hit me.
An angel? No, why would they only see in the dark though?
A werewolf.
A spirit. A werewolf? Spirit? Vampire? The heck?
I like how they switched me to scout. I was not playing scout first. And... oh wow, somebody keeps suicide bombing this guy. And they're not good.
I'm back in. I'm back in. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Whoever keeps crafting those bombs is getting to be annoying.
Chad's got the fuel.
Can we vote to kick him?
Right. Dum dum da da dum.
He just wanted to kill the killer. Somebody is to the rescue. What? Nobody.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Give me a second here.
I got you, bro. I got you, man. I'm gonna have to think about this one, Queen. Holy shoot, that's a high jump.
Oh yeah, that hurts.
That did hurt.
I'm a woman of many talents. Now watch me.
Only 10 health, but that still hurt a little bit. Oh, you could ride it?
Oh, what the? Oh.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay, I see.
Yeah. All of us missed all these. Right. Jay, we still gotta get more guesses on this riddle, man. We gotta get this riddle. Queen's lucky too. Queen's got a date tomorrow. Going out to eat. Food.
Food?
Food, that kind of topic.
Somebody's getting murdered.
Yeah, I'm taking all these traps away.
No. No. I gotta run away.
Yeah, got the objective. Oh yeah, booyah. Oh, we need heals, we need heals. No. Got you, Jim, got you, Jim.
This person with this gas thing is annoying.
Just making something useful. actually not much I can't do.
We should stop using the
Let me
gas
help you
thing.
in med school.
Okay, we got this, bro. Whoa, look at the blood here. No, I need help. I need help. Oh gosh.
Wow. You know,
I got him. I got him for you, bro. Get up. Let's go. 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 Go.
we're doomed though.
Yeah, we are.
I'm gonna suicide.
No, we were right there, man. The timer. What's with the timer?
They
It's-
opened the door while we're still fighting.
What a bunch of dummies. I mean, I was like, I didn't get no notification that the timer, like, it was time to go. I'm like, what the heck?
We got 90 cards, but could have had more if they wouldn't have opened. I just jumped off the tower and killed myself.
Okay.
That's about randoms.
I can walk in the lights, but can only see in the dark. But I'm not from mankind, but I have who's of a different kind. Remember, I can read your mind. Do you want to make a deal underneath the pale moonlight? Who am I? Stars? Is it a star? But I'm underneath. Hmm. Uh-oh. Right.
I ran out of guesses. I'm trying to think of what that what the guy was, but I don't think it's that.
I walk in the light, but can only see in the dark. Wait a minute, wait a minute. What is it? But it looks, but. Right.
Yeah, it's. I just can't think of his name. Minotaur?
Oh, you mean like the half, like, yeah.
He's got hooves of a different. Nope. I'm trying to think of what could read your mind though. A fortune teller. That'd be crazy. I was right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but the whole moonlight thing.
Yeah, that really. Hey, we got the library. We finally got the library. It's a miracle.
Yay, and I voted for it too. Ooh.
I voted for it last time we got the other one.
I know, right? Oh, let me stretch. Okay, hold on. Hold up. I got an ad. Oh, never mind. I just realized. I thought it was part of the...
I said fortune teller.
Okay.
Fortune teller?
So we can boot up the server. After that,
But
we
I'd
hack
have
the
to have some
computers.
computers.
That should open the door to Bellman's secret library. Then make
That's
a
interesting, though.
to the library.
No, no fortune teller.
I never got why rats are so
What the?
Strong enough for a killer.
Well, that
Made
I.
by a woman.
Watch out! Stop over there!
These should come in handy.
Hey, why'd you lock me in here? How rude.
Right, good.
Look, trap.
I'll walk over and grab it.
Fucking stay out.
What's up, Skylines? Skylines, what do you think? Let's see if Skylines might get it, Queen, before you give us the answer.
I'm a garbage picker now, I guess. Is that a rat? Do I even care about rats anymore?
Yeah, they added things in different places now too, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, they changed quite a bit.
Oh, you can grab melee weapons?
Yep. That's a new thing that they added to that bat.
That's kind of cool, I guess. Not that it's any good. Actually, he took a lot of hits just for the little spiders.
Yeah, they break in like one hit when you hit the killer. Hey, what are you doing in here? Taking all my scrap?
I'm scavenging, bro. I'm scavenging. I like collecting scrap. I'm cheap. I can put it away though, so that's kind of good.
That guy's hurt already. Wow, I missed that.
Careful, we're all low on health.
No, leave me alone.
Totally what I needed.
The stamina sucks. I hate it.
It does.
You need to go back to where you didn't have no stamina, but no. Oh, I died.
Well, I think it was always stamina, but I think the stamina consumption just wasn't as much.
Yeah, it's not, because now it's you swing twice and you're out of stamina. Before you could swing like 80 times and not have no stamina problem.
Guess I can add technician to my resume. I'm working on it!
I'm going for the rescue for somebody really quick.
Thanks. I almost started reading something.
Shh! I got you. Don't let him hear us.
Well, that's not good.
Somebody stepped on a trap. Yeah, I
Okay,
died to
made
acid.
something. Honestly, even I'm impressed with this.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he sprayed me and I killed.
This is a start.
That's one thing I don't like about the spider.
Yeah, spider's a bit... Yeah, I'm pretty sure fantasy's allowed. These are computer hacks that we don't do. Okay, we got somebody upstairs. Okay.
Probably me. Oh, you used that.
Huh? I used it by accident.
I do that too every once.
Well, where's that spider at? I hear it.
Yeah, I hear him too. I think there's some audio glitches in the game. That was totally an audio glitch. Not even there. Oh, he's outside. Okay. Burn it. Burn that booty.
Spider just left. What?
Okay, I can use these.
Wow, sometimes I get some lag spikes.
Spider's upstairs. Yeah.
No, I'm stuck on the door.
Sure, I'm at the objective. I'm gonna try to hold off just for a bit, just to stay alive.
Wow.
Perfect. Just what I need.
What are these, hacking computers? No, of course not.
This is totally what I needed. I have the disc. Let's get it to the server.
Of course the server's way up there.
Right. Can I at least get a med kit here? I'll take the disc to the server. I am so not okay right now.
Oh, this guy.
Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna try to run to the dang, it's way up there, really?
He keeps getting himself trapped. Wow. I got trapped because somebody shut the door behind me. I couldn't move.
Take this, freak! Just try and open your eyes!
I definitely give it. I have no clue.
I'm doing the thing.
I know I'm close, but I just don't know what it is.
No. Yeah, well, I do. Do you give up, Jay? Or do you think you might got it?
She says I'm close, but
Well, what did you say? The centaur?
yeah, I was thinking something.
Oh, you said the minotaur, right?
Minotaur, yeah.
But the whole nighttime thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. There you go, come here. No stamina. I hate the stamina thing. No.
Not good.
Oh, I was not. Yeah, I have no clue. Man, I hate that stamina thing.
I dedicate this weapon to every sorry idiot who ever underestimated me.
Scared, man.
Yeah, I was trying to run away from that spider and I couldn't get those. My stamina kept running out.
This on my brother's.
I don't know if the spider's on me or not.
I don't see him. Are you the last of mine?
Am I?
You are so lucky.
Oh, they added another way to get up here. I do, Queen, yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, I give up. I don't know what it is.
But the fact that you were so close, Jay.
Yes. Get ready for Amber.
Where's that spider?
Oh, he's in the library.
I see him now, okay.
He's getting gangbanged right now.
Yeah, give us one last hint. That's even better. Yeah, instead of just the answer. Let me know if they're gonna do that ejective thing, but I think we're not done yet, though.
Yeah, we still got a little ways to go. I still just got close.
Alright, I gotta try to get to you guys. What's Jim's weapons? Jim's, what weapons are you using?
Me?
Yeah.
Right now I'm trying to place a mine, but he won't leave me alone. I see it. There you go. Oh, yeah, that works. I'm out of here now. I was using the pipe before, but
Big psycho freaks will be denied entry.
he did get pipe bombed.
Oh boy, I bet you the spider's in there.
No, it's a giant.
Yep, I see the traps.
He's a giant now.
He's a giant? Oh god.
Yep.
Oh, he's up here? I hear him.
I'd like to see that freak show.
I blocked him. Go, 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 go.
Holy shit!
I weakened him though.
Why is he in slow motion?
Oh, the game's lagging. Oh man, no, not now. Wow. Oh, bro, I think I made him mad. Come on, all of them. Yes. Ooh, what did we get? How many cards? 150 cards, and now we got 860 tokens. Nice job.
Yeah, you do take your your teammates out.
Hey, we won, right?
Yeah, we won.
It is about time, Thomas. All right, here we go. Here's the final riddle. I walk in the light, but can only see in the dark where your sins lurk. Oh, I mean, look, I may look like a man, but I'm not from mankind. But I have who's of a different. Remember, I can read your mind. Do you want to make a deal underneath the pale moonlight? Who am I? The devil? Satan? Hades?
Yeah, it sounds like the devil.
Yeah, well, the who's thing, and you kind of look like mankind, but you're not. So it really gives me like that agony feel vibe, like from that game Agony I was playing. Oh, Team Escape. We did it. We did it.
I don't know why he quit though. He was actually dominated for quite a while. I mean, he just rage quit.
Right. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, Lucifer. I knew. Well, I didn't know it. It took me a while. The whole let's make a deal and I can read your mind. That's why at first I said angel. But let's make a deal. Why would an angel make a deal? Like, hey, if you stay on good behavior. The devil is more trying to make a deal, kind of like the serpent with Adam and Eve. Well, I'm not gonna get religious and stuff on here. I mean, that's just everybody has different theories on that. Some people believe, you know, Eve ate the apple. Some people believe Adam ate the apple. Some people believe the serpent ate the apple. Everybody has different beliefs. Well, thank you, Thomas. Wow. See Thomas over here? Yeah. Oh, I found a pretty good, decent keyboard, man. That keyboard I bought today. It almost looks like my expensive keyboard, bro. It literally looks the same. Except it's not cherry keys, but the mouse is kind of But for $50 for the keyboard and mouse, not bad.
Not bad, no.
And it's Corsair. I mean, come on, that's. And I put the warranty on there, so I got 2-year warranty on there. Since I am using it for mobile, I know I'm gonna like bang it around. I gotta give me a little desk, bro, because I can't find a good mousing position in a car.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be hard to do.
Yeah, I see that they have tables that you can connect to your car. Not that I looked it up, but yeah, you can legit buy a table stand for your seat of your vehicle, bro. I'm done. Well, I saw that. I said, wow. But most of them are for laptops. So, like, if you're on the go and you're on the move, I guess it makes sense because, you know, like, vehicles do need that, like, especially companies. But they don't have one where you can put, like, a keyboard and a mouse on there. So, I don't know. I have to see. I might have to just get... I know they have the couch tables where when you sit on a couch, you can put a table on your lap and you have the mouse and keyboard tabletop.
Mm-hmm.
They're not that expensive. It's just, I don't think that's going to work in a car.
The sewer doors and make our way to the bell tower. Then we gotta get the doors open. We need to get some gears.
I tried, guys. I tried. What map are we on?
We'll still need to get to the top
Some
of
of
the
those
tower.
are yeah, some of those are a little big. But, you know, I'm gonna go with technician again.
I'm gonna go
I
medic.
guess we should just have this stupid toolbox, giant toolbox in front of you. It's kind of distracting if you ask me.
Yeah.
A few more.
Of course, it's like having a giant medkit in front of you. Like, I can't see what the killer.
I haven't played this map in a while.
Already? What the heck? How did he hit me over there?
Aw, this is why Jim's my favorite mod. You got a compliment, bro. I'm gonna have to give Jim a pay raise.
Well, I know. This body position doesn't come with too many benefits.
Let's go.
What the?
What the hell's a spider doing?
Oh wow, really?
Okay, you guys are up there. Keep the spider busy. You got this.
Why didn't anybody heal me? Do we have any healers?
I think I'm the only medic.
Wow, okay.
And I'm the one with the objective.
Yeah, you're the only one doing any work. We're distracting the killer and we're all dying.
Where's the killer? Do you have any idea?
He's still outside.
Well, while I'm over here, I can get one of you. Or it looks like Trident Storm's going for the... I'm gonna drop the objective for a second.
Somebody rescued me. I wasn't even paying attention. I was watching the stream.
Right.
I was trying to see what she said. Oh no, leave me alone. Oh wow, really? How did this spider just jump clear over top of me? Can I be mini mob? How does that work?
Right.
I'll just be mod part of it.
Minimod? Well, VIPs kind of have minimod. They kind of have some things. Oh, do you? No.
Do I even care about that?
Oh God.
Yeah, whoever rescued me didn't help me very much.
Right.
Bye.
What's the next objective? Way over there, really? Okay. You want to see Trix playing Xbox?
You killed him. Why he died?
Where is the blood?
Oh, you saw that?
Here, wait, here, hold on. I'll heal you while you die. Oh, yeah, you can rescue me. He's camping me. I seen that. I'm like, I'm out. You're not gonna come rescue me? Wow. I'm messed up. Oh, now you're getting murdered by the...
Yeah, I'm still alive though, and you're getting rescued, right?
Yeah.
I'm doing something right. Oh my gosh, we all gotta get the heck out of here.
I'm gonna craft a proximity mine, so
Let me help you.
A Chucky game, yo, that would be sweet, bro. I have a couple of horror games I can still play. It's just some of them just look kind of cheesy. Not that I wouldn't mind trying them. Oh gosh,
this guy won't leave me alone. Get off me.
Opening the door. Calm
You
down.
never have played that Cold Dreams yet, have you?
which one? No, I haven't played Cold Dreams yet. Nope.
Gee, man, this guy's tryhard focused on me. Wow.
Oh yeah.
What's up with that
Jeez.
trap?
He didn't focus on anybody else, but he just followed me around everywhere. I ran him right towards you, and he still followed me. Like, okay. I was trying.
I'm all fucked up. What do
I
you
was
got?
trying everything to get him off of me. He would not leave me alone.
Yeah, the spiders definitely do help the killer a lot.
Yeah, but that spider, man, he was just blatant focused on me. He was tunnel vision right to me. The whole team was there too, and I took him right to the whole team, but he still focused on me. I'm like, dude, leave me alone. Yeah, I don't really say this killer is not good. He's got tunnel vision.
Give me a second here. So amazing. Thank you. Isn't that room the worst?
I can get kills too if I sit there and focus on one person.
Right.
This is totally what I needed.
That's basically all he's doing is just tunnel vision us.
Here.
You want to change your name to Joker? I don't want to be alone, Jim. We're gonna have to work this together, bro. I have a stunner if we need it. Hold on, let me fully heal up. We gotta stay together.
Yeah, we need to.
Let me know if the monster's near us.
He spawned in somewhere close to us.
Okay, he's outside. Careful.
Yeah, he's outside, yeah.
Find the gear gets to be my new BFF.
He's outside watching that door to our right where Triton is. That's where they both are.
Okay. Can you watch my back while I try to rescue this guy? Oh, there he is. Oh.
I got him. Did I miss?
Too bad about your eyes, freak.
I blinded him, but it's not doing no good.
I'll get the revive.
You are so lucky I'm here right now. Pity you.
You dead?
No, well, what the? No, I'm trapped. I'm dead.
I'm gonna go for the other guy real quick.
You can't hurt the guy when he's killing somebody.
Working on it.
I did not see the new Joker movie. No, not yet.
Thank you.
All right, we got the team.
Let's go.
Okay, well, I'm going back to melee. Assault. I can't do these other guys because nobody helps.
I'm a garbage.
I can't get enough stuff to craft anything.
This is gonna be tough because we still gotta.
Shit, that's a big fucking gear.
This killer's not really that good, but we're
Welcome back.
Still need the gear. Got the gear. Let's bring this to the doors.
Yes. Get ready for Amber.
Seriously?
Yes.
I just kind of love how this guy's still the spider. We haven't killed him from the spider, and he started out as the spider.
Really? Why are you guys not spawning here?
spawn close to you. That's so annoying.
I'm working on
Alright, I'm gonna get one of you guys back.
This guy.
I know, right?
Cause this guy's not even really that good, but he's just getting.
Well, oh, the hunter's in here with us. Careful.
There's a trap right ahead.
And then this guy goes to the trap. Wow. Where is he at? Oh, he's up there. Okay. Oh, wow, really?
No.
I need air.
Oh no, I got a tube. No,
Yeah, we got gas in our face. Not good.
no. Oh no, I fell. Oh wow, I got lucky. I fell through the hole, but almost died.
Yeah, well, the thing about Trixzbot too, Queen, is that like it's active hours. Like once you go inactive, the hours stop counting.
Where is the gear?
So that means you've been here for one full entire day, technically, of activity.
Let me help you.
There you go. I'll get some tea. We need to definitely kill this killer, cause
We do, big time. Yeah, see, Thomas gets 400. How much you have, Jim? I know you have quite a bit.
close to 1,000, I think.
Let's go.
I'm dead. No.
And our teammate just relaxed us.
Right. Hey, at least I was a team player. I helped you guys.
I made it my mission. I'm killing this dude.
Right.
Teammate, where you at? Hello.
Come on,
Pick
let's
me
go.
up. Jeez.
We better hope I don't find it.
Dude just sits there and looks at me.
Don't walk over there. There's a trap.
Ooh, I got adrenaline.
Clash Royale sound. Yo, I'm so upset that they took out some of the Clash Royale, like different emote sounds.
Wow.
Like, wow.
I tried to let it a step and I missed. What the heck? That was garbage. Fell that jump.
Right.
Opening the door. Calm down.
That was a bunch of noobs right there.
See, what I like about my top list too is I removed myself and my bots, so that way it gives the viewers a chance to get up there.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Help!
Right. For the Dragon accounts, though, are you talking about your Live Me accounts, or did you have another Twitch account? Because if you had another Twitch account, I can look.
I'm gonna need some first aid here. This is the worst day of my life. Can I at least get a med kit here?
Give me a minute. I got you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. True.
So amazing.
Yeah. Live Me's separate, though, from... Oh, gosh.
Looks like I already
Got
got
the baseball bat.
It was back in the days, yeah.
This together. Now we got something.
Yeah.
Be over here pretty soon.
Yeah. Did we get that spider out of here?
Yeah, I killed one.
Pay attention, please. I need
My last mission in life, kill that spider.
Right. Live Me dead now. Right. Everybody said it is. It's super dead.
Oh, he's a giant now.
Bad place to be a giant in, because this will hurt.
You can go try throwing us off the top.
Let me help. I'm going to med school.
Oh, yeah, he will, because it's one hit up there.
I got a kid.
Yep.
Well, you know what? At least he's not the Strangler either.
Yeah, the strangler could do basically the same thing though.
He knows what he's doing. Well, hold on. Let's get ourselves built up. Let's board up walls that we have to, gates. And that way, if you seal up the downstairs door.
Keep an eye out, guys. He's here.
Oh, that stupid animation.
Put me down!
Well, there's your healer. The healer's gone. Good luck. Wow, that disappeared thing is stupid though.
That is.
How are the patches? I'll let Jim talk about that one.
It needs a lot of work still.
That is very true, Queen. Healer, bye-bye. Hey, I did a pretty good job healing though. Yeah, he's gonna pick everybody off one by one now. You're gonna get that ghost character on COD? Don't you have to buy it though?
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't go in there and help you. I was trying to get up to the objective and they just looked on you. Yeah, we lost this one. Where are you going down for?
Hey, found some scrap.
Dad to the rescue!
Why are you doing a rescue when the timer is running out?
So glad to be out. Let's do this.
All right, we got these closed. Let's. Oh, 5 seconds, really? No.
This dude just committed suicide.
Wow, why not?
Yeah, they were horrible.
I don't know. I don't think I should favor the hunter too much with the timer, man. Cause like, I think maybe there should be no more respawns once the timer's out or something. Like, I don't like that the hunter automatically wins. I don't find that fair. I don't know. But that's just me.
I rage quit too, so that made a 4-man team. That made it harder. Yeah, I'm not. The teamwork on that match, though, they were horrible.
Right.
You're trying to keep us healed up, and then they run away from you when you are getting attacked by the killer. They should have stayed with you. So you get killed because they didn't help you.
Whoa, healer was in the back, right? Right. But see, like Jim, he was unlike me, but he still accumulated over 300 hours here on Twitch. Yeah, it's okay. Just it goes up fast.
Over 800.
Right, but do watch time. See how much Stream Elements will give you. Well, Stream Elements gives you the days and hours, not just total hours. See, so you have 10 days.
11 hours.
So let's see, we'll do 10 times 24. That's 240. Wait, that don't make any sense.
Yeah.
Wait, what the heck?
That's not even close to 824 hours.
Oh, but you know what though? I had Trixzbot before Stream Elements, so yeah, that's never mind. That's why. That makes sense. So even with Stream Elements, you're just barely hitting 300. But I only added Stream Elements like what? Not that long ago?
Yeah. Not even a year ago.
Yeah, I don't mind Stream Elements, but I got my own bot. My own bot does what I want perfectly. Like, I mean, I know it's like a glitchy bot, but I know how to deal with it.
Besides the constant crashes and all that stuff, yeah, it works good, but
yeah.
Issues. Which, of course, it's a bot, so.
But you have to understand too, what I do with my bot, bro, I do way too much See, yeah, so Queen, you literally just had this account for just a year and 4 months in total. Hmm.
Yeah, your bot's screaming like, please just kill me already.
Well, I notice a lot of people are just removing their bots with points nowadays because they're just tired of the headaches.
Yeah.
They do Nightbot, Moodbot. Now, I've been in a lot of channels where they don't even have points and hours, bro, and I'm just kind of thinking like, well, people like that, like especially me. Like, I like accumulating things. If you're not getting anything, you're just kind of like, right.
There's a lot of them don't even have like sound commands or any kind of command. They're generic. It's like,
yeah.
Go in there and just nothing. They're like, what the heck? And then some of the larger streamers like, why don't you have any commands?
Yeah, no, because they're kind of like how Limey is. They're on here to do the quick thing and get the heck out of here.
Get money.
Yeah. Live streaming is like the hardest thing to do because, like, honestly, there's a lot of things I know I can do to make it way better. But one, you gotta keep up with everything.
And I think streaming on YouTube would be way better than Twitch because you get more subscription. You can make more money.
Here's the thing about YouTube. YouTube live streaming is not that good.
Yeah.
YouTube itself is great for discoverability and your videos are archived. Now there's also rumor has it that YouTube is going to be removing videos that don't meet the minimal requirements, such as hitting a set amount of views and likes and stuff. They're talking about removing older videos now, which makes sense. You gotta understand, those videos are stored on a server, bro. They're probably overcrowded.
We gotta find the disks so we can boot up the server. After that, we hack the computers.
Look at your guys' accounts.
Bellman's secret library.
Jim, what the hell did you do to my emote?
Across the library.
You squished it.
I smushed it.
You smushed it like a Mario jumping on one of the Koopas.
Hey, what is the mushroom, dude?
I'll give you all the pizza.
Yeah. Good, we got 2 medics. I'm not the only one. Sweet. No, you know what? I like playing as the. How do I change my class? I can't.
Yeah, sometimes you're stuck with whatever class you
Yeah. See, like Skyline said, live streaming is just not there yet on YouTube. It can be, and it could be, but not yet. YouTube live streaming is just not quite there right now.
More money in there through live streaming, but in Twitch because they take less money. That's the only thing that's better about it. And this guy's got tunnel vision too.
Yeah. Jeez, he almost took me out.
Yeah, I need some healing.
Hey, let me fix you up.
Yeah. Like, I've tried YouTube live streaming. I think it does open the eyes to more people. Like, get more unique viewership. Twitch is really just people who follow me. It doesn't really generate, like, new views.
Unless you play a certain game that nobody's seen before or something like that.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, what's this game?
Oh, I feel like I'm dying. Can someone help? Dr. Amber, to the rescue.
I notice it does that because I know sometimes when you play some random games, you get more viewers.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, bro. If I play the same game every single day, I will generate a community based off that game, and we would get in good shape. I can't, bro. Honestly, I can't. I got to the point. I'm just gonna stream and have fun.
Like if you had Fortnite or something like that, just like
Yeah.
all day long.
Exactly.
You'd have like a million viewers, and you'd be a millionaire right now.
But not necessarily, though. I've seen people who stream Fortnite only because they think it's gonna make them grow, and they're not even having a good time, bro. So in a way, viewers can see that.
Yeah, you can.
You know, and they're not even having a.
Well, look at Ninja. He played Fortnite for all those years, and he never liked the game.
Yeah. Yeah, true. That just
You don't like it.
that pretty much shows you, bro. Like, just the way it is.
But he got rich off it, so I guess it worked for him.
Yeah.
But
Well, Ninja had a history, bro. And let's just say he had an easy start. You know what I'm saying? Like, he had the things to back him up. Yeah, I'm not gonna hate on him though. Like, he knew what he's doing. He had the expertise to do it. Yeah. So why not make use of it? Oh boy.
Summit's the same way.
Yeah, no, Skylines is right. It's hard to stream a game you hate. Honestly, I can't do it. I can't do it. You have no fun, no passion into it. But then that's when those type of streamers play the games as a business standpoint. It's not for their satisfaction. It's a job.
He's gonna die. Oh, he died. Oh, we did rescue, but he died.
Yep. We need to get these objectives done.
Yeah, we do.
All right, Jim. I'm gonna go ahead and help Miss C real quick.
Okay.
Well, they're a medic anyway. I'm gonna heal them up.
Oh, come on. Hit me in midair.
Really?
Yep.
That's okay. One of our people got the objective.
Yeah, he was destroying a wall, so I decided I'm gonna attack him. And yeah, that was a failure. Catch him off guard, I thought, but seems like these weapons don't even do any damage to these killers. Like, you hit him like 18 times and
No, I know.
he's still alive. He hits you 3 times, you're dead.
I'm back. Someone help me out.
Give me a second here.
Yeah, most of them will do IRL and just chatting. Those are the top 2 tier categories. Honestly, gaming itself gets you nowhere. And now I'm starting to see like a lot of the females are now coming to Twitch now too. Having like the little boards in the background, dancing a little bit, drawing. Yeah, they're not making it too obvious, but we know what their intentions are. And the sad thing is, man, all these YouTube videos about these like women streamers coming about like talking bad to the viewers, bro. Like, and a lot of them got caught with their camera still on, specifically saying they were just on here to make money. Which, let's be honest here, most streamers that is their intentions.
Finally, he died.
Yeah, you 2 healers on you, bro.
One dead killer.
Strip gem, let's get it, let's get it. How people play League of Legends? Oh my god, man, I can't stand that game. I didn't mind it at one point. Just
It looks so stupid. It's a top view. Why do you want to play a top view game like that of that genre? It's it would just
here's the thing. That game has, it's the company, it's the fan base. Like for an example, there's this place I want to go to, right? And it's for gaming or whatever. And the games they support are like all the games I don't really play. And it's like, ugh, I don't really want to compete. They do Rocket League, they do Counter-Strike, they do League of Legends, they do Overwatch. And it's like half of them games I don't even play. The only one I might consider playing is maybe Rocket League. And
oh yeah, Rocket League's kind of cool, but
I did enjoy it, but I haven't played it forever. I played it when it first came out.
I played it one time and every person that I played with was a bot. I was like, man, this is really cool. I was playing against these bots. Is there not any people playing this game anymore?
One sec.
But I had a whole
Cat roulette. Yeah.
like, what the heck is with this game? I thought this game was popular.
That's true. Let's get this objective. We have 8 minutes.
Because I have Rocket League for Xbox, and I was
Yeah,
playing one time.
but you have to understand though, like those kind of games are for like competition. You know what I'm saying? If you're holding a competition, they're easier to manage because they're designed for that. I do like Overwatch, just I didn't want to pay for it.
Yeah, we should get cheaper already. It's been out for what, 5 years now, and it's still $30.
No!
I could get over there time. Teammate was blocking me.
I know you're there, freak. I'll find you.
I hate when teammates body block you. Don't burn me, stop it. Burning me too. My bad. Come on, Hercules. Oh.
Damn, it's already 2 in the morning?
Give me a second here.
I gotcha.
Let's get borrowed.
Yay!
Isn't that room the worst?
Still need to get the server up. What's up, Brett? I guess we're the only ones here still alive.
Yeah, because remember, like, I'm gonna give you an example. Remember when I used to play nothing but Identity V? Remember how we were getting like viewership, and a lot of those players came in.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't like the route they went with the game.
Yeah, I could have paid to win 2 basically.
What the hell is that? It's so loud. Oh, I got you, bro.
Ow, I'm dead.
Yeah, you did. I saw that.
Slapped me right off there.
The hell's a team at?
All dying. Okay, it's just you by yourself now. Yep, just run. You're by yourself.
We should be hacking those computers.
Why is my character talking? Shut up!
I know.
Wow.
Knock yourself there, buddy.
Wow, gave me away though. This is stupid, just sitting here.
Yeah, 1.3k viewers.
W. Bye bye.
He wasn't even good. Teammates were just not working together.
Yeah. Well,
the killer was not good. He's bragging about how good he was. Okay, yeah. When you got guys, one guy here, one guy here, your whole
yeah.
team's spread apart.
Oh yeah, don't worry, bro. You know me, bro. When I play killer, I'm beast mode. Like I'm not even worrying about it. Like it's easier playing solo than trying to have a team. Everybody's like not on the same page.
Yeah, because our team wasn't on the same page. We were trying to stay together. The healers and me was staying together. And there was times that we had 3 teammates all separated, so we were vulnerable. And the killer really wasn't that good, but the house system in this game is so weird.
Right.
People meleeing the killer and he's still not dying. Is there we can actually buy could help us with killing this guy? Ooh, this would be a good one. Let's try that one. Hailing others. No, that ain't gonna help me any.
Right.
I just got one that's receive a portion of damage dealt to fiend as HP, so that
Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, alright, so I'm saving up points now, which is good. So if I go into the locker, which I can't do quite yet, I'll wait. Outfits are usually what, about 2, 3, 4, 5,000, 8,000?
yeah, they're pretty expensive.
Yeah, I'm gonna save up.
Yeah, 6,500 is the lowest one. And they go up to like 18,000. But the coins, you could actually buy the coins stuff, because that's all your Arcanum stuff.
Right. Yeah, that's weird.
Here I want to get, but it's so expensive. 8,000 tokens. Stick.
Oh, I just unlocked the Scream Queen outfit. I don't know, I like Heartbreaker better though.
Yeah, the Heartbreaker. I think. Okay.
Oh man. Well, what sucks about Twitch, man, I don't like how they went about with the whole view count thing now, because like sometimes you're gonna have like 5 people and it'll still only count like 3 or 4, you know what I'm saying? So you're losing a couple views.
Yeah, the one thing I know is streaming on there, you get more, like if somebody subscribes to you on there, you get 30% is what YouTube takes, you get the rest. So you get more percentage of what you get on Twitch, you get what, 50% taken off? So
yeah, but you have to understand, Twitch partnership is a lot more higher to achieve. You need like, I think you need at least 500,000 subscribers or 1 million. I don't remember exactly. I could be wrong. It might be 200,000. I don't know. But I know it's a little up there. It's not like Twitch where you just need 500 followers. Whatever their affiliate thing is, like it's so low, like anybody can get it. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that they even offer it is pretty cool.
Being affiliate's cool, but you have to have consecutive viewers at a time too. And if you can't, more than like you're getting what, 3 viewers right now.
Yeah.
If you can't keep that 20 viewers up, you lose it. So that's why it's harder on Twitch, because trying to keep a viewer count of 20.
Honestly, the best revenue is subscribers.
Yeah.
I've been looking, and let me see. I can let you know right now. Like the best thing is subscribers. Like ads are pointless. They're dollars. They're like McChickens every week or something. That's what they're worth. They're not really worth much of anything.
Blocker on, so I don't see no ads.
Yeah. Well, you're a sub anyway, so you don't see ads, period.
I have seen ads a few times.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's probably Twitch being sneaky.
Yeah, I think so. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen once in a while.
Yeah, see, so when I look at my charts, I never look at average viewers, max view. I don't look at anything. I always look at unique viewers because it shows you how many unique, like, new people came to your channel to check you out. And then I always look at unique chatters. I don't want to get kicked out. Oh shit, we already lost somebody. Yeah, so like right now, I'm going to tell you right now, from ads, so far I made 53 cents. Wow. Run! Wow.
No time to think. Just fucking run. Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
No, man.
I'm not sure how long it takes to lose an affiliate.
Yeah, like subs are your best source of revenue. Cheers can be good too. You know, sometimes we'll get like a good cheer session. Sometimes cheers can be good, but subs is probably your best because one, it's not that expensive. Like people don't mind $5 or something here and there. Cheers can get kind of pricey. They're kind of like light meat gifts where you can spend hundreds of dollars if you don't watch how you're spending.
Yeah, they can, and if you buy them on mobile, they're even higher.
Yeah.
Right here you can get 100 bits for $1.40 on the phone. It's like 100 bits for like almost $2.
Yeah, for affiliate, as long as you stay active, you won't lose it. I think you have to stream a minimum of like what, 3 days a month. As long as you're live 3 days a month, yeah, and 15 hours, I think you're good. So the requirements are not that high.
But you have to keep that minimum of, what, 20 viewers, whatever it is. You have to keep that. If you lose, you have like 5 viewers at one time, and you can lose it still.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You have to keep that minimum of 20 viewers at a time, all at a time. I was reading through it the other day. I was like, dang, you have to have 20
Hold on.
viewers consecutive. And there's all the requirements. You have to at least have, I don't know if you have to have them all, but I know you have to have some. Because I know they just recently changed it.
Okay, they're saying here that 12 months of not getting over $100 and inactivity can also get you thrown out. Yeah, if it's been a year. Okay, our goal is not to close affiliate accounts for streamers who are active. We wrote our agreement, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, as long as you're active, that's all.
Oh, so as long as you're active, okay.
If you are completely inactive for 1 year, they will shut your stream, they will shut it down. If you make less than $100 but active, they won't shut it down. So it doesn't matter as long as you stay active. Either you make over $100 or you stay active.
Okay.
2 ways.
But to keep it though, you have to, or to get it, you have to have what, 20 consecutive viewers or 20 viewers.
No, I don't think so. You let me know where you see that, because I don't think I see that.
Maybe, or is that?
Yeah, no, if you guys are talking about like the road to affiliate, like it's gonna based up your man, hold on, let me check where I forgot where this is, because this new dashboard is like I don't care for it. Insights. I think it's here. Achievements, right? Isn't it here? No. Yeah, path to affiliate. Yeah, so you have to reach 50 followers, stream for 8 hours, stream 7 different days, average 3+ viewers. That's it. That's all you need.
Oh, so 3+ viewers.
Yeah.
I can't get 1 viewer.
Yeah, so I mean, there's nothing on there saying, and again, I just read on it, as long as you either make $100 within that year or you stream active, like, you're fine.
Yeah, I ain't gonna make no $100 in a year.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as you stream 1 day a month, bro, 3 days a month, I think it is, you're fine. You're not gonna lose it. Oh, not this map again. Oh, gosh.
I think I got almost got the followers done, but...
Yeah. I think Zeus has a good idea, though. I do need to start doing the pre-recorded. It did help a lot. It brought new viewership.
Yeah.
But I just got to make sure I let my loyals know that it's recorded.
Yeah.
I think they took it away, though. I don't even think we could do it anymore.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I went to your stream a few times, like, what the heck is this? This is vintage.
Alright, let's do this, bro.
It sounded weird.
My what?
Your microphone back then sounded weird.
Yeah.
Back, I think we had that blue snowball.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Easy views, yeah. It's the way to go, man. You know. But it's all good. Like I said, I'm here for right now. I'm just a casual streamer. And that doesn't really get you anywhere. But you know what? I'm here to hang out with you guys. Play the games I want to play. And have a good time with it. You know. I got you, Jim. Keep running, bro. Keep running.
How are these two hitting me?
I don't know. He hit me, though.
I lost him. Okay, cool.
You got double heals, bro. You getting double heals, man. Thank you, Jim.
Let's kill this guy.
The 4.5 never moved. Okay. Oh, who's down? Yowzers.
Why was he fighting him by himself? What a neat play.
This guy's almost down.
I'm almost down too. Oh no, I'm dead.
No, don't die. He's almost down too.
Oh my god, where'd he go?
Yeah, he got me from behind. But then they went downstairs.
Yeah, he's down.
I'm fine.
Exactly what you get.
Oh, you got a crowbar. Nice.
Ooh.
Almost out. Get ready.
At school, here I come.
Thanks for the assist. Come on, we gotta move. Can somebody help me?
I'll help, but you need to sit still for a second.
Okay, you don't want the crowbar? I'll take it then.
Thank you, Zeus. Appreciate the chin tears, bro. Take it, take it, take it. Yeah, we gotta get you guys on the heels, man. Oh, wrong person. And we're after the spider. Not good. I'm dead. I'm dead. Right, right. Man, knocked my head off. Took my head out of the game. Wow. That's crazy. Zeus, this is free to play weekends. I don't know if you're into these kind of games. I don't think you are, but yeah, it's free to play.
No.
Well, at least I think until Monday. Oh. Uh-oh, come in with that revive. All right, Queen, have a great night. I know you got a long day tomorrow. And by the way, have fun. And thanks for letting us know how great your day is going to be tomorrow. I really appreciate it. Big time.
On Valentine's Day, too. That's even better.
Oh, we gotta hop up. We gotta hop up the other medic. The other medic needs help. Oh, God. I took the sacrifice. No.
These television killers.
Okay, Zeus coming in. Zeus coming in with the support, guys. Coming in with the cheer bits for the stream. Guys, every cheer counts, guys. What, every cheer is, what, like a penny, I think? Something like that? Maybe even less, actually. I think for $1, you only get, what, like 70 cheers? Something like that. I know you don't get the full 100. Bye-bye, Queen. Thank you, Zeus. Guys, shout out to Zeus coming up with those cheers, guys. Zeus is still rocking that sub badge, too, guys. Yo, can we get a, I think Jason game. I'm gonna go ahead and do that caster shout out real quick. Hold on, guys. Oh, wait, what did I do wrong? Wow.
Oh, boo.
There we go.
What good was that doing?
We gave Queen a riddle command, guys, because Queen's got some really good riddles. Like, we'll be in the middle of just playing a game, and Queen just comes in with, like, riddle me this. But they're really good. Man, we need more cards. Well, you know what, though? They did what everybody wanted. They added some form of progression.
Yep.
So, it's different. I noticed that the audio is really messed up in this game. It like fluctuates. Sometimes it's lower than other times. Sometimes it's louder.
Yeah, I think the update did that.
Oh yeah. You're gonna try it?
When some of the kills, some of the kill skill audio just, wow.
Oh. Yeah.
And it's not always me getting killed, it's somebody else getting killed too. Like, the audio just gets so loud, I'm like, wow, okay.
I really gotta give me that cable, bro. Does anybody here have, like, knowledge of this? I need somebody's advice. I'm still a rookie at this stuff. I'm still trying to figure it out. I got it almost.
Cable.
Yeah, I need a cable. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna look it up right now. Okay, so let's take a look here, guys. Look at that. Look at that. You guys are doing great. So I'm gonna go to a OTG cable. I'm gonna put charging just for, I don't know, whatever. I know Amazon has some. See, they have this, but I don't need to do that. Okay, it's a 4-in-1 micro USB hub adapter with power charging host. Yeah, see, that's what I need because I feel like it's not doing what I wanted to do.
Oh, you kind of need one of those USB hub thingies that could charge your phone and...
Yeah, because what's happening is if I have it to charge my phone, it doesn't let me use the mouse and keyboard. If I use the mouse and keyboard, it doesn't want to charge my phone. So it feels like it wants to just do one or the other, and it's like...
That's weird.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Micro USB OTG host and charging same time. Well, how are they doing this? Hold on. Yeah, see here, like this guy was having the same problem. Using these methods, you can charge and also use OTG in your device simultaneously. Before buying any cables, make sure it works for your device. Okay, this is OTG host and charging cable. Well, I'll need a type C because... Yeah, but this is not what I need. What the hell? Oh, that's just... Okay, I get what's going on here. Wow. Yeah, Zeus, you're not the only one. Jim, are you still not able to? Well, no, I think it's because you guys are subs. That's why you guys can't watch ads per bits. I'll have to just say I have to turn ads on for you guys. I think to do that.
I used to be able to do it when I was a sub, so they just totally just did away with it, I think. Cause that's how I was sending bits before, even when I was a sub. It was letting me send bits still. But yeah, that's. I even try like early in the morning and it doesn't do anything. Because they say that if you try early in the morning that you should be able to get bits. I can't get no bits. Get 5 or more bits by watching short ads, and it says try again later. It always says that.
Yeah, but that's not good though. I gotta figure out why it's doing that.
Somebody coughing?
Damn, you heard that? What the heck?
Somebody coughing the other side of the house, huh? And this headset is like bionic hearing. Like those times when you had somebody snoring.
Right. Oh.
Like I hear snoring.
Oh man, that's crazy. All right, so I need an OTG host cable with power. So maybe that's what my problem is. Maybe I got the wrong thing. All right, so I just need one for mouse and keyboard, and that's it really. And it's got to be a Type C. So of course it's going to be a little more expensive because it's the other charger one.
I don't like the Type C things. They're just.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we gotta find the disks so we can boot up the server. After that, we hack the computers. That should open the door to Bellman's secret library. Then, make our way across the library, and we're good.
And we gotta do that in 10 minutes. Good luck, guys. We're gonna die.
10 minutes. I should have got it while I was on the store today. No medic again. I'm getting tired of being medic. What the hell? And plus, when you're with randoms, people don't even care about like team roles. Everybody just plays what they want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And half the time, the people that play killer don't kill people up, they just run around like
Rat? Honestly, this
chicken
is
with
the
their heads
last
cut
one.
off. I hear.
Can someone grab that stupid disc?
Yeah, see, I'm going straight for the ejected, bro. I'm ready to go.
We need to get the server up.
Come on, man. People in my way. What the hell? I can't move. I hate that. It's annoying.
Yeah, they need to make people invisible. I hate that body blocking stuff. That's annoying.
Yeah. Somebody go down already?
I don't think so. I guess they quit.
Right. So Zeus never watched an ad, but can watch it on another channel. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just don't like my channel. I don't know.
These should come in handy.
Yeah, I used to watch them all the time. That's how I was sending those.
Maybe you only get so many free ads channels or something, and I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Oh my god, why is the door opening in a weird way?
I hate that, yeah. The door opens the wrong direction.
What the hell?
This body blocking is annoying.
Where's the hunter at?
I have no clue. I haven't seen him.
Me either. That's not stopping me, bro. I'm on my second flash drive. I'm ready to put the stuff in and go. That's what I said. We gotta keep the hunter. We gotta keep the killer on their toes.
I don't know where the killer's at. I haven't seen him yet, but somebody died.
They did?
Oh, yeah, he's on me now. The killer is.
Oh my god, I missed.
I died.
Oh, I see. It's a spider. Yeah.
Yep. Uh-oh, what happened?
Wow.
That was weird.
Oh god! Oh god!
My screen just went black and everything, all the names just went glitter flying through the air.
Sweet air!
Seriously, I just dropped the ejective. Dang it. I don't know what the rest of the team is doing. I'm just turning his stuff in.
I went and did a rescue, but then I died.
Oh no. Ooh, 2 of you guys got retro coins. Look at that. See?
Ooh, nice. I need them too because I'm broke now.
Ah.
Which do I have? Oh, I'm already 1,000 already. Hey,
Super well in shop class, as you can probably
the other day I was broke.
Right. Yeah, it's working well. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I think I'm the only one that's really taking this cloud gaming to the extreme. Like, there are things I hate about it. Like, I do need to get a tablet or maybe a laptop. I think I really want to get a laptop, bro. I think a laptop would, one, make everything easier, because one, it'll have a keyboard built in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see, bro.
I have the disc. Where to?
All right, I'm coming in with the last disc, I think, bro. We got this.
Yeah, I was watching something the other day. Somebody was complaining about playing a game on a laptop. Like, that's the reason you're playing a...
Yeah, you know, that's like people complaining, like, oh, I don't have a numpad key on the laptop. I was like, well, you should have been known that.
Mm-hmm.
Got all the discs, bro. See, I got the hunter on her toes.
Yeah, the crazy thing was this person was complaining because they're, I don't have good frame rate in this game. They're playing on a gaming laptop. Gaming laptops really ain't that good.
Yeah, well, not all of them. Most of them just say gaming. It doesn't make it play all games.
Yeah, you can play certain games. That's it.
Well, that's what you get when you give me an A-.
I'm hacking the computer now. Look at me, bro. I'm on the ejector. I'm on the go. I'm dead. That's okay. Hey, I hacked the computer though. I did you guys a favor.
I went for a rescue and yeah, my teammate just dipped on me, so I blame my teammate. That fearful ghost.
Man, we lost? Oh my god. I tried. Hey, at least I got most of the objectives. Like, why am I getting the same points as everyone else? Like, I should be getting more. Objective, I got 120 out of 400. Rescues for 100. I don't know.
Yeah, you should get more because you did all the stuff, but...
Yeah, I literally grabbed all 3 flash drives and hacked the computer, and all I got 100 points for that.
And I did a rescue, but then my teammate just ran away while I was getting attacked.
Wow.
I guess I won't do rescue again.
Right. Well,
Rescue somewhere at least.
it is free to play weekend, so you know, we're definitely going. We're definitely playing. Oh,
okay. So you have to do turn on ads. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll see if I can find that. Oh. No.
You could get up to 300 bits a day or more just by watching those ads.
Yeah, and that helps. Hold on.
Because I used to... Besides this thing. Okay, and get free bits there too.
Okay, let's see if I can find this real quick. What's with that Escape from Tarkov, man? Everybody's playing that. Like, it looks okay, but looks too early. Like, I know it's like an early game, right?
Yeah, it's still in beta. It's still in early access, early beta, but it's $45 for a beta game. Nope.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, that is crazy, bro. How do I do this? I don't know how I will turn this on.
You got a new follower.
Yay!
The Elementer?
That name looks familiar. I've seen that name. I can't even. Wow, why am I coughing?
Oh, that's yeah.
I'm trying to find this setting, bro. I don't see it.
He said where it's at. Settings, then revenue. Scroll all the way down, and you'll see it there.
That's the old dashboard, bro. They changed it.
I hate that new dashboard. It's confusing. That's kind of like the new dashboard that they have on Steam. Oh, I hate that new dashboard. It's in the affiliate menu all the way at the bottom.
The only thing I see on the bottom is pre-roll ads. That's all I see. Yeah, It is on. Yeah, keep pre-rolled ads on my channel. It's on. Well, I'll change it for a second. And then I'll turn it back on. Yeah, it was already on there. It will say keep pre-roll ads on my channel. Okay, so do I keep it on there or do I put it on disable? 30-second and breaks. 10-minute pre-roll ad free up. The 10 to 1 minute 30 seconds ad break equals 30 minutes. Turn it on. Turn it off for a second. Okay, yeah, let me turn it off, turn it back on. And see what happens. Oh, what the hell?
Okay. Still says the same.
Yeah, I don't know. See if you guys see it now.
Let's see if it works now. That makes sense.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hope maybe it'll go on. Maybe because I haven't messed with it so long. All right. Let me grab me something real quick, bro. And then hold on. Give me a sec. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on.
Oh, I know why I'm probably not getting ads. It's because I got ad. No, ad blockers. See if it says.
Okay. All right. Let's do this. Any good luck? No, probably not, right? I do miss those free cheers, man. I remember when you guys used to blow up the channel with, but I think only so many people could watch it a day, right? Ooh, what? Ooh, what? Are you still there with me, Jay? Yo, how you guys been doing on Call of Duty, though? Keep ads rolling. Is that what it is, Skyline? Okay. You've been going ham like always. Yeah, see, you got better, bro. Once you switch to the hardcore. Yeah, I do like that they added more classes, though. I'm just, I'm a little rusty. You guys crack me up, man. I gotta wait for Jay, guys. I don't know where Jay went. Am I still in the chat with Jay? Where'd Jay go? I want to save my points, man. I don't want to spend them. Everything's too expensive in this game. I'll probably get like oh, I did hear that the Division 2 was on sale for $3. Is that still a thing? How does the stream look for you? Let me see how it looks real quick. Hold on. You just don't care for the game? Yeah. Call of Duty, you know, it's been around for so many years, and I think after a while, you just kind of get like... Right. Can't go wrong with COD. Where'd Jay go? Jay, are you here, Jay? Is anybody alive out there? Can J13 hear me? I don't even know if my son has school tomorrow. Does my son have school tomorrow? It's not spring break yet, right? Oh, the Division. Yeah. You know what? I never really got into Division. Part 1 was all right, but like it got boring. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to be mean about it. And then Part 2 came out. The beta was cool, but I was skeptical on even buying it. I was like, nah, but for $3, we'll see. Oh, okay, no problem. It's $2.99 through a gift. Oh, that's pretty cool, bro. Have to add it to my wish list. Maybe. How long is that sale going on? $3 for 3 colas. LOL. Skyline's like, yo, give me colas instead. Yeah, I want to customize my character, man, but I don't want to spend my points. I'm so like, I hoard my points so much. You know. By the way, guys, if you guys have a PC. This game is actually free to play. I believe until Monday. I don't know what time, but they said there's 3 days left. So actually, it might only be Sunday. Don't take my word on that Monday. It's actually so cheap, right? Yeah, I don't know about 3 colas for $3 anymore now, because nowadays even bottles of water goes for like $1.80. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, it's free. You know, I did play this game when they gave Discord partners a free copy. I got a free copy for being a partner. Hell yeah, I played the game. I played the heck out of it, but there was a lot of issues because the game launched on Discord. So with that being said, I think that already explains itself. Now it's on Steam, so it's kind of good. Kind of cool. Where'd Jay go, man? I gotta wait for Jay, guys. I don't want to start it up and he's not ready, you know? Am I playing it tomorrow? I don't know. I'll have to see. We'll have to see. You think another day? So there's not that much long left? I might not be able to get it then. It's alright. Should have went on Game Pass. There's Jay. There is the Jay. Scream it up. Scream it, scream it. Scream it now, scream it good. Scream everything just like you should. Right now. Oh yeah. Heck yeah, man. Let's go. Let's all right, what a way to wake up. What a way to wake up. Holy mackerel, Jay. I know you're here, bro. Don't you dare try to fool me, bro. If you could type Dame tu casita, I know you're in here. Bro, you got real loud all of a sudden. How close do you have that mic?
It's just a headset mic.
Gee. Oh, it's a headset mic? Yeah, whatever it is, bro. I hear you perfect right now for some reason.
Wow. That's weird.
Okay. Yeah. Zeus said that he might even try to download it or whatever. So now I got used to the mouse and keyboard. It took me a little bit, but I got used to it. I don't know why did I play with it on the controller in the first place? Do I remember? Oh, that's another thing, Zeus. You love controllers? This game completely supports gamepad. No third-party applications, no registry hacks, no manipulating of any files associated within the directory itself. It is fully compatible with gamepad. Plug and play with your joysticks. I mean, control your controller. Do you like to control her? What the hell am I talking about, man?
You like playing with your joysticks? That sounded so wrong.
I mean, just think of somebody laying down and like...
Okay, we gotta find the discs so we can boot up the...
I'm just gonna stop. Not even gonna finish what I had in my... what I was gonna say. But see, that's not what Valentine's Day is all about. There's more to it.
Yeah, play with the joystick.
Maybe I can make something of this.
Alright, bro, let's do this. Let's go, 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 go. Where's that objective? Where's that objective?
There's nothing in here? Wow.
Bro, screw this, bro. I'm playing in 4K, bro. How am I getting 100 FPS in 4K? It doesn't make any sense. There's no way, bro. No game lets you do that. Usually you're capped at like 60. What the? So this game must be lying to me. It could be because I'm playing Windows Borderless. So I think it's just upscaling. That's what it's doing.
Windows Borderless, yeah, that would do that.
Yeah. All right. Is that you with me, Jay? Let's go. Let's go to the blue objective because obviously nobody's going for the objective. I'm gonna put the gun here. Let's go. Hop in. Hop in. Come on, come on, come on. Oh my god, everybody takes so long. I'm just gonna hurry up.
Okay, you're over there now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to the objective. Oh, the hunter's already here, bro.
I seen somebody else. Oh, damn, I thought it was you.
Yep, he's in here. He's in here. Oh! What the hell? About time you guys showed up. Wow. I feel like there should be like a mini game there or something.
Should be, yeah.
Damn, I saw the door slightly open. I'm like, I know the killer's in here. But nobody was over here, bro. Everybody's across the other building. I don't know why.
What the?
He got both of us?
Oh, man. I got stuck behind the door. Wow.
Well, we got 3 people alive, so let's see. We got a medic. These people got outfits, so obviously they should know what they're doing. They got yeah, these guys got full cosmetics of like outfits, character, skin, so.
Oh yeah, they've been playing for a while. But they're not very good playing together because they run off and leave.
Yeah, it's okay.
I got stuck behind the door. I opened the door up and got stuck behind the door.
It was so disgusting.
How messed up is that? Wow, you just waste your stun for nothing. Your teammate's like, I'm out. Our teammate, he stunned the killer, and then the other teammate ran away.
I'm in trouble.
He just wasted the stun for nothing. Yeah, you're getting murdered.
Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm almost dead, man. Oh, Jay, I'm almost dead for real.
Yeah, I see you red. You need to find a pin for your or some health or something.
There's a medic.
Now I can make something big. Is that a rat? Do I even care about rats anymore? Hey, maybe I can help?
Yeah, it is kind of lame that the cinematic is unstoppable. You know what game that kind of reminds me of? Alien vs Predator. Most of you may not even know what I'm talking about. But there was a cinematic where grapples, and like you had to sit there and just watch it, and it was annoying. Especially when you were the aliens trying to grapple a predator, and then another predator can just like annihilate you. You didn't have that like God mode ability. I hate that you can't board up every door anymore. Like now you can only board so much, and then they start disappearing.
Yeah, because there's only so many doors you can board up.
Yeah, because remember before I would board every door, bro.
Yeah.
That used to make the killers mad. I mean, you know what though? That's good, man. Let them break down the doors. That's the whole purpose of it. Like, what the hell?
Okay, I just teleported. How did I do that? Did you see that?
Yeah, you did. You're good.
Behind you, and all of a sudden that was back in the library.
Let's get this objective.
Crazy.
Now this is it.
Oh, I got 30. I gotta craft something.
He's up there. It's okay though.
Got the disc. Back off, creep. Disc in.
Got the disc in. Yay! Run, Jay. Run, run. Get through the door. Get through the door. Got your back, bro. I know that gets him mad, bro. Go to the vet. Go, 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 go.
I couldn't run it either. My stamina was completely out. I was like, oh shoot, I can't run.
We got somebody else that's near the
Somebody. Wow, the stamina is annoying though.
Oh my god, I activated something again.
There's actually not much I can't do. I dedicate this weapon to every sorry idiot who ever underestimated me.
Wow.
I like that. That's good. Some of the phrases that they have in here is so epic. We got the spider. Spiders on fire.
Oh, spider.
No.
What you gonna do with all that gunk? All that gunk. It's gonna get you drunk. Jay.
At least it gave me some health back.
Yeah, that's okay.
I had 5 health, so it just barely hit me. We need some doctors. did what to your buddy's ear?
Wow. No, and I saw it too.
Finally.
Oh, what the?
How does he keep putting these in my way?
I'm hacking it, bro. He lost 2 killers. So what happens if they lose all 3? Did they just keep going?
Lose all 3 what?
All 3 killers.
It just keeps going.
Okay. But you just choose the 3 you want to play as. I got you. Oh. Holy shit!
Oh, you got.
Okay, he made me jump. He got me through the vent. And he got me good. Mother son of a biscuits, man. Why does it always got to be a son of a biscuit?
Right? Like, we should hack them.
Yeah, those things are
I'll help you. Don't
bad
worry.
sometimes.
Still got me, bro. Like, now they're more unexpected. Dang it. I like your outfit, bro. It's like that cliche Halloween costume people wear every Halloween. I hate that costume.
Yeah. Skeleton man, yeah, I like that.
Hey, you know what though? All the objectives are done. We got the disc. We got the hacking. What we gotta do now? Just get to the library.
Yep.
I'm getting rescued now, so we're gonna be good.
It's your friend Sam. I'll save you.
How'd you like that beatboxer, bro?
Finally.
Oh, that was good.
That dude's a beast, bro. Straight like what the heck? Like I've seen some beatboxing, but man, that dude.
How the heck did that hit me? Okay, that was crazy.
Don't worry, Jim. We're here for you, bro. We're here for you, man.
The chain like flew over my hand and still caught me.
Wrong. You scared?
He hates the turret. Hold on, let me get in here. Oh, stay outside, buddy. Let me lock the other door. He's gonna get to it. He's gonna come through it.
I'd like to see that freak show try to get
We got the computer hack.
Yay. I don't have enough.
No, I'm gonna die. I'm stuck on something.
Wow. Well, we got 7 minutes. I mean, hopefully you're coming to the door below us. Oh, what the? Dang it, twice in a row.
Oh, that sucks. I didn't see that.
Wow, man. This guy's getting mad points for his character, let me tell you. And I'm just hand son of a mother and father. There we go. That's a nice switch up.
Son of a mother and father.
My God, son of a biscuit eater. Right. Oh, man. This is bad.
That's my favorite phrase, son of a biscuit eater.
Yeah. Yo, what's up with the respawn? How long do we gotta wait? Oh, 15 seconds. Okay.
I've got you.
Yeah, it should be. We should both be ready by now. Yeah, the respawns in this are amazing. The killer dies, he's screwed. Basically.
Now I can probably make something good.
I'm getting rescued.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it never was like that before. You know what I'm saying? Like before, I remember where like the traps were so obvious.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm getting rescued.
Yeah, now they're
Oh, spider's coming.
not obvious no more.
Together this
I'm gonna
time.
craft a Molotov. I'm gonna burn this baby. I'm gonna burn the spider.
Wow, how do you disappear? I just literally saw it clear as day.
Yeah, I don't know. I have issues spawning in, and these guys spawn out when somebody's looking right at them.
This is totally what I needed.
Spider's coming upstairs.
And I'm up here by myself.
I'm gonna get a flamethrower ready. It's almost like that spider is like a must-have hunter to have. It does. It's like a tank, man, and it does damage. And it has a slowdown. It's just there's nothing wrong with the spider.
I'm here if you need help.
No, I'm dead. Oh, I killed the spider.
I killed him.
Go, 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 go.
Greatness comes naturally to me. I'm on fire.
You're on fire.
Am I on fire?
That's what it's just said. Like, help me, I'm on fire.
Dropping turret.
No, we're gonna lose one.
Oh no, no. Why
Nah, we can't. We gotta go. I wanted help, man, but
dang, why did you have to die at the last second? That's one thing too, that if you turn that dial to the last second, the killer gets the instant respawn.
right. Well, what we should have did was waited until one of us we were at the gate, but again, no communication.
Yeah.
But it's all good.
Yeah, I turned it all away, and I guess he got left behind. Got behind us or something, and he was there. I thought we were all there because I seen looked like everybody, but
Right. It's all right, man.
the only problem is the stamina in this now. Since they changed the stamina, ugh.
Right.
Yeah, true. We can't save. Even when we get a free match, we can't save them all.
That is true.
I'm still mad about that one match. We had that match in hand because the guy was the friendly, and we still died. Yeah, like that. Yeah, at least we lived. We don't care about the team. We survived, so
Yeah, right.
it was a win for us. You're already at 15K. Wow.
Is that good?
Yeah, I'm only at 7,000, but of course I spend mine. I've been spending my cards and stuff though. Which outfits? Yeah. Coffee one? Some of these emotes are weird.
Hmm?
These emotes, some of them are just crazy. I'm looking at the emotes right now, they got some weird ones for some of these characters.
Yeah, they do. I'm gonna just hoard up these points as much as I can, because I mean, obviously, I buy something that's I'm broke again, so there's no point. I don't think they're gonna be doing like deals and like special offers on points or whatever, but like maybe like this week get this getting half off or something, you know, like with the tokens rather than paying.
Yeah, they will. They'll be doing that, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yep. Every once in a while they'll be doing.
And I'm saving up. Yeah.
Like those deals that they have on.
Jeez. Got a bunch of princesses in here.
Yeah, we do.
Look at you, man. You got the girl squad. Let's go. Oh, I gotta choose a map. Yeah, I could. What the hell? I can't choose a map. No! I'm hungry, man. I can't eat no more. I ate enough. I can't eat again.
The matchmaking on Survivor is crazy.
The what?
The matchmaking.
Yeah, it's quick.
First, we find some fuel.
It's so quick
After
as
that,
Survivor.
we
As
open up the
Killer,
gate
it takes
and we're
forever.
home free.
Yeah, because everybody wants to play Hunter. That's why.
And climb to the rafters. Then we
So
escape.
I'm the only guy.
And not only that, but you're the you're hosting it, so people are joining you. Nobody's tech. All right, I'll go tech, I guess. But we need another assault.
I'm one assault.
No, because I do like the flamethrower. All right, well, let's see. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. 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 Go.
I'm definitely living that life. I got 4 girls and I'm the only guy.
Yeah, man. See, healthy 14th, bro.
Yeah, Valentine's Day time. Woo.
Right.
Any components?
Bit me.
Let's go.
Turret should help.
And of course, I'm the dirty guy too.
Oh, it's the guy. It's the gymnasium man. No. Oh, nice. All right, I'm gonna have enough for
You know what's gonna suck about this game when it comes on
I'm a
console?
woman of many talents. Now what?
right. Well, what's that?
Aim assist. That
Yeah, the aim assist. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that bad though. Cause games like this, aim assist is okay, but it can be OP.
This is a start.
All right, let's do this, guys.
Teammates, man. Teammates. Oh, got a backcracker. Oh, he broke my back. He should be almost dead. Why is he not dying?
Wow.
Give me a second here.
Dang, I hit that dude like 9 million times. Why is he not dead? Get out of the doorway.
He's almost down. He's almost down.
I'm trying, but I'm dead now. Teammate literally blocked the door so I couldn't get out.
No, it's okay. I got you on that. Oh, I don't trust that wall.
That area is
Yo,
fine.
that flamethrower comes in handy, bro.
It does.
Guess I can add technician to my resume.
But he has so much health. I hit him like, I don't know how many times. Plus you hit him in the
No, I'm dead. Wow. Right, you shouldn't be able to lift me through doorways.
Okay, you should be able to.
Bogus. Well, I don't care. Took out a hunter, got 2 revives. My character died with a gap. I think we're gonna be good.
He exploited that door. Wow. Jeez.
Yeah.
Body blocking the person inside that door so he couldn't get
Oh,
it.
we got one person doing the gas, which is cool.
And the other one's dying. Just
Yeah.
switched to
Oh. Well, what the? Are they hacking? Or is this a thing?
They switched to the
Oh no, they're no. Wait, what the?
Wow.
Whoa, what the hell am I watching here? Oh, this is how it looks under the map. Okay. Wow, easy map layout.
Definitely.
I think it's just the camera angle we're in. Oh, we can free roam. Bro, you been free roam. What the?
It glitched. Oh, there you go. We're back out now.
Yeah, I think it's just our camera angle.
Enemy died. That was so lucky. Get the rescue and fall down to die.
Yeah.
Wow. Just kill him already. He's dead.
Get the flamethrower out.
How'd you miss his blind thing you're behind there? Hashtag noob squad.
Now, I guess.
How are you not dead yet? Come on, die. Really?
Yes. Get ready for Amber.
How much health does this guy have? Like 9 million?
Perfect. Just what I need.
Oh. Must have infinite health.
Wow, for real? Come on, man.
This dude's hacking. Did he hit you so hard he lifted you off your feet?
Bro, like...
Did I see you go flying in the air when he hit you? That was weird.
Like, at least an Identity V, I'm not gonna lie. At least you can kind of YOLO it. This game, when you're alone, you're done for it. Like, it's annoying.
You are, yeah. Yeah, this...
You need a team.
In his health, he should have had no health left as much.
Bro, he literally had 5% HP left. Like, the fire should have killed him. The after effects should have... The burn effect or whatever, it should have just took him down. Like, it just stopped while he was in the grapple. No, I'm done. Like, no, you don't do that. Especially when there's the last man standing, there should be some kind of leeway or flexibility with it. Not just the killer gets to play on the playground and just do whatever they want with the last person. Like,
well, the fire damage should last longer too, because it doesn't last that long.
no, they nerfed everything. Even the stun gun used to last way longer, bro. I don't even like the stun gun no more.
Yeah, they said that they're going to nerf that. They nerfed it big time. They nerfed it too much, I think. Yeah, I don't know. That dude said it seemed like he had like 9,000 health or something.
Yeah, well...
At the beginning of that match. And I was hitting him, you were hitting him, you hit him with a flamethrower, I was still hitting him, I came back, still hitting him. I came back to him the whole time.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, we're playing a game called Last Year. This one's actually a
He's got like
it's an asymmetrical game, very identical to like Dead by Daylight.
health with
Alright, don't forget to choose a map.
Okay, let's do... What do you like, the library?
I did library. I just feel like that's like our best chance. The sawmill, whatever, forget it. The gym now? Pfft, hard to get out the basement.
Yeah, that's it. And before it was the easiest map ever, now it's the hardest.
Yeah, I don't like how he regenerated HP. I don't know how that works. I don't know because I haven't played Killer enough yet, so I don't know. I'll have to see. Yeah, typically when I play these kind of games, I usually focus Hunter, so I know I'll do well. But right now it's just me and Jay. We're just playing with random, so it's making it really hard.
Bellman's secret library. Then make our way across the library, and we're good.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
What are we doing here?
A rat? Honestly, this is the last
I'm gonna go technician.
You're gonna go technician? All right, let's go. Let's do this. All right, where's the ejector? I'm waiting for that ejector to pop up. More than likely in this building. Nope, definitely not. The hell? Where is it? It's in the library.
Can I block this thing up? You didn't want me to block it up, but...
Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, let's block this one up.
Well, if he takes me out early game, he takes me out early game, but I want to at least try to keep some... Any sign of the hunter yet? The hunter's by you guys?
Yeah, he's outside, yep.
Okay.
And it's the, No.
I'm a garbage picker now, I guess.
How'd you get behind this?
What?
That was loud.
No! Dude, I don't even know if my son has school or not. It's not spring break yet, right?
Yeah, you don't think so?
Alright, I'm putting the first chip in.
Wow. That cricket bat is trash.
I'm scared. I know the hunter's gonna come get me.
Go.
I don't see that many spiders, so that's perfect. Oh my god, I hate the way these doors open. It should be two-way, not one-way.
Yeah, it should be. I hate how... Because sometimes you get stuck behind the door. And that happened to me earlier.
Where does this stupid thing go?
Then I died because I got stuck behind the door. Oh, teammate just died.
No.
I got so many nice things today.
The barricade. Simple, yet effective. Thanks.
Alright, I gotta hurry and put this new chip in.
Because we gotta run.
No stamina, no. I'm here.
Alright, Nick, we gotta be careful. There's 3 of us here. We're good?
Let me help.
Yep. Go for a rescue?
Alright, we have to rescue teammates though.
Yep.
I'm gonna run upstairs and go for the revive. I mean, I want to go. Well, the ejector's up here anyway too.
Just find the disc, please. There's the disc.
The hutch is up here. Hutch is up here. Be careful, Jim. I'm gonna need your help, bro.
I'm behind you. You can crouch over those too.
Yeah. He's gonna spawn behind here. Be careful. No? Try to keep it in view where the hunter can't respawn.
Really ought to find those discs. Here, I thought you'd left.
Isn't that room the worst?
Yeah, he's close. He's.
I didn't.
Oh.
Oh no.
I need air.
Gotta watch to make sure he can't spawn near. Oh no, he got behind me though.
Oh no, you don't. No, you don't.
No, he's gonna kill me.
Wow.
How'd he get down there so fast?
Come on, man. Everybody's down. What the hell?
That was an epic kill though. He stabbed me in the head and smashed my head into the ground until the scissors stuck through the back of my head.
Dude, come on. This dude, go. You got the objective. Get the hell out of here. Don't be standing here. Wow. It's GG. And I'm gonna get trapped when he lets go anyway. Wow.
How many more of these does he have?
Oh, he let go of you and what? Why do you let go of you?
I have no idea.
You are so lucky I'm here right now.
He's toying with us. Wow. Well, it's GG.
Computers and hack them.
He's the last one. Oh, it's 2 of us. I didn't know that.
That oaf will never get through this.
2 technicians, one out, 1 tech.
I'm gonna go rescue somebody, hopefully. Maybe, maybe not.
Well, just watch it because he's a strangler. He'll pull you down. You should be fine.
I've got +2 strength.
I'm gonna rescue you now.
Yeah. We gotta try to rescue as much people we can. Let's get downstairs.
Those always help when you get a 2-man rescue.
All right, we got 3 of us together. All right.
I let the other dude die just to get a rescue. The bad thing is I have no
Give me a second here.
crafting stuff at all. No. Dang, how far was he away from us?
Wow. Shh.
You got that one of those super loud killing
Right.
glitches. That is annoying.
I'll take these.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna switch characters because yeah, that's not working.
He's down here. Oh my god. And he's doing the old-fashioned trick.
Today is not your day. Okay.
Wow.
Oh, really?
I'm out.
Why would you just run right into a trap?
Alright, let's just get this round over with. This guy's a tryhard. I mean, obviously his skin proves it alone. He's been playing quite a long time.
And this healer was just watching this guy get killed.
Yeah. Yeah. Just die. Who's this person? Yeah. And he's not gonna do it. Yeah.
Hear that? We should get them out.
That one guy was attacking him, and this girl was standing right behind the teammate and wasn't even healing him. Just standing there.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, you know what? The Hutch is playing around too much. This could be our chance for redemption.
Finally, thank you.
So you can just sit there and hide in this room now? I have nothing to craft.
I dedicate this weapon to every sorry idiot who ever underestimated me.
Yeah.
He's on the other side of that door. Come here, you.
I'm not afraid of you.
Oh no!
Wow, you both fell for it.
Oh. Oh. Wow.
He knows what he's doing. This guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he does.
You're welcome in advance.
He's just playing with us.
He did. I told you he's been playing for quite a while.
He's playing with his food.
Come on, we got 6 minutes left. Of course. I'm gonna hack so at least get some points. No, I'm surprised the Strangle even took that many hits.
I know. He should have been dead. He's dead now.
Yeah, thank you for posting that. How do you mark a trap and just walk over it? What the hell's wrong with this guy? I don't know which hunter killer does that one, but still. I need more crafting materials.
Was it kind of out in the open?
Yeah.
That would be the spider.
No, we need to go upstairs. And we need to... Okay, 3 of us here together. Okay.
Yeah, I need to get some crafting stuff too. I'm just looking for some craft stuff right now. I have 12 now, finally.
Not a bad start.
I got you. Helping friends.
Finally, somebody would have hit him.
Right.
Oh no. No, of course good. Wow. Wow. 2 kills in one time.
I'm a
Jeez.
garbage for now, I guess.
Well, the spider at least can't just pull us down from area, so that's good. And of course, it's near here.
I'm behind you.
Watch your traps.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow. Okay. I'm just getting this match over with.
Yeah, I know he's toying with us. That's why I'm like, just let's get it done. I don't wanna satisfy them.
Yeah, it was weird that, like he was saying there, we banged him for 3 hallways and he's still...
Right, loading, right, absolutely. What's going on? New monsters in last year? Just a spider. Spider's what they added. I just started playing again today. Because it's free. You guys have a few days left to play it. I should probably see. I don't know. Yeah, I thought they added another hunter for a moment when I saw the lumberjack woodcutter type guy, but came to find out that's just a slasher skin.
Yeah, it looked like he was new. Yeah, when I saw it, he was like, "What? Did they add somebody?" But it's just a skin.
Yeah, it's temporary free. My bad. Yeah, I only had it on Discord. I don't have it on Steam. Yeah.
But at least to give it
for $13.99, maybe it's not bad. I went over my budget, so I can't spend any money right now. I gotta wait. So we'll see. I don't know. It'll be hard for me to really. Weekends are hard for me to play games really. So I'll just. Well, not really. This is a Steam game, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could technically play it in my car. We'll see. I mean, I play is
harder, but.
Yeah. Well, it's controller friendly, so I should be good to go. And then it does use mouse and keyboard, but the issues I'm having with that. Either way, I can still use that mouse and keyboard on my Xbox. So
we're gonna need some blowtorches.
But that's another good thing.
Open up the sewer doors and make our way to the bell tower. Then
I need to get it on my Xbox. I haven't even played it for.
Dude, I had Game Pass and I wasted it. And there were so many games I wanted to play, bro. Like, I think, and the good thing about Xbox, you just press play and you get to go. You ain't got to worry about drivers and updates and lag and FPS issues and all. You just press play and get going.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, and the games support mouse and keyboard now. So for those that favor mouse and keyboard, it's the way to go.
It's way more optimized than PC games for sure.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing. From a developer's perspective, you have to understand the market value or the profit margin is in console games. Most companies don't even make PC versions anymore, and if they do, it's just a port. They don't make like a separate version. That's why most of the time the PC version always have issues, but yet the console version is fine. But you have to understand too, hardware, console is just one hardware.
Yeah.
PC, you gotta support 7th generation to like 20 generation of NVIDIA cards, and we have wait, what the hell? Oh, the killer's in here.
That was weird. You like teleported in front of me. I was right behind you, and all of a sudden you were gone.
Yeah, we're all lagging. That's why. What killer is it?
I don't know. I haven't seen him yet.
Downstairs? What the heck?
It's like right below us. Oh no.
Finally.
These traps can get full.
It's okay. I got you.
We're all stepping in traps.
Yeah, server population's a lot higher when it's free. Yeah. Discord Stone is gone, I guess. I got it on Discord. Oh, yeah. Can this person still get a free copy?
Yeah.
Or was it just a certain time?
If you bought it on Discord, you can still get a free copy.
Ooh, food looks nasty. And ooh, actually, no. Some of the food looks pretty good. The hell was that?
Yeah. If it was purchased or somebody bought it for you on Discord, you could get a free copy. The only bad thing about free-to-play weekends on a game like this is you get a lot of new players that don't know how to play the game yet.
Right. Yeah, you're gonna have to eliminate that background noise, bro. Like, don't you got voice meter?
Yeah, I do, and it's on, but I don't know why it's working unless I don't have it set up on Discord.
Oh, Discord is not?
Just what I needed. A trip through.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think it's your you know how you have the sensitivity, whatever it's called? You just have to probably lower it down just a bit. I don't hear the TV as much as I used to. Oh, what the hell?
Okay, let's see. I'll change it here real quick. Okay.
So how do they claim the Steam version? I think you have to do it on our Discord, right? Or email.
Okay, which?
Oh, you're right. You're right. They just go into game and link or whatever.
Yeah, you go into the game and there should be a message pop up.
Yeah, but how would you go into the game and you gotta pay for it to download it?
Yeah, or did download it.
They're cutting out.
I just died. I got knocked down. Okay, how's that? Is that better?
So far, yeah.
Why did you just leave me alone? Okay.
Oh, not the big guy. Oh gosh.
Yeah, when I was tabbed out, you came in.
One of the way, man. Damn teammates, like move, bro. Your health is on red for the longest time.
Yeah, I got attacked and then killer just left me alone.
Here, I'm basically already a doctor.
Come on! Let me loose!
I was tabbed out for like a second.
Finally!
And I got attacked and...
Right. Oh, what the hell? Oh, the objective's downstairs. Oh gosh, here he is. Dang it, Dora got me stuck, man.
He just chucked me. No, he's gonna kill me now.
No.
Is it better now?
I don't think we should be separated. Let's go get them out of that room.
I'll at least get this room's open for you guys.
Just a few more.
At least keep the the hunter on his feet.
First one to find the gear gets to be my new BFF, even if it's me, especially if it's me.
I'm not gonna be able to turn his gear in. He's near me.
Okay, that's cool.
Yes.
Get back up there.
Get ready for Amber.
Okay, I gotta get. Oh my god, the gear went back. Really? All right, we're all together now.
Check it. It's the gear. Get it.
Why does it do this?
Here, I'm basically
Oh, I screwed up.
Dang, no.
Yikes. I'm dead. No!
Ooh, the backbreaker.
Right, that's crazy. How's it going, Chad? How's it going, loading?
Did you die, dude? Holy cow. Wow, you missed completely. Wow, that was a failure. I'll rescue you while he's distracted. That was a fast respawn though, wow.
Alright. I'll be able to see chat better now.
This is the work of a moment.
Alright, let's keep checking around and see what else we can find here, guys. We need the gears. The gears are up there.
Oh, getting double team. Yeah, nice. Double team Hillman.
ready for Amber. Help, I'm doing a med school.
Alright, let's get upstairs.
Now this is it. I've got 2 and a med kit. My mom taught me.
Let's make this baseball bat real quick. Right, very true. Yeah, the comedians are funny, so they're right. Comedians are good. Oh dear gosh.
Ooh, going.
Let's get upstairs. Go. Oh gosh. That was very close, bro. We almost fell in that.
The teammate just like right next to it and it just went down.
Where's the killer at anyway?
We killed him, so I don't know where the respawn
Oh,
is.
he's upstairs.
Oh god, this fell.
There he is.
Oh, you missed. Come here, you missed, boy. Switch weapons already.
Oh, I hate that when you're like sitting and look at your.
Wow, dude.
Why would you do that?
Wow.
I was gonna help him, but well.
Come on. I'm dead. I hate that there's no way out of that. It's so stupid.
That pipe bomb hit me upstairs.
I've got you. Don't let him hear us.
Oh no.
Am I the only one left?
Yeah, well, you're up there. You got just 3 of you guys left.
If I was the only one left, I would just jump off this.
You got a bunch of Capri's by you. He missed. Just keep going. He's got to recharge. Yeah, your other teammates, they're all downstairs.
Let's see if I can rescue you.
Come in handy.
Just one moment, friend.
No. And this is why I hate random.
Well, somebody's coming for the rescue.
Opening the door.
How you gonna?
Yeah,
I'll bet you right.
I would. Oh, you got somebody else rescuing you.
It was so disgusting. Are you okay? Cause we gotta run.
Collecting these.
Let's get the hex out of here, man. Go, 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 go.
Look at that rescue, man.
Didn't know I could build shit, huh?
No, I did not know. Who's down? One of us is down.
I died. To the rescue. Oh.
I got you, bro. Run, 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 run. We need all survivors. You only got 2 minutes. We're gonna have to just book it out the gate.
You want to take that? Yeah, we have to just leave that one to die. No. That whole new thing where you can hold you like strength. It's back to like the old version.
Holy shit!
He's almost down.
Yeah. Woohoo.
And that's what happens when you step to the queen.
We're gonna make it. Just go.
Can you guys move so we can go down so we don't die?
We're doing this, guys.
Oh no, somebody died.
Get the fuck away from me! Whoever can heal me. Come on, come on, come on!
One of our teammates died from the fall.
Go, 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 go. Hey, at least 3 of us got out of there.
Yeah.
Woo.
I like one of the guys that fell off the thing and just killed himself. Ooh, I got a helmet skin. A legendary skin, nice.
Oh, nice. What do we got here? I think I got like a pack of cards.
Yeah, you got a pack of cards.
100s. Yay. Oh my god, 1250 tokens?
Nice.
I got full points on everything, bro. See, that's
I got the army helmet looking one.
I do?
For the football helmet.
Oh, you do. Oh, nice. All right, let me check out the Arcanum, whatever it's called. Unlock this node to get this rare skin. Oh, okay. So I see the ones with the locks on it. Escape without being killed. I got 2 more to unlock this side.
The worst one is the Dream Team.
Well, I guess it makes sense because you can use these to your advantage, really, if you think about it. You can get mad points if you win.
Yes, some of these are really good.
Escape with the full team without any classmate deaths. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, we would have that one of those with that one killer that was a friendly, but somebody died in the whole thing. But we had that one in hand, one of those anyway, but you have to do that 3 times. Okay, we just the hockey stick, got your back, rescue teammates. I got 30 out of 50s.
Very true. Very true. 34 in the morning. Give me 1 second, bro. Let me go check something really quick. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. Bear with me. Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on.
Wow. Well, 2 of those hours is like. Check it out or something. Yeah, see the game, it's got potential, but they do a lot of. I know, yeah. Yeah, they kind of did it for a little bit, but they ran out of money. Yeah, they lost one of their main developers. Then they lost some of their money that they had, so they had to get funding. It was all messed up, but they got it back. But just took way too much time to get back, though. But I'll do medic this time. Wow. So he's focused on me, hey. Another loud animation. That was a quick hit. So many killers in this game were tunnel vision. What the heck was that?
So lucky I'm here right now. Well, me. I mean it. I owe you one.
Oh, Queen is back. Smashes me. That was a total tryhard killing. That's alright. That was a fast match. Yeah, that killer is a tryhard. I like how every killer has like tunnel vision. They see one person, they go for that one person. Yeah. Yeah, because you know it's your house. Yep, that's the way it is, yeah. You got low house, so let's go for the weak person. That's why what you need to do is everybody needs to be the same character with the same skin, and they can't tell who's who. If you confuse the killer... If you get a good crew... Oh, yeah.
So first, we find some fuel. After that,
yeah,
we open
I
up the
had a
gate,
few teams when I was playing killer that I could do nothing because they were in a group and they stayed together. They never separated, so I can never get them separated. And I think I'm
there we go. Sorry about that. Huh?
I think I'm a pretty good killer in this game, and I just this one team.
Right.
It was crazy. If you got teamwork and communication, you're not going to do anything to survivors.
Not a bad start. Let me grab this shit.
Especially when they have all these abilities that they could use.
Right. Man, what's this lag, man? Oh my god, look at our ping. Come on, man. This dude got garbage internet. Like, what the hell? Why are we in match with this person? Well, you know what? Time zone. No, EU is, they're all awake right now.
Yep.
Oh god, the smell!
Dang, my ping is like the lowest and it's still 136.
Bro, it's ridiculous, bro. Like, what the hell is this? God. Ping is straight garbage. I don't want to play like this, bro. I don't like it. Like, what the hell? What kind of matchmaking is this? And this guy has all the
Okay. He was blind and all of a sudden I hit him one time and he was not blind enough.
Wow, man. Move. God.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to change the...
Ain't much gonna happen. It's technically a $20 game. They're not gonna do that much.
Good? Let's move.
And they're still what? Ain't they still bankrupt?
I don't think so. They're doing a lot of updates and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as they're making profit, then maybe they'll provide more updates. I was gonna say, I know the recovery was hard on them.
Yeah, I think they came back pretty good, and they're constantly doing updates. It's like all the time. They got coming for the new content that they're bringing out. So.
Stupid ping, bro. Like, what the hell? We should be able to choose region. Like, no, I don't want to play with 150 plus ping.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Look, 300 now. Like, what the hell? All of us is fluctuating.
Yeah, we just jump big time. And this actually favors the killer because you're teleporting and stuff. Dial up internet. Probably. Most foreign countries, they don't have
Right.
talk so loud.
Hmm?
My character, don't talk so loud.
I know, right?
I'm sitting there crafting something in the toilet and he's like talking super loud, like, shut up, dude. No, I got poisoned.
Or they could be lag switching for all we know.
Could be, yeah. There's some few people that's actually done that before.
Oh, God.
To win a match.
I don't even think there is an anti-cheat for this game, is there? Is that even a thing?
I don't think so.
More skins? Yeah, more skins I think would be cool. But for now... Well, more skins could be a thing, because they're making... they're making a killing off that.
Yeah, they're going to make new skins, yeah. The new update's going to have new skins. Weapon skins. Character skins. Killer skins. It's going to be all...
Oh my God. What the hell, bro? This lag, like, what? No. Get the hell away from me.
How is this one guy the lowest ping of us all and he gets around 96 to 120 and everybody else is 140 plus? He must be close to his region.
Oh my God. I'm gonna die because of lag, bro. I can't move.
Yeah, these non-dedicated servers suck.
Like peer-to-peer, bro. Come on, man. That's so 1900s. It's 2020. If you ain't got dedicated servers, just don't even host. And you went on Steam. How do you go on Steam without, like... I'm just gonna keep quiet. Again, I'm just surprised they even did a comeback, so... It is what it is.
Wait, I have such an awesome
Yeah, we're lucky we
idea.
actually got the game.
Alright, you know what? We're all alive. Just even with this garbage ping, let's make a comeback.
Wow. Yeah, this lag is ridiculous. Even trying to kill a spider, it's like impossible.
The hell is this? Armor? Come on, man.
I just seen him hit you so hard. Really? How do you hit me that hard?
It's unplayable. Next time I see a match like this with ping like this, I'm quitting. I'm not gonna waste my time. Oh my God. No, we didn't get this many. I guess they couldn't find any better. Oh, so it gave us this one. Yeah, 220, bro. Come on.
Yeah. I was watching you get hit. You went like flying through the air on my screen.
Hell yeah! Now watch what I make.
Yeah, this peer-to-peer stuff. I think my biggest complaint about the game is teammates getting in your way and blocking you so you can't move. I hate that.
Yeah, that.
Be invisible so you can walk through them instead.
Yeah, I have to. I don't want to be so negative because then it's gonna make me rage quit. So I gotta be more positive about it. It's a fun game. It's just.
You gotta.
But you know what though? This game had problems in its beta stage, and now you have this chapter 1, and you're still having problems. Like, come on now.
And they don't listen to the community. That's what's bad. They listen to the community about getting microtransactions, but the other.
Well, you know they're gonna jump on that, bro. They want a piece of that pie. That's what these games do. Wow, you know, look, you know this guy's at a mouse and keyboard. He did a quick turn. Holy mackerel.
Yeah, he did. I seen that. Like, wow.
Yeah, I ain't doing it no more, bro. If we're going against somebody with like, I understand if you're overseas, ping is gonna be a little high. If it stays at 140, 160, fine, whatever. But if you're jumping to 200, 300, 400, nah, I'm good, bro. I ain't doing it. Yeah, you know, like when I play GTA and I'm on a server that's obviously, I think it's Australian based. I get 120 ping, but it stays like that. It doesn't freaking jump up and down. It doesn't throttle, you know? Wow, he walked you. This is gonna be tough, bro. This game, I can't even get out of the damn basement, bro.
So amazing. Thank you.
You good? Now run!
Yeah, whatever.
Really destroyed it? Wow. He knocked me into the...
Wow, bro, the lag.
Did you see that?
Whatever.
He knocked me into the bathroom stall.
Let me just quit this game. It's already GG anyway.
You are so lucky I'm here right now.
He's just playing with it. All these killers just play with the victims like they know they got the upper edge.
Let's go.
Yep. Yeah, because he's got a...
They need to move these spiders out the way. They're just annoying.
He's got such a small ping, and we got this super high ping, so he's
Yeah.
taking advantage of it like crazy.
Mm-hmm. Look.
You can report players now, though.
Oh, you can?
Mm-hmm. And this could be something you can report, probably.
Well, how do you report them?
After the match.
You mean I gotta sit here and deal with this garbage internet right now?
Oh, you can report them on the... If you push escape, you can report them that way, too.
Okay, cool.
Dreambert.
How the hell do you do that? Streambert?
Yep,
Well, hold on. He's gonna try to... He's gonna lag switch me. Hold on, give me a sec.
What would you call it? Like exploiting or cheating?
He's cheating, bro. He bought crap internet just so we can lose. He's got that $20 a month plan, and I'm here suffering. Yeah, whatever. Just kill me already. Thank you. Alright. Who was it? Yeah, Dreambert.
Dreambert, yep.
Category.
We can't even kill him because he's lagging so bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna say lag switching. Thank you. Right. God.
Just stay down, dude. Don't get back up. We want this match over with.
No.
Thank you. Finally, you died. Good.
Couldn't even get out the basement. Holy mackerel.
Get out of this trash ping internet.
Yeah, I can't do it, bro. Like on my screen, I would jump out the way, but then he still grabbed me. Like I'm done.
Yeah.
Like I don't play that, bro. Like if it's like
You know how characters are flying?
if it lags more than Call of Duty where you get behind a wall and you still die, if it lags beyond that state, I don't want to play it.
Yeah.
Even that ticks me off, but that's just because that's pure networking. Like it's expected. I got rescues.
I hate how on Call of Duty you be inside of a building and you still die because it's saying that you're outside the building. Like I got new and I'm inside the building. Like okay, yeah.
300 ping. You know, that's usually mobile network though. Honestly, that's hotspotting because I remember when I used to hotspot and went live with it. My ping was high. I remember it averaged between 300 to 400. Sometimes it jumped to 6.
Yeah, that's.
But you know what though? I think if you're just gaming on hotspot, it's possible. But streaming at a hotspot and play games? Nah. Remember, I couldn't even get the stream to stay stable.
Yeah, and you like even when you're playing Minecraft, it was still.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I want my old internet back, to be honest. I miss my old internet.
Yeah, it was so much better.
I have this problem. This internet now is trash.
I just wish they would get fiber optic here, but that's never gonna happen.
Yeah, well, I ruined it for myself, so fiber optic is out of the question for now. For now, I just got the 400 megabyte plan, but I don't even care for it. They don't hold their promises, bro. Like my upload speeds, like I don't know. I guess it is what they say, but it's not steady. Like I think they'd be lying, bro. They'd be putting fake speeds out there.
I had the same issue too because we have streaming service for TV too, and oh man, sometimes you just get buffering like all day long. And if I
Yeah.
do a little game on the PC while somebody's watching something on TV, it just cuts it completely out.
Yeah.
So I have to lower my download speed on the computer game
Yeah.
that I'm downloading to actually have TV working. Sucks.
Well, here's what I love. Nowadays, if you really pay attention, most internet companies will blow their advertising about their downloads. Like, oh, 100, 500, and blah, 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 blah. Download speeds now. And it's like, what about your upload? Oh, 10, 5, 20.
Yeah.
You're like, what the hell? Why are you giving me all this download, but nothing to upload it back? So I'm downloading the information from a server, but I'm setting back like 20% of what I'm downloading. Like, what? No.
Like, it's going to take forever because you gotta. It's almost like having on a computer like a super good graphics card and having a cheap second gen or third gen or something like that.
Yeah, like I understand speeds are not going to be perfected. You know, like for an example, like when you have speakers in your car, your amp's going to have whatever RMS, you know, and then it's going to have its peak power. So if you buy like a 3,000 watt amp, it's obviously not going to push 3,000 watts all the time. It might only push 1,200 or half of that, you know. But I just feel like, well, what we pay for internet, especially nowadays, the internet costs more because now companies like cable companies know that a house can survive on internet without cable now. You don't need cable anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Fire Stick, Fire TV, apps, smart TVs, cell phones, tablets, computers. There's many methods of watching TV now, and apps are allowing other ways too. Like, some of them got you on these subscription services, but let's be honest here. Let's just use Sling for an example. You get a $20 package plan to watch TV and movies like you would on cable, but like far less?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why are you paying $80 to $100 a month just for cable?
And for channels that 95% of you don't watch.
Very true. Okay, who's this? How do we... How the hell do you mute people in the lobby? I'm picking library, bro. I'm sick of these maps. I don't want Saw and I don't want Jim.
Yeah, I'm picking library too.
Who the hell is talking, man? I can't mute this guy. You can't mute people?
Not in the lobby.
Okay, how is your name Two Poppy and then you got like Chinese letters? Oh yeah, he's Spanish. That's Mexican, bro.
That is it. Somebody dipped out already. They couldn't handle that music.
Very true. You cannot trust cable companies, guys. They rip us off. I swear they rip us off. Like, with 5G internet, it will get a lot cheaper. Yeah, no, I'm happy that 5G internet is a thing because cable companies have been scamming the consumer long enough, and I'm tired of it.
Yeah, this person gotta go. Can we vote to... You can vote to kick people too, I think.
I'm happy with just muting them.
Yeah. I can't even mute him.
I'm on a black screen.
Yeah, same here. Black screen to death.
Oh my god, he reminds me of a console gamer where they don't have mic monitoring headphones and they don't have push to talk. That's crazy. Yo, what's up, Web? How's it going, bro?
Music is worthy of exploiting his...
Yeah, playing that copyright, man. Don't be playing that music on my stream, bro.
Copyright music, yeah. You're gonna get copyright strike now.
Look, I'm not trying to be mean, bro. I listen to Spanish music, but I don't listen to that. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm not judging his taste. No, please keep your mic off. Like, I don't want to hear that, bro. But yeah, 5G, dude. I want to get a new phone because my phone only does 5GE, right?
Ito yung 4, no?
No, it's not 4 o'clock for me. Oh yeah, it is. It's 4:30. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, come on, hurry up, load into this match so we can meet this idiot.
Yeah, yeah. But even with 5GE, all it is like it's an improved 4G LTE. That's all it is. It's not really 5G. The only reason why I want the S11 would be for 5G.
Okay, we gotta find.
But I don't want to spend $1,000 on a phone again. No.
hack the computers.
My S9 is phenomenal, except for the microphone.
Across the library.
Everything else I love about it, and it does enough.
Haunted house cliche.
All right, what are we doing here? We have a medic scout. You know what we need? We need people from the stream to join us, guys. Guys, if whoever has this game and you guys want to join us, we need your help. How is this game? It's pretty good. It's different. If you're into like these kind of games, like it's very identical to like all right, what do we, you know, I'm gonna go 2 medics, bro. We need more medics than anything. Medics are important and are crucial.
Yeah, they are.
All right, where are we at? Where are we at? Let's do this. I don't know what we're up against. Objective. The hunter came out this way already? Holy mackerel, bro.
Nope, he just got.
Who? Wait, what the?
Oh, he's.
You know, at least he muted his mic, though. I give him credit for that. Or that, I don't hear him no more. I don't know.
This is a start.
Yeah, I don't hear him no more either, so I think he muted it, or...
S9 or S10, I don't see a difference with either one of them. If you're going to get anything, like if you were to get a new S9 Go 11, if you're going S9, 10, they're really the same phone. And honestly, it's not that significant of a difference where it's even going to matter anyway. Like I got the S9 Plus, so I got 6 gig of RAM. It's actually what the S11 is actually. I think their minimum version. So it's technically I have the same quality. I just want the 5G access. That's all I would care for if I were to get it. Other than that, I have no other reason why I would want it. Oh gosh, who is down?
Me.
Oh, I'm a medic. Oh, come on. No! I got you, Jay. Jay, get him. I'll revive you. Get him. Get him. I'm giving you health. I'm not going to be able to revive you now. Oh, God.
I'll avenge you later.
Yeah, that's one thing I hate about internet or TV companies is, especially since AT&T took over DirecTV.
Damn it.
DirecTV is very small.
Oh, DirecTV. Dang it, bro. Where are the team at? Where are these guys at? They out doing something else? Yeah.
He's not muted yet.
Oh, dear God. Please shut it. How do you mute these guys? Mute. I don't know who it is.
I think it's that Asian chicken scratch, whatever her name.
I mean, for all we know, it could just be an Asian guy just taking Spanish classes and listening to that kind of Spanish music, for all I know. I mean, having both in your name.
I'm alive! Again! Can somebody get me out of here, please? This is a jailbreak!
Seriously, really?
It's 1 a.m. Wow.
Ow.
Yeah, it's 4:20 in the morning for me. Or 4:24 now. You're okay, Skylines.
420.
Yeah. Happy hour.
These filthy criminals always leave their evidence behind.
Hippie, isn't it
Not
hippie hour?
bad. Think it-
Oh, I think that.
Don't know, disrespect me like that, walking over my dead body. Wow, that's just messed up. So we both are dead. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, bro. The game is enjoyable as a killer, but the wait time is ridiculous. I don't know, bro. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think I like the old matchmaking better.
Me too.
I get why they're doing this because it's like rank, you know, they gotta keep it balanced, but I like staying in the same lobby, bro. Like it was, and I don't know. Like you find a good team and then you have more fun. Now you're constantly being matched with different people and yeah.
Yeah, that's what sucks. Seriously, are you kidding me?
Wow. How they don't get the killer doesn't get fall damage, does he?
Nope.
Wow.
He can jump out the building when you die.
Well, I think they have to do something about the ghost mode, whatever, because like, what was it? Remember Jason had the same problem. His ghost mode was OP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, and I think they should only have a certain amount of traps you can set instead of like 9 million of them.
Yeah. That or I think there should be a cooldown. I don't feel like the hunter should have all the extra leeway moving around the field so quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Because they could spawn in the spawning thing. Sometimes it can be super glitchy. You could like spawn right in front of somebody. Like you're not supposed to be able to do that.
Well, you said this is coming up for console, right? I remember hearing rumors about that too. Uh oh, here he is.
Yeah, eventually it will. Once they get a stable support system behind them.
He's dead. Once.
I don't know how soon that would be. It could be a year from now. It could be longer.
Yeah, I don't think they will, bro. It's gonna be too late. Next gen's here, and this. I'm not trying to be mean, but Unreal Engine. It's. I mean, it might still come out for console. Maybe we'll see. It'll be on one of those like either they'll turn it free to play or well, no, I don't think they're gonna do that because they're gonna really tick their consumers off even more. It'll probably be like you know, if it does come out for console, it'll come out like at a discounted price.
And they're probably just going to port forward it too. That's what they're talking about. Just porting it.
Yeah, exactly what I told you earlier, bro. That's all they do now with PC games. Is all porting. Why would you want to remake the game from scratch, bro? When you could just use what you have and just send it over to another platform.
So I don't know why they couldn't do it now. It's not going to be that much harder than what they're doing right now. Just port it.
Well, they have to get the license and permissions with Xbox and Sony or whatever platform they just decide to go onto.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're talking about doing both, I think, but
yeah.
I don't know what they do.
Now, this game would have done good if it was out for console. Because right now, what is it? It's only Dead by Daylight, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least for console. I don't know. PC, it's got other competitors, but I think for Xbox and PlayStation, it's just Dead by Daylight. Now, if this game wants to make a killing, it's gonna have to be crossplay.
Yep.
If they don't crossplay, then they have nothing to compare themselves with the other games, because right now none of them are crossplay except, oddly enough, Identity V. Mobile and PC can play together. Like that's pretty impressive. But PUBG and Fortnite is doing that. Well, no, those are different games actually. Let me not compare them. Let me see. Dead by Daylight, Identity V, this game. There's a lot of other ones like this, but they never succeed. They always fail.
Mm-hmm. Friday the 13th is one of them. It failed but it failed because it got sued.
Yeah. Dude, I really need a snack, bro.
I was thinking the same thing too. I was thinking about getting a snack, but I just don't know what
If I eat, I'm gonna get lazy and
finish off those Funyuns.
right. Yeah, I do got a couple left. You're right. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, I forgot about my Funyuns. Mm-hmm. Very true. See, Skyline's got really good points though. Like Skylines is like on par with like
Yeah, it can be reversed too. If you get a good team that works really good together and communicates, survivors are just, yeah, you're not going to do anything. The killer's not going to have a chance.
Oh, I need cards, not tokens. I'm looking at the wrong.
Yeah, those are cards to token.
Wow. So how else? Let me guess. We can get cards with cash. How much I want to guarantee this? Yeah, I knew it.
Yep.
You already knew that was happening. 30,000 cards for 15 bucks. Damn, you could buy a lot of skins. That is true. But let me do this for an example. When we started this game, they gave us a little boost, right? How much did we start with? 3,000, right?
They give you 6,000.
We got 6,000. So this entire time I've been playing, I've only gotten 1,930 cards. But $3, you get 6,000. But again, we haven't really been getting full 5-man squad teams, like, and we only get average what, anywhere from 50 to 150 cards per game.
Mm-hmm. Unless we have a, and you get like 1,200 to 1,500.
So you're probably getting about 10 cents each match of cards in dollars. But you know what though? They do give you the chance to get the cards without buying it, so I'm not gonna hate on them.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna hate on their game. That's I'm just glad they actually gave you the option.
And a lot of this stuff,
Because they could have just kept it where all the skins were just the mystic ores. But there's what else can you do with the ores though?
the mystic ores are to buy exclusive skins that are only available buying with the ores.
Yeah, like each character I think has what, one skin. They look okay.
And I think those, if you buy those, I think they're permanent, because
Wait, what do you mean? So what's going on with the ones with the cards?
the cards, they go away.
Are you serious?
Yeah, each new chapter, they start fresh. So
Wow.
they're gone.
So you're like renting the skin. I'm glad the game never told me about that. How'd you find this out?
That's what they actually told us. The only one that's exclusive that will stay are the Discord. The Discords are permanent, so no matter how many updates they have, the Discord ones, as soon as you unlock them, you keep those forever. But everything else is. But I'm not sure about the ones that you buy with the Mystic Ores. I think those stay. They better, because you're paying money for them.
Dude. What? What?
Like that skin that we got today, that skin, I think, will disappear after they do the update.
So each chapter is roughly how long?
So far this one's been, well, since it launched, what was it, December? So it's been, I think they last about probably a couple months, 2 or 3 months.
See, the thing about these movement speeds though, or like any of these cards, they don't last that long. They only last for how long?
Like 30 seconds if that. They're okay. Some of the better ones are the ones that are orange.
Oh, hold on. When used wisely, spells can increase your chances of survival. 2 spells can be used during a round. Each spell is consumed at the end of the round. Earn tokens by helping your team escape or by killing classmates. At the end of each round, token, da-da-da. Alright, so right here it looks like we have level 1, 2, 3 spells. Creates surprising gameplay opportunities, creates a gameplay advantage over your enemies, gives a boost to your classmates. Okay, so oh, the level 2 spells are up here. Okay, so there is no way to upgrade them. We just have to. I can't believe I wasted all my tokens on a lot of the repeated ones.
Yeah, you could unlock other ones too that gives you better stuff. Because I got a level 3 spell I could actually unlock. It's a real good one too. Because somebody can.
Thank you. Yeah.
If I'm around him, they get a health boost as long as I'm around him. But it's 8,000 tokens too.
All right. So what about when a new chapter comes? Am I gonna keep my tokens and stash, or is it gonna?
I like that vampire one, the one with the teeth. You could unlock another one. That one right there. If you unlock that one right now, you can unlock more. And that one's pretty good. The leech is pretty fun to kill her and gives it to you. Because your Arcanum is different than mine. Every single one of them's different.
Really?
Yeah, you got stuff I don't have.
Hey, so where did you say you link your Discord?
I have stuff that I don't have.
Where did you link your Discord? Wouldn't it be in settings?
For the game?
Yeah. I'm just saving my tokens for right now.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that one's pretty good. The leech, that's pretty
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Loading fire. Gotcha.
It says you receive a portion of damage dealt to fiend as HP. So each time the fiend hits you, you get HP back. Or that's what I mean. Ooh, I hear chips again. Not gonna be missing. What flavor is that? Is that just a regular kind? I've always wanted to try the spicy one.
You know which one's my favorite?
Which one?
The Steakhouse Onion.
Ooh.
I don't know why it was a limited edition, bro. The Steakhouse Onion ones were amazing, bro. I loved them. I'm so mad I can't find them anywhere.
I know, that sucks when they took them away. I think I tried them one time and they were amazing.
Yeah, no, I used to love them, bro. Let me see, Steakhouse. Let me see if I can find house onions. Onion Steakhouse. Yeah, that's what they were called. Onion Steakhouse. You can get them right here, bro. You get the hell? Yeah, here, let me get you guys a link. Everybody can see it. Those were my favorite, bro. Right now you get these are on Walmart.com. So you get the Bunyan Onion Steakhouse Onion flavored rings 6 ounce. You get 2 packs for $6.36. 3 pack for $9. Here's your hot ones. Other than that, there's nowhere else to get them, bro.
We bought some Lay's that were the hot ones, the fire ones. Man, they were hot. Just plain Lay chips, but they were hotter than the hot ones. They were the hottest ones I've ever had. If you eat like 2 chips, your mouth's on fire.
Holy macaroni. Let's get another match rolling in. I don't know about the Funyuns, man. I'm gonna see what else I have really quick, guys. How's plain chips hot? Wait, what? What happened? Wait, what did you say, Jay?
They were those hot, I don't know, flaming hot chips, but they were the
look at
brand, and they were hotter than the flaming hot Cheetos or any of those.
I just realized this guy's named Biohazard. Look at his outfit. I think he's trying to be a Wesker. How much you want to bet? Guarantee it. I had a buddy who was a big Wesker fan, bro. This dude bought the outfit, did his hair, and learned all the quotes Wesker was saying in the game, bro. Particularly Resident Evil 5. And I'm like, dude, just wow. No further questions. No further comments. I'll give him credit though. He's really into that, like that cosplay stuff. Like he'll dress up like Assassin's Creed or like Wesker, and I think he even dressed up like Leon one time. But, that's what he does, bro. That's what he likes to invest his money in, you know. Yeah, I mean that's he's really into it. I'm like, it's a lot of money for that kind of stuff. I ain't gonna lie. I seen the price for that things, and I'm like, dude. But again, that's his hobby, so it is what he like to do. It is what it is. You know, some people buy toy helicopters. Some people like to go hunting and buy hunting equipment. Some people like to go paintballing. Some people like to go fishing and going on a boat, ski diving, skydiving. Everybody has like their own little hobbies that they enjoy doing.
Yeah, I have a buddy. He wants to take me.
Some people do that too. You know, especially at this time of year.
Yeah, this is the best time of the year to do.
Wow. I don't know how I'm still awake right now. And are we still waiting?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, dear gosh. Okay, now that fan is cold. I gotta turn the fan off. Give me a second, guys.
So first, we find some fuel. After that, we open up the gate and we're home free. We wheel the lift across the gym and climb to the rafters. Then we escape.
Uh-oh, we're back loading again. What? Did he quit?
Whoa, you didn't tell me we had a match ready to start. No medics.
Weird.
Only 2 people chose the character. I think we're still waiting for people to load in. I always feel like I do better when I go tech.
How did the killer get the thing up here already? What the heck?
Yeah, oh, don't tell me the ping. No, ping's actually good. I give the ping credit. Can't complain on the ping, so I'm quiet on that part. That hushed me up real quick.
Yeah, somebody's breathing in their mouth or their mic pretty hard.
Huh?
Somebody's breathing pretty hard in their mic.
Right, right. Is that one of them in game?
Mm-hmm.
I almost thought it was me for a second. I was like, oh, well, you know, I was kind of, you know.
I never thought I'd be so happy to see a disgusting vet.
Moving around quite a bit, running back and forth to the keyboard.
Right. Yeah, I just saw it now. Wow. I don't know, man. 4K is too demanding. Oh, gosh.
I can imagine how much that would take over your hard drive to download.
How am I supposed to breathe without air? No air. Oh, this dude's dead. Oh, he did.
I gotta wait.
And I won't even break a sweat.
What the? Oh no. No. Why?
No! Jim! Jim!
Nobody was over there to help me. Wow.
Scattering some bombs on top and stuff.
Holy macaroni, we gotta survive, man. How come I like, voice chat is broken or something?
Yeah, I heard that guy.
I'm back outside. I gotta get some of these craft the materials. I love that they respawn though, so that's good.
Yeah, that's one thing that's good about the game.
Hmm.
You got plenty of crafting material.
Oh look, it's a rat friend for...
Okay, so we got the blue thing in there. Oh gosh, you got me.
Get air!
No, it's like the killer farts inside the boxes.
Those are killer farts. Like literally. Aw, boo.
No! So much for that.
Dropping turret!
I use my...
Well, I used my whole flamethrower on him and he's still alive.
I used that leech thing too and it didn't do no good.
No? Holy shoot, you scared the crap out of me. I'm dead. You know, you think I know it's there by now.
You think so? That's like, what, 3 times now?
How many times did I fall for the same trick?
I know it's 2 or 3 times for that one spot. How does this guy still have health? That's just weird.
Hmm?
How does this killer still have health?
Look out! Trap!
Yeah, so the insta kills are kind of like, there's like little traps for the killers, and if you fall for them, so the whole purpose of the scout class is to mark where they are. It's all good.
Give me a minute, I got you!
Hide in the bathroom, dude. Hide in the bathroom. Just go to one of the bathrooms, don't hide in there for a little bit. Is he's the only guy left too. We gotta rely on this idiot. Game over.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, you...
The guy revived by the time he got back there.
We're gonna have to play that song from like Call of Duty Zombie Mood. You need a little revive.
And of course, too, that's why.
Yeah, pretty typical. Chance of legendary skin, 15%. Yeah, so we need the last one, man. 50 cards. Yeah, especially with randoms. Oh man, if we... Yeah, that's the worst, man. Can you imagine? Poor Biohazard. I thought you were a Wesker fan, man. I thought you were gonna do some dodges. Unbelievable. Oh man.
I wasted my I still got it though, what the heck? I used it, but I still have it. Okay.
Right, very true, very true. It'll be 5 in the morning, bro. I don't know. I might have to. You know, I love. Yeah. Well, no. Here's the thing. Okay, so with the killers, you have different classes, right? One of them is like a grappler, but not so tanky. Even though sometimes I swear he looks tanky. Then you have like. The most you're gonna see are the giant strangler and the spider. Slasher is like the original, but you won't see the slasher as much. But that's like the all-in-all balanced hunter, supposedly.
He's really trash.
Yeah, me too. Oh, well, thank you, loading. I appreciate it.
He is, yeah, he's not good right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's currently that good. I mean, he swings fast. He does damage. He is good, but I just feel like he's just a balanced killer. Like, he's not like ridiculous. Like, yeah, the Strangler has its weakness of like not being so tanky, but like the Strangler is good from afar. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just grab them with your chain. You just got to make sure you land them, of course. But I know this game gets a lot of like Left 4 Dead references, like the lockers rescuing your team, the Stranglers, the smoker, you know, the giants, probably like the tank almost. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the axe guy should have like a little bit more movement speed because too slow to actually hit somebody with an axe. That
Yeah, well, he has short range and he is kind of slow, but if he hits you with that axe, man, it hurts.
it hurts. Yeah, it does. But he has to get close to you, and when the survivor runs like 3 times faster than him, he can't. You can't corner them or trap them.
Yeah.
Or catch them by surprise, which is really hard to do.
I'm just glad I'm not crashing anymore. That's interesting.
Yeah, we've played several matches in a row without a crash. That's good.
Wow. Just we just had what, one? I want to say maybe Spider and Slasher. Yeah, no, the Spider is crazy, man. The Spider is tanky as heck, and it hits hard.
And that acid just, yeah.
The acid does it. I mean, he explodes, can kill you, spits acid, slows you down, and does damage.
And you could spit from so far away too. You could like shoot from across the map and hit somebody.
Yeah, like at first when I first played Spider, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know the spiders were in the map. I thought when I was spitting spiders plus acid. If that made any sense. Probably doesn't. Don't know why I thought that.
Yeah, it makes sense, yeah. Because not knowing that they have those spiders randomly, yeah, it does make sense.
Why am I eating chips at 5 in the morning, man? Can somebody remind me? You know? What's up, Chunks? How are you, bro? Yeah. Oh, gosh. It's gonna be a long day. Oh, okay. Well, I hope work's going good for you. Yeah, I hope it does too, though. You know what?
Keep talking about food. I even get hungrier and hungrier.
I know. And it's almost time for breakfast. And I'm eating Funyuns. Oh, gosh.
This is a good breakfast. True. That is a good.
Right.
Of course, it was just 420 not too long ago too, so that is another excuse.
Well, I guess technically I am working, right? I'm streaming. It's working. Yeah. It's commission, you know. I guess we can count that. I still have to fill out 1099 forms, like, right? This counts, right? So I gotta file my taxes. If not, I could pull a Trump, not do it for 7 years, and have them chase me later. I don't know. We'll see.
Be like those people on TV. Like, I owe the IRS $200,000. Like, why are you in jail?
Right. I just love how, like, a lot of people, it is very unhealthy. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm planning to get that new desk, guys. I want to get the one that raises up and down so I can stand and stream, guys. I'm tired of sitting for 8 to 9 hours. That's why I'm constantly moving around, trying to get up. Like, honestly, well, this is the only day I've streamed this week, so I can't really complain.
Well, you could do that too. That'll get you some exercise. I remember that one day we were just spamming that. That was so funny.
Right. Oh my god, dude, don't remind me. Like when I get groovy and I get in the mood and we get the hype train rolling, I get weird. I don't know. Like we were hyped that night. Like I remember, like, you guys were blowing my screen up with subscriptions and stuff. It was crazy.
And we had like 5 people in a row just typing and dominating the whole time, and we were just sitting there dancing, and you were so wore out. You probably passed out over there.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I don't even go to the gym, man. I just work out at home. Like, honestly, I'm very impatient. like, I don't like waiting on machines. I don't like sitting on the same seat that some other dudes sweat on. I know they got sprays and wipes and rags and everything, but I'm not all about sharing equipment. I just use my own. Like, I'm very, I don't know, man. I can't do it.
You don't know what that person has either. They're gonna have some weird anything, yeah. Some weird disease or something like that could transfer from.
Let's do one more match for luck, bro.
Okay.
Right. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I am getting a gut and it is annoying. But I do exercise, just
Just these randoms to victory.
yeah.
That's a good one.
That was a really good one. I like that one. The Skylines, that was a good one. This looks like someone's uncle at a reunion. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's good.
Yeah, the bad thing about going to the gym anyway is, well, you share equipment, you have to pay, sometimes you have to pay a fee. Why pay a fee if you can work out at home?
Well, you know what it is, though, in all honesty, though, I'm not going to hate on the gym, because the gym, you have to understand, it's the atmosphere, right? So, like, you're in a place where everyone is doing the same. Everyone wants to lose weight. They want to build mass. They want to be healthy. They want to better themselves. They want to be more fit. They want to increase their stamina. There's many different factors and reasons why people do it. Now, yeah, you can do it at home, and you see all these commercials like, oh, 15 minutes a day and blah, blah, blah. Well, let's be real here. 15 minutes a day is not really ever going to happen. It's either you really want to get into this and you're going to put more than 15 minutes a day in your life, or you're just going to try to do 15 minutes and then eventually just stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen people think that 3 days a week, 15 minutes a day. Yeah, technically, yeah, you can, but scientifically, our minds don't set it that way. You know what I'm saying? We don't stick to it. Like when I used to do it, I always said at least an hour a day. You know, give yourself a nice little hour run, 45 minutes, whatever it may be. You know, and you don't overdo it. You just balance yourself. Just stay consistent in the beginning. And then later, once you get like to the point where you have the stamina and the mindset to keep doing it, start putting challenges among yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think people have these high expectations in the beginning when they work out, and then they just get overwhelmed and then they just stop. Yeah, like what? Like those prison movies where the guy's like, oh, when I get out of prison, I'm gonna revenge on this guy, this mafia boss. So he's like doing these push-ups and pull-ups and sit-ups, and he's gaining like 200 pounds in body mass, and he gets out and he's like, he somehow escapes prison with a spoon, and that's it.
Okay, we got it on the disk so we can boot up the server. After that, we hack the computers. That should open the door to Bellman's secret library. Then, make our way across the library, and we're good.
I never got why rats are so scary.
1 year of jail and got a 6-pack, but we work out for like 3 years. Ab lounge and all, and we barely even have a 4-pack. Get the hell out of here with that. You gotta be shooting steroids in your stomach.
Watch out for that trap. Where can we get some dick?
Library's pretty good, bro. I'm digging it.
Okay.
Oh, what the?
Space here.
Safe space? Safe space? Isn't that what Call of Duty does? Safe space? Make it a safe space. Oh, yeah. Make it. Yo, let's go for this ejector, man. Let's go straight to it. We gotta move quick. The more we delay, the more the hunter gets the advantage.
I hope
Guess
I don't.
I can add technician to my resume.
You got this. Oh, hunter's down here. Careful.
Trap. Don't let it get you.
That one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for... Oh, where is he? Where is he?
Might be in there.
Oh, nope.
How did that not blind him?
Blind him?
Turret down! He won't know what hit him!
This kid has got tunnel vision. Get off me, dude.
Wow, all of us just sitting here looking at the killer.
Yeah.
This killer is easy, too. We might actually win this one.
Oh, no.
Seriously? Yo, what the hell are everybody down for?
That poison. That poison sucks, man. That poison hurts. Hey, could you heal me up a little bit? Thank you.
Dude, I can't get you up.
How did somebody die already? What the heck? Man, you.
Come on, man. It take any longer to go through the vent, bro?
That's what drives me crazy about this game. Everything has to be push and hold.
Yeah, I hate that.
I hate that. Just tap it. Certain things should be just tap.
Yeah, it's easier when you just tap it, bro. Either when you gotta hold on to it, you know what I'm saying?
I can see some of the things that you could like tap and hold, like, you know, doing the objective, tap and hold that, but crafting and you know that other stuff, it's tap and hold is just stupid.
Okay, that's it. All right, we gotta win this, bro. Let's keep our head in the game. I know we like to complain because I'm one of them. I ain't got no shame in my hating game, but we're gonna win this, bro.
Like the event, going through the event should be a tap and a
Yeah.
tap. That's it. No tap.
All right, let's get this revive in, guys.
You okay? Let's get the hell out of here.
Cause you're trying to escape fast and this is the spider trap.
Bum 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 bum.
These should come in handy.
Seriously? No, we gotta get the revive. Who's down? Still got the spider to go against.
Yeah, that's what sucks. So this one's trapped too.
This one's gonna be tough, man. Holy shinobi!
Oh no.
I'm down.
Not fucking cool.
Yeah, that just happened. I don't know the spider spots, bro. Like, this is all new to me. Jeez.
Yeah, the spider spots.
They're right in the middle of everything. Like, this spider has the best hiding spots.
You know. Wow, he's already putting traps there too. That sucks.
No, we're down to one person, bro.
Yeah, I'm the only one left. No.
Real good.
And the thing is, too, the killer always knows like where the survivors are. Like, look, why is he talking so much? Look at all them traps, bro. Damn, how many more traps are there?
I know. I could just walk over to him like I was lucky I didn't get caught. I want to get upstairs. How do I get upstairs? Really?
Yeah, this is where you hack the computer. I would say not go over there because of the vent, but you're not going against the strangler anyway. Let me see. Can I change the camera? Hold on, I can free roam, I think. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you can free roam.
Okay, let me.
He's there.
Okay, let me see.
Where the heck is everybody at? I'm gonna find a room.
Okay. Okay, I see you. I'll be your eyes, bro. So far, you're close. Oh, there's a spider behind you.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Oh!
Got the rescue, but... Wow, that poison killed me.
Poison killed us all, bro.
Like, really bad! Help!
You scream any louder?
Thanks!
Run!
I heard that, like, wow, that's a...
Dropping turret!
Wow. Oh, gosh.
Did you see that message somebody said, what's your problem? Well, I'm going to a place where the killer's not going to be at.
Jeez, dude, I almost died. Luckily, I blocked this, so I think I might be in good shape.
Turret should help.
Probably get you guys revived real quick.
Yeah, the turret's going to help a lot.
I'm a goner for sure.
Walk it off. Let's go.
There's a spider. Run, 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 run. I only got 30 HP. Oh no. Oh, that spider wants me, bro.
I got him distracted.
Jay, be careful. You're by yourself, bro. Run towards my turret. Oh, no, you're down. Oh, shoot. Nope, no, you lived?
Oh, come on. Oh, wow. I was out of stamina, too. I hate that when we're out of stamina. Just give us back full stamina all the time.
Carpentry is like surprisingly easy. Strong enough for a killer.
Alright.
Made by a woman.
I'm not a fan of this stamina reach.
Yeah. I hate this holding, bro. Why can't you just press it once? I feel like we're like at the battlefield line. Like, hold it steady. Just a little bit longer. I ain't walking.
The craft, you gotta hold to do everything. Like, gee, but nothing that you tap on.
I dedicate this weapon.
No, you're okay, loading. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Because if you actually let go before you finish it, then you have to start all over again. That's just annoying.
I don't know where the hunter is. Dang it, I knew it, man. Come on. There's so many spots for this spider. The spider's already overpowered as it is. Like, why is there so many hiding places for it? It's not even fair, dude. Oh, no wonder I'm the last one. Oh, go figure.
And we had a rage quitter too, that really helped out a whole bunch.
People always rage quit. You get no points for it, right? Or do you? Because if you get points for rage quitting, then I'll just quit all the time. Like, I'll play until I die and quit.
It used to be that way, but now you don't get no points for it. You get punished. And eventually they will get banned for that kind of stuff too, so.
Yeah, I mean, I pulled some jukes, man. I dodged the spider, just... I don't know, man. 5 in the morning, I think that's enough gaming for me. 9 hours? Oh, yeah, it's a little too much. Shoot.
The acid, it's just punishment. It's like super punishment, because you get hit with that.
Yeah. Well, not only that, I think once we start... getting our upgrades, we'll be better. Increased movement speed after a successful melee. While carrying an objective grants health boost to nearby classmates. Yeah, see, all this stuff helps, but honestly, this ain't like overpowered nothing.
They do have some that are pretty overpowered. Like if you, there's one that's like, I remember your glue. If you hit the killer as many times as you hit, you're gaining health back and you're taking health from him.
Oh, look at this one. Shock effect. Shocks the fiend on weapon hit, dealing extra damage to its shield. Wow. Yeah, but look at the cost of this. Acid damage to successful weapon hits? Wow.
They have one that's for fire damage too, so every time you get fire damage, so it damages them over time. There's a lot of crazy ones.
Yo, what's up, boy? Good morning, bro. Good morning.
If the killer's hitting you, he loses health. So he's getting punished for hitting you.
Wow.
And that one's good. I have played against that a few times, man. It was killing me. Like, dang, I'm hitting this person, I'm dying.
Yeah, I see that. I am rubber. Reflect the portion damage to you back to your attacker. Well, that's interesting, because if they're low on health.
Dude, they're dying. So they better not hit you.
Boy, hasn't went to bed yet? Oh my god, dude, you gotta get some rest, bro. That's what I'm about to do right now. I've been up long enough. It's a spider, that's why so many spots. Yeah. Well, my thing is, like, the spider already is like, it's pretty tanky. Like, it takes a lot of hits to take that spider out. Not only that, it explodes upon death. It's like Call of Duty dropping a Marty bomb. Then it has acid to slow you down plus do damage over time. You know, and then the hiding zones, I give them credit. I think the spider has the best hiding zones. Like, they're right in the middle of like where players would walk the most. You know, the vents, if you know where they are, you can dodge them. The ceiling, you can dodge them. I think the giant's even harder to detect now. Like, his blends in now. Like, some of them you can't even tell anymore.
Yeah, some you can't tell. And the bad thing too is
Before, it was like in the open and you knew like he would jump out. Now there's the object there, but it doesn't mean he won't be there. He'll still jump out of that wall. It's crazy.
But the bad thing too for the axe guy is there's only like one building that I know of that has this that he come out of.
Do I know a good joke? I think Jay knows a good joke, right, Jay? Thank you, Loading Fire. Thank you so much. You guys have a great night, man. Honestly, guys, I hope everybody has a really, really, really good night, guys.
Spider's weakness. There ain't none.
I mean, if everybody gangs up on the spider, yeah, but the spider just... The spider hurts, man. Like, the spider is insane. Yo, just for giggles, guys. You know, just for giggles, bro. Let's both do a killer match. Are you ready?
If I can actually get one.
Oh my god, yeah, if it takes too long, I'm not gonna wait. I forgot about that. Why you have to spoil it for me, man?
Let's see how long it... I got the cool uniform or the outfit for the skin for the strangler that glow in the dark one.
Right, right. Yo, I don't know what's better, sawmill or the gem.
Killer? The sawmill's for the...
Yeah, better if I'm the strangler though, or like when I'm grabbing the victims.
Giant, the strangler, and well, I think the Axeman would be good in that map because
yeah, you can grab the killers, or like at least like, because the thing about the Axeman is like he's up in your face.
And you can hit him into one of those saws too, so you could kill him by hitting him into stuff. In the giant, you can throw it like that one dude was doing, throwing us into the saw blades. Get a quick kill that way.
Inferno is like the best for the spider. The green is cool, but and the ice ain't too bad. But to get these, man, those challenges are crazy.
Yeah, the Inferno ones is like the hardest one you're gonna possibly.
Well, of course, there's no mystic core ones or ore ones. Oh no, I'll take that back.
Yeah, there's a sweet tooth one. Is it Aljug? The Mystic War one? Yeah, it is, yep. But everyone was like 8, so we had to actually get some.
Oh yeah, the sweet tooth one, looks okay, but it's not that cool.
For 850, it's not, yeah.
The thrill of the kill, I think, is like the best one. 21,000, bro. Holy mackerel. They're probably trying to stack up points and money now for people to buy, so when they get sued, they're ready to pay back.
Yeah. I like the...
No, but maybe they got permission, though. We don't know. They might have gotten permission for it.
They might have.
I don't know why I thought about that so quickly. Like, nowadays, companies are getting sued left and right, dude. Like, it's crazy.
And a lot of the ones that they have on here are actually like the jokes on you. That's joke. Thrill of the kill is Michael Jackson. There's even the wrestler one. Like,
speaking of that, what was it? Resistance, Project Resistance, right? Wasn't it like the Resident Evil version of this? What happened to that?
I have no clue. It was supposed to be a couple months, I think.
See, we were talking about crash dummies, and here it is. Well, I think this was the reason why we brought it up. I mean, these ain't bad, just...
Let's see, the release date was September 9th, it says.
So it came out already?
That's what it's... no, this is Biohazard Resistance. That's not the one. What the... I just love how you look up one thing and it's something else.
Yeah, that always happens. Oh my god, dude, I'm still not in a match. I'm gonna give it like 1 minute. They want us to sell a kidney, right? But like, dude, I really want that skin. Like, yo, I'm about to donate my kidney. Like, you only need one anyway. They're like, dude, far out. Like, yeah, totally. Wow, somebody said we're playing Identity V. Dude, I'm gonna have to check that game out some other time. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has. Okay, when is the release date supposed to be? Project Resistance. These pop up.
Half of the time, half of the people asking, they never heard of this game because they didn't even want to like give like people the. They should have just gave the copies away the way they should have. But luckily for them, they did the free play day, so this might actually help them in terms of like viewership wise. Should help them a lot. Don't watch me do bad.
Okay, so the release date is supposed to be mid to late 2020, so it hasn't came out yet.
Oh, mid 2020.
Yep.
So it's gonna come out when next gen's coming out, bro. Like next gen will come out till November. Well, there's no release date, but we know it comes out before Christmas. It always does that, cause
yeah, it's probably gonna be like October-ish sometime, probably Halloween time, because it's a horror game.
Right, very true, very true.
Yeah, I'm position 1 in queue, you're position 1 in queue. How are we both in queue at position 1?
And it keeps fluctuating. Maybe if you join our Patreon page and get like a $20, $50 membership a month, you'll get like priority in queues.
Maybe.
I want to doubt that being a thing soon in video games. That's going to be the next thing. Are you tired of waiting a long time in these waiting queues because many other gamers out there are waiting to play the same game? But now you can skip the line just like a wristband you wear at the amusement park. We'll give you priority access to a head of matchmaking of all the other players, so that way you, the wonderful supporter here for our community and game development, you'll have the front row seats. Yes. So order now. Become a Patreon on our page for $49.99 a month. Yes, costs more than our game, but it will grant you faster access to every queue. Get it now while supplies last. Limit offer may vary depending on the location. Yeah, I got a match.
Oh, you got a match?
Yay! Look, Chuck is like, no, don't give them ideas. Right.
Yeah, they're probably watching.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
Yes, let's do that.
I bet you EA right now is like, oh my god, we haven't thought about that. Yeah, we develop battle crates and yearly subscriptions and rented servers and all that, but Patreon, we never thought of such a thing. They're gonna.
COD's gonna be doing that.
Yep.
They already said they weren't going to do all these loot boxes, and what they do, they did loot boxes.
Whitelisted queues, right?
It'd be like having a whitelisted server for GTA or Grand Theft Auto. You gotta be on a whitelisted.
Yeah.
Oh, I got one person. I got a second person.
Oh, get that match, Jay. Get that match. All right, guys, we're getting ready for our match right now. Just taking out all my anger on these people.
Like Japanese people.
If they do, you're blaming me? What?
And Cheto. This one's good. This is already. Oh, that would be crazy if you got 5 survivors from the European server. They got 300 plus ping. That'd be so awesome.
All right, take one down. Okay, there we go, guys. There we go. Let's keep it up, guys. Keep it up and keep it going.
I can walk this one off!
No, come here.
What? How did I get here?
Oh, I. What the hell is that? Come here. Yo, the lag is real. What the hell? No. Come here, I'm gonna get you on acid though. Come here. That's right, you ain't going nowhere. I'm not gonna let you get away from me. Nope. Goodbye. Come here, come here. There we go. No! What is this again? Yeah, we're playing a game called The Last Year. I got myself blown to smithereens, guys. No, they're doing the objective too. Shit, I'm screwing up big time, yo. Alright, it's all good.
I'm massacring you guys.
That's right, that's right. Come on. Go bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wow. Wow. I should have grabbed him right when I jumped down just a bit, but it's okay. Man, they did pretty good. Yo, I was actually kind of lagging that round.
Yeah, it does lag when you go.
Probably because I was a spider and it was like so many particles loading into once because I was spitting and everything. And I guess when I noticed the lag occurred the most.
Yeah, could.
You definitely get more points though as a killer.
Yeah.
So I guess you play killer, you stack up points, you hoard the points, and then you use them on your survivors. You can probably get those cards. Everybody needs to get the cards. Yeah, man, I'm about to get the heck out of here myself. Holy crap. All right, guys. Yeah, me too. I got to get going, get some rest. Do you guys have a great night? I'll see you guys in the next broadcast. Thank you for coming in. Shout out for Zeus for all the cheer bits. Thank you so much, Bori, for the resub today, guys. I really do appreciate that as well, guys. But Trix is out of here. This game is free to play for the next few days. So if you definitely want to check it out, check it out. But until then, I'll catch you guys next time in the next broadcast, and I will see you guys soon. Bye, guys.